In the old days, love was pure and true. Now it's just a show for all to view. People use it for their own gain, leaving hearts in sorrow and pain. Once a sacred bond, now just a game. Hearts are broken, never quite the same. Love used to be a beacon bright, now it's lost in the shadows of the night. Oh, how we long for those days of yore, when love was honest forevermore. But now it's twisted, tainted and cruel, leaving us drowning in an endless pool. What can we do? In the spiritual world, all seems bright, but shadows lurk in the dead of night. Half of humanity wears a wicked guise, evil deeds hidden behind virtuous eyes. Beneath the surface, a darkness lies, masks of deceit veiling their lies. In this realm where good and evil collide, the line between them is blurred, hard to decide. So tread carefully in this world so grand, for not all that glitters is gold in the sand. In the spiritual realm where illusions endure, evil and good dance in eternal obscure. Just imagine that. Karma doesn't ask you how you want it, it just comes and take it. So be careful how you treat others on your way up the ladder, cause your way down, trust me. In a world of empty stares, fake love fills the air. Sincerity's distant glare, leaving hearts in deep despair. Truth is lost in the web of lies, hiding behind deceitful eyes. Love that fades and slowly dies, leaving us with heavy sighs. Aching souls in a loveless land, yearning for a genuine hand, but fake love rules with cruel demand, leaving us to understand. In this age of like and retweets, we've forgotten what real love truly means. It's not just about show and tell, but a feeling that makes our hearts swell. It's hard to know who's true and who's fake in a world where appearances are hard to shake. But real love is deeper than a profile pic. It's in the way that someone makes your soul click. So let's not get lost in the digital haze. Let's remember what real love truly conveys. It's not about followers or online fame, but a connection that sets our hearts aflame. In this world of make-believe, they all wear a smile. But behind the scenes, it's just a clever guys, puppets in their show, dancing in their stage. We're all just pieces of their charade. Beneath their mask of joy lies the tangled web, where secrets and deceits are carefully bred. Their lovey-dovey act is just for display. We're all caught up in their twisted play. So let's break free from this illusion so grand, and see through the facade with hearts unplanned. No longer pawns in their game of charade. Let's find our own path and not be swayed. I feel like I'm surrounded with people with strings attached to their back, waiting for their master's command. It's like when I was little, right, and I was reading Pinocchio. Every time that he told a lie, his nose grew. It's just that, in real life, their noses don't grow. Karma just catches. In the shadows we see, a love so pure and meek, but all that's left is a ghostly echo, a memory bleak, longing for a bond that's true in this world so cold and weak, yearning for the love we knew before the all turned antique, lost in illusions of affection, bleeding like the mist, hollow hearts yearn for connection in a realm dismissed, seeking solace in echoes of the past where love truly exists, but all we find are mere reflections of what love once kissed. Amidst the ruins of our hearts, we search for something real, yet all we grasp are faded echoes of what used to appeal in this world where love has become just a commodity to steal. It's just a little food for thought. Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble morning. I hope all of y'all continue to have a blessed and humble day. This y'all shorty Racheal. I want to welcome all of y'all to the Writers for Life brings you the Let's Talk About It podcast, y'all. So let's talk about it, right? There's so many things going on around us that we don't even know about, right? A lot of us know about what's going on around us. A lot of us don't. But today, Shorty's dropped the link. Anybody want to come up, start a topic, y'all more than welcome, right? We got some random thoughts and topics today, right? We're going to be reviewing and reacting to current news and more, right? And I would love to hear, the types of solutions that y'all got, right? For for whatever it is that's going on in our communities, right? And I say it like that, right? Because there's so many things, right? And we're going to be reviewing to different topics today, right? Just like we always do. But when it comes to the Writers for Life podcast, we talk about it all. We don't hold back. There's no filters in our mouths, no hairs in our tongues. So I want to let people know, right? If opinions offend you, this is not the channel for you, right? I want to let everybody know there is no safe space on the internet, right? You create your own safe space, right? The door is there. Make sure that doorknob doesn't hit you or the good Lord split you.
It's that simple. We're going to talk about it. If our opinions offend you, once again, this is not the channel for you, right? Now, there are so many things, right, being said, so many things being talked about, right? One of which we're going to start off, right, is Dr. Umar Johnson, right? Um, Somebody was talking to me about Dr. Umar Johnson yesterday, right? And how do I feel about his situation, right? And what's going on with his daughter. I was supposed to go live last night, man, but shorty, shorty was tired. I went to sleep. I missed the word. I missed the We on Live Nation. I missed a couple people, a couple lives last night, but I was tired as hell, and I appreciate all them subscribers, man, that are here rocking out with a shorty, sharing my lives every time I do come live, man. Because a shorty, listen, man, I have a real life out here. I do be putting in that footwork in my community and much more. So I appreciate y'all, right? Sharing the videos when I upload them, liking them, disliking them. Listen, you can't always agree to everything that's being said out there, man. I feel as though those that are always agreeing to people, right, are ass kissers. Why they kissing ass, I don't know. But there's a lot of people out here that do it. But that shit be backfiring. We're not here for that shit, man. Speak how you feel. Speak with your chest out, right? And if it offends somebody, that's on them, right? So there's been a lot of talk about is Dr. Umar Johnson a deadbeat, right? Baby daddy and stuff like that. I don't know his personal life. I don't know his daughters, right? And I don't really know much about Dr. Umar besides what I've heard about the schools, the little bit of research I've done on him, right? People call him a scammer, this and that. I don't like getting in people's lives, right? Blessings, Riaz. I really don't like getting into people's personal lives, but one thing I can sit here and tell you is, right, um, there's so many ways we can go about this, right? Because you got, right, so many reasons why a man isn't in their child's lives, right? You got the deadbeat baby dads that are not there. They're just, they just have a baby. They don't want to be with the baby mom, or they don't got a job. But see, do you just blame the baby daddy when it's, when it's, how can I say, under that circumstance, right? Because then you got the baby mom too. She also chose to lay in bed with this baby. You see where I'm coming from? So a lot of us females, right, have to also sit here and do our research before we jump and lay in bed with all these men, right? And I'm sorry to say it because it's crazy as shit. Listen, man, it takes us, right, unless we're having twins or triplets, quadruplets, toplets, right? I can just keep going, right? 1 year to give birth to these kids, right? And in 1 year, a man could sit here and have 20 kids, 30 kids, 50 kids, which means that he could sit here and sleep with 100 females and have kids, right? If he could. You see where I'm coming from? But it's up to the woman, right? And also the man. It's a vice versa thing to sit here and choose wisely who she's going to sit here and have a baby with. There's so many ways to prevent pregnancy, right? But we jump so fast into it. Shout out to the word, right? Because he broke this down a couple times in so many of his lives. And if y'all haven't checked him out, not sure if I got any mods right now. I think Riaz is down there, but if y'all can, right, leave the link to the word channel down there so they can check him out, right? But we have to, stop rushing into these relationships. Stop rushing into the sack with these people. I mean, listen, let me ask you a question. Will anybody die if they don't have sex? I mean, will you die? Would it affect your life in any way if you don't have sex for a month, 2 months, 3 weeks, a week, a day? You see where I'm coming from? Like, will it cost you anything to just, pretend you have a chastity belt right there and get to know a person better? And I know that people don't want to, but the crazy part is, right, they ask questions, but when people give the answers, right, and they give their opinions, people don't want to hear that shit. So what solutions do y'all really want? People don't really want the solutions. So is Dr. Umar, right, a deadbeat baby dad because he wasn't there in his daughter's life? I don't know why he wasn't there in his daughter's life. One thing I can sit here and say is that it's foul, right, if it's true, right, what his daughter is saying online, right? And like I was saying, there's so many reasons why a dad isn't in the picture, right? In his situation, right? In Dr. Umar's situation, right? I do know that it's being said, oh, he can help other kids, right? But he's not there for his kids. And it is crazy, right? Because as a man, right, how can, even a mother, how can you sit here and, help anybody else before you help what's yours first? You're supposed to do for yours first before you help anybody else. It's like this, right? Before you hop into a relationship, you got to make sure that you love and respect yourself first. Because how can you love and respect somebody else, right, if you don't love and respect yourself? How can you render what you don't know how to render? Let's make it make sense, right? So I don't know why this man wasn't in this woman, because she's 22 years old, right? I seen the video. I seen so many reactions to it. I don't know why he wasn't in that life. I think it is foul for a man to sit here and do for other kids the same way that I think it's foul for a woman, right, to sit here and do for other kids before she does for her kids, right? And it's crazy, right? Because I'm a community activist, right? I am. I come, I go, by the way, all right, North Philly, North Philly in the building, right? Here in North Philadelphia, the community meetings are going to start March 12th. So if you're in North Philly and you want to, raise concerns, right, ask questions, demand what it is that you need for your community, right, for your area, for whatever city and state that you're in, right? But in Philly, March 12th. Go to these meetings, right? Talk to the senators, the mayors, the governors, all the legislators, and people going to be in these meetings. Like, they're not all going to be there at once. What I'm trying to say is you can go to these meetings, right, and demand and request, right? How can I say, speak your concerns, what it is that is worrying you about these communities, what type of changes need to be done in these laws, in policies, and much more. So if y'all want to make a change in the difference, right, find out when is y'all community meetings, right? But here in Philly is going to be in March 12th. They starting back in March 12th. It's going to be like that. It's going to be 4 meetings before January, right? So make sure y'all attend those meetings to make a change and a difference, right? In your communities, to change policies, give your concerns, and much more. But anyways, back on topic, right? With the Dr. Umar situation. I feel as though City Hall or town meetings, facts. I'm gonna have to start. You know what? I'm gonna see how I could blessings. We got Miss V in the building. Wait a minute, I just read her little thingy. I didn't even realize that was Miss V. Blessings to Miss V, guys. Make sure y'all go check out Miss V, MTGV Crime Podcast. She's down there in the chat, Miss V. Make sure you leave your link down below so people can go check you out. She does reviews and reactions, right, and gives commentary and gives her opinion. Well, commentary is giving your opinion, right? On a lot of crime podcasts, yo, and she's very inspiring. Like, I love the way she has her channel, she carries her channel, and much more. Make sure y'all go check her out, guys. But anyways, she is correct. City Hall or town hall meetings too. Those are the ones you need to attend. And what's crazy is, right, they got private meetings and stuff like that. But if you go online, right, there's a website called Eventbrite, I think it's called, and you can get free tickets to those type of meetings, right? Attend them. You can go as a, how can I say it like this? As a civilian, right? As a not a governor, employee, or none of that, or a business owner. You can go and just listen to what's going on, right? I do that a lot. I'll be looking for free tickets to get into these events and stuff like that so that I can see what's going on. I know that the other day somebody suggested start going live so that people could actually see these events. And I think I am. When it's private, though, I have to ask for permission. So a lot of private events, I can't go live, right? But on that note, yeah, make sure y'all go to City Hall, community meetings, and much more. But anyways, right? What makes a deadbeat baby dad? Let me ask y'all that. What defines a deadbeat baby dad? Let me see something. I think I have wrote down. Oh, I don't have it on here. But what defines a deadbeat baby dad? Right? You see where I'm coming from? What is people's real definition of a deadbeat baby dad? What defines, what makes a father a great father in a household or outside the household? You see where I'm coming from? Miss V said absence, and that's true. Absence, right? Not being in the child's life, not, how can I say, not nurturing that child, not teaching that child, not protecting that child, not being there, point blank. There's so many ways I can go about this, right? Educating your child, right? And that's what a child needs more. I mean, a lot of people think is money, money, money. Yeah, money is needed to survive in this world, right? But I think that as our kids, right, will do better when there's a father and a mother figure present, right? And whether they're not together, they should be able to co-parent. And what's crazy is, right, whether it be, I don't see people hit this point, this little talking point a lot, right? What's crazy is I noticed that in a lot of households, right, whether the father is there or not, right, but whether the father is there or not, I've seen where quality time is good. Facts must be they need some quality time. I've seen in a lot of households, right, where even though the father is not there, but the parents are co-parenting. I've seen the kids grow up in a straight path, right? Whereas in other households, right, they say they co-parenting, right? But when you co-parent, right, you're supposed to sit here, y'all talk, y'all make decisions together, y'all supposed to agree to the decisions y'all make and back each other up, whether y'all living together or not. You see where I'm coming from? And a lot of people cannot do that, right? So in a lot of situations, right, when they can't co-parent, right, this is where the downfall happens and the kids end up suffering. And I'm trying to explain it the best way I can, right? This is where the downfall happens, right? And a lot of kids suffer because now it's either her way or his way or the fucking highway. You see where I'm coming from? They can't sit here. They can't communicate. They can't talk. They can't agree to nothing. Then she gets in her bag. He gets in his bag. Sometimes sometimes he tries, he fights, because I've seen fathers fight, right, to be in their kid's life. But then sometimes they just give up and they don't give a fuck. They don't. Some of them don't want to deal with the bullshit and the drama. Does that make the baby mama, a deadbeat baby mama, a bad baby mama? No. So this is why, when it comes to these topics, I like to know more about the situations, right? Because there's so many ways and so many reasons why people are not together, why relationships don't work, right? So unless we know the full details and the full background of somebody's story, it's kind of hard to give an honest opinion, right? And a lot of us only know bits and pieces, what's been said, what hasn't been said, right? Now, Dr. Umar Johnson and his daughter, right? I feel as though, like, what's crazy is, right, if it's true that she couldn't reach him, but she knows that he's a community activist, right? And he's online, he's out here putting that footwork. Well, we're in an era where, the internet is what people use, right? If we was in another era, like back then, right, where our grandparents were growing up, maybe the newspapers is what she would have used. Before our grandparents, what would she have used? A telegram. I mean, she would have found ways, or probably got on a horse and rode down to where he was at, right? And, got in contact with him. But we're in 2025, right? And the internet is the best way. Man, I did it to try to find my dad. I got online. Nobody wanted to tell me where the fuck he was at, how to find him, his name, nothing. I just knew his last name and that I was his daughter. And I went out and I looked for them. I wasn't ashamed. I don't know. Something deep down inside me said, don't be afraid. Just do it. You really want to find him? Do it. And there was no shame in my game going online. I'm looking, my name is this. I'm looking for my father, right? I know that, these are the names of his sisters. I know that this was the last time, he was here. I explained my story, blah, 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 blah. Whoo, I came across certain cousins, boom, 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 boom. And I found my father. So I can't blame her if it's true what she did, right? Because if, sometimes push the shove, like, fuck it, I don't want to embarrass him. I don't want to embarrass her. But when you want to, reach somebody, like, that might be the way. So I can't even get mad at how she did it, right? She's looking for her siblings, you got now the ancestry and all that shit, right? Apparently she has a DNA test, right? Saying that she is his daughter. He cannot deny that fact, right? Yeah, Miss B, man, I found my dad because I went online. Like, man, listen, I feel as though social media has its benefits, but it also has its downfalls, right? But the downfalls that it has is because we let it get like that, because it could have more benefits than downfalls. You see where I'm coming from? And we choose our own algorithms. For real, for real. But, people, that's a conversation, a topic for another life, because people don't want to hear about that, how we choose our own. Yeah, you could choose your own algorithm. It's up to you. Like I said, social media, there's no safe space. The only safe space you have is you making. You see where I'm coming from? But anyways, right? Can I call on Dr. Umar deadbeat? according to what's being said, right, the evidence that's being put out there, he is considered a deadbeat. And it's fucked up, like, because, and I say it's fucked up because, right, I've seen so many men and women out here do for others, right, before they do for their own kids. And then when their kids grow up, right, depressed, sad, angry, lashing out, they asking questions. Oh, what happened? Where did I fail? What did I do wrong? You was absent in this child's life. You didn't educate this child. You didn't raise this child right because you wasn't ready to be a parent. But who's ready to be a parent, right? In reality, we're never given a manual. And as time goes by, your child teaches you how to be a parent. In reality, the child is the fucking teacher. You are the student. While you're being a teacher to this child, right? This child is being a student, learning from you. Guess what? You're also being a student, learning from this teacher, which is your child. We learn so many things from our kids. And if he, right, like, I'm going to let people know this, right? If he decided to miss out on his daughter's life, that's his fault. For those of you that are walking into the same space that Dr. Umar, right? And those of you that are walking into the trenches that Dr. Umar Johnson once walked in, learn from this mishap. That's all I can say. I'm not bringing a man down because I don't know the man from a can of paint. Right? And I'm not bringing his daughter down because I don't know his daughter from a can of paint. But I can honestly sit here and say, right, they shouldn't air their dirty laundry. But if she had no other way, I cannot blame her for how she did it. Now, him as a grown-ass man, he should have been there for his kids, especially knowing that he was, how can I say, he was this man that was out here doing this and that for everybody else. But, a black man that preaches, we should, how can I say, take care of our black queens. But you sat here and abandoned a black queen with your black princess, right? So I get where a lot of people is coming from. But once again, instead of bashing, I learned from this mishap. This is some advice, a story that I could tell to somebody else so they can learn from it. And maybe they won't walk into the same trenches that he did. Right? So on that note, man, boy, let us shorty know what y'all think and how y'all feel, right? When it comes to, situations like this. Do y'all think it's better for parents to co-parent, right? Instead of just, to co-parent when they're separated, right? To find a way to co-parent with your child instead of sitting here bringing the drama. Like, as parents, right? We shouldn't be bringing our arguments in front of our kids, right? We should walk away from our kids, find a space where they're not around. And it's hard, right? Because, sometimes they barge into doors, right? They don't really give you no space. You always yelling at them like you're the cop. Stop, sit down, don't move. If you move, boy, So they make you feel like, sometimes they make you feel like doctors, lawyers, right? You got to sit here, interrogate them, or heal a wound. You see where I'm coming from? Patch them up and shit. So, hey, my thing. All right. I'm not sure how to take. I'm gonna leave that right there, just in case. But listen. Welcome, Axis. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the live. I'm not even gonna read that comment because I'm not sure how to take that. You know what? Let's move on. Anyway, right? I feel as though, all right, to co-parent, we shouldn't be doing these things, but it happens, right? There's going to be a time where they sneaky as shit. We was kids at one point, right? Even if you take the conversation elsewhere, they're going to go and eavesdrop. So there's certain things we shouldn't do in front of them, but we do. Oh yeah, this is a troll. Bye. No trolls allowed. Be respectful or you get 86K. Sorry. Bye. I don't know what's up with people, man, but he was talking about his thing being, as stiff as a board. Listen. That ain't my problem, man. If you got something going on in between your legs, you got to go to see a doctor, right? They got little blue pills out there that you can, use if you're having problems, erecting or much more. Don't come into my life with that shit. This is not fucking, how can I say, OnlyFans or Pornhub. All right? Go somewhere else with that bullshit. You have a little hard on, a little stiff on, man, find out. Listen, go watch a porno, go into the street, sit on something, rotate on it and see if it helps you. The fuck wrong with people? Shit. But anyways, back on topic, yo. Like I said, Ms. V made a good point, right? What defines a deadbeat baby dad? Being absent in the family, not being there for your kids, not supporting your kids, right? Because regardless of anything, right? I've seen baby dads, right, and baby moms sit here and work it out. This situation isn't always for everybody, right? But there is a lot of it going on, a lot of it. And I feel as though that, when it comes to the co-parents and they have to, each one individually have to figure out what to do to make their relationship, right, work as a friend, as co-parents, right? Fucking, I'm not going to say friend because they're not really friends no more. Now they're parents, right? To help out their kids. So with that being said, guys, let us shorty know what y'all think. I'm gonna move on to the next topic, man. Listen, let me tell y'all something, right? This is gonna bring into a little bit of mental health, right? I've had a lot of people say, right, that I should work on my raps. I don't rap, right? I keep telling people I like writing poetry, right? I started writing poetry, right, because it was a way to let things out to help me with my panic attacks when I was younger, right? Not knowing that, people was going to like my poetry when I got older. I tried it. I've tried put poems behind beats and stuff like that. Shorty doesn't like rapping and Shorty doesn't like singing, but I like helping others. So me writing, right? I get inspired by people that tell their stories, whether it's here on social media or out here on the streets, right? And there comes a point in time, throughout the days, throughout, the nights that I sit here by myself alone in the dark and all these thoughts just come out. And, it's fortunate, I guess, that it comes out poetic, right? Because I can help others. I can see here I got my first book published on Amazon. The link is in the description box for those that are interested in checking it out. I'm working on the second one and the third one right now, both of them together, and I'm not rushing it because I almost messed up the first one. But when I do this, right, I'm not doing it because I want to come out here and I want to sing and I want to get paid. No. When I write, right, and I put these words behind a piece of paper, even when I put it behind a beat for somebody to hear it, I'm putting it out there, right, so that it can motivate or inspire somebody else, so that, it can help the next person or whatever they are going through. So it's kind of like, let me see if I've got something. Let me see. It's kind of like this one right here, right? It's I made this poem right here for, how can I say it, for warriors, right? For survivors, for people that have been through trauma, that have been, abused, sexually abused and more. So it's kind of like when I write, right? I'm writing because I want to help the next person. I want to inspire, motivate the next person to move to the next stage on where they could feel like they're not holding on to something, holding on to a past that holds them down.
In the shadow of my dreams, I was confined a prisoner of my own mind.
As y'all can see, right? I'm not writing because I want to sit here. I want to get paid. I want to get noticed. I'm writing because I want people to know that no matter what trauma, what obstacles, are in our way, we can overcome them. There's ways to overcome these obstacles that get thrown on our way. Like, you don't got to stay stuck. You don't got to feel like you're in the prison or shackled to a bed and you can't go nowhere. Paco, welcome to the live. I'm not sure why my live is getting recommended to your shorts, right? Hopefully you enjoy the stream. If you don't, hey, listen, you don't gotta be here. You don't have to, sit here and watch it. You can click don't recommend, right? And I'm giving that advice to everybody. If there's a live that you're not interested in, right, and it doesn't draw your attention, hit don't recommend. You don't gotta watch it. So, like I said, here's another one called Sacrifice, right? I wrote this one down because I was listening to one of my friends, right? And she was getting so tired, right? And this is crazy because this could, a lot of women can relate to this. She was getting so tired, right? She was the one always putting in the relationship. The man wasn't doing nothing. I'm sitting here, I was like, why don't you just leave? You could do good all by yourself. Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice. What is you sacrificing? And for what?
I told you it's not that easy to tame me. Give you my heart for what? I don't want no one to entertain me. Give you my heart for what? When you already blame me. Sacrifice. Do you know
So here's what I'm gonna say, right? I don't mind writing, and if anybody is interested, you got a voice, right? But you can't sit here and, put the lyrics in, with pen and paper, make it poetic. A shorty is right here. I wouldn't mind sitting here selling my lyrical poems, my lyrics and stuff like that, right? I wouldn't mind doing that. But for me to try to become famous or try to, like, how can I say, compete with other people, right? Like, I've had people inbox me, or when I go to lives, like, you should do this, or like, nah, I'm not battling, right? I'm not doing none of that. I'm not doing this for that. It doesn't make me happy. What makes me happy, what feels, what makes me go forward, right? And what gives me the energy is to see somebody motivated behind the words that I say, that I've actually inspired somebody, not to take their life away, to move forward, to not make the stupid decision that they was going to do before because they see that there's another way out. So basically, this is why I write, and my passion is writing. Listen, I don't mind reading poetry or none of that. And what's crazy is I've tried it, right? A lot of people are like, damn, you got some bars. I get it. All this comes from the heart, and I'm willing to give it forward. I'm not looking for nothing in return. I'm happy seeing all the people that are saying like, damn, you got that because you heard my story. Yeah, this is how I felt hearing your story. This is what I felt coming from you. This is the energy you gave me, the vibe, like, damn, but there is another way. And I don't just write poetry about people. I write poetry about things that I've been through in life, things that I've seen in life, right? Let me see. Is this one?
Got motherfuckers talking about that they want to make a change.
No. I don't think I have it here. I'm going to have to upload some more. But yeah, so we're going to get this John started, guys, right? And we're going to get started with the current news, right? I just wanted to put that out there, right? Oh, and another thing, right? I keep telling people, it's something that I talk to my daughter about every day, right? It's a topic that gets brought to me a lot. Guys, listen, I don't know what is the battle between the women and the men out here, but I feel as though like enough is enough. We need to stop fighting each other. First of all, me personally, fuck arguing with people. We too fucking grown. As grown-ups, we need to stop the back and forth, right? We want to joke around, we could joke around, right? We want to sit here, all right, let's do a little roast battle. We could do that. But we need to stop sitting here threatening each other online and all that. There's too much of that shit going on. I've been asked for my opinions. I've said my opinion before. I feel as though, right, we need to stop acting like little ass kids. Let me see. Do I still got the lyrical poem on this, John? I probably do. Right? We need to stop acting like little ass kids online. And women, we need to start respecting ourselves. Stop coming on this, John, acting like fools, trying to be men, right? Arguing with men online, especially the ones that are married, especially the ones that are in relationships and much more. We need. Good morning, Miss April Showers. What the fuck? Hey, like I said, listen, y'all more than welcome to chat. Keep it respectful, guys, all right? Ain't no trolls allowed on this John. I'm not dropping my phone number on this John. I will ban y'all asses from this John. Blessings, Miss April Showers. But back on topic, like I was saying, right? Us females need to, respect ourselves a lot more. Men need to do the same thing. And men need to stop going back and forth with these women, right? Acting so emotional, being so feminine online. Why they doing it? I don't know. There's too many men being zesty, right? It's too many men on this John. Like, for real, for real. I've seen real men out here walk away from females that act like they ratchet as shit, that are arguing in their faces, raising their hands, and much more. But when it comes to this social media shit, I don't know if people think that because they're, behind the screen, can't nobody touch them. Yo, people need to chill with this dumb shit online. But you know what? I'm not in the bullshit, so boom, I gave my opinion. So like I was saying, there's too many of us, right, acting like little kids online, arguing with each other, threatening each other. Like, yo, man, if you don't like somebody, just, I don't like you and that's it. Man, I've had plenty of people come in this joint try to start with a shorty. You know what I've done? I left them right where they at. I'm not giving them no shine. I speak my mind, say what I gotta say, and move forward. We cannot let people on this John knock us off our hinges. And guess what? Men and women do it too. They both come on this John, they talk about each other's kids, about each other's families. And what's crazy is, right, when people turn around and want to say something, give an opinion right back, because they asked for it, right? Oh, what do you think? Then boom, they come and involve this person. People on this John acting like first and third graders. That's why I stopped viewing a lot of people, stopped, sharing a lot of people's videos. I don't even go on panels. I don't even watch channels more like that. I've let those channels be in the past, the people be in the past, because at the end of the day, right, what's crazy is, right, whether you like it or not, right, when you involve yourself in these things, right, you're never going to sit here and have a good outcome. You never put yourself in these type of situations. And it's like people want people to come in here and save them. But for what? When people try to, help people out, give them some type of advice, they end up stabbing the person that's right there trying to help them out. And a lot of us have been through it. So, I'm going to play these two little songs right here. And I'm going to show, listen, I say what I got to say. And I let people in the past. And then I use what I've been through as an example to show people you can overcome this shit.
Prayers out for our real men. Never in my life did I think that I would see so many disrespectful elders like on this app. How can you respect an older woman who pretends to be nice, but she's just fronting, claims to be a queen, but she's just chasing men, bashing them all for a bag? Where's the respect then? You claim to be a victim, but on this app taking 15 inches, what a trap. You say you're a survivor, oh my, I'm lost. Where have I been? This old lady's a call. Excellence you claim to be, but all I see is insecurity. You don't know how to love yourself, reflecting on others, your pain and wealth. You talk a big game, but you're just a mess, chasing after men, causing distress. You say you a queen, but you're just a fraud, using others for your own facade. What a lost cause. You bash men, but you know better, playing the victim, but you're the predator, taking what you want without a care, but deep down you're just scared. Excellence you claim to be, but all I see is insecurity. You don't know how to love yourself, reflecting on others, your pain and wealth. You may think you're strong, but you're weak inside, using others to fill the void you hide. But true strength comes within, not from chasing men or committing sin. Excellence you claim to be, but all I see is insecurity. You don't know how to love yourself, reflecting on others, your pain and wealth. So take a look in the mirror, old lady, and see the truth that lies within. You can't find happiness in others, you must learn to love yourself to truly win. Out in the garden we have a snake, take your time to observe before you make a mistake. This old lady with a smile may make you believe she's a victim, but beware, she will deceive. Don't be fooled, she's really Lilith in disguise, giving out fruit baskets to hide the lies. Behind the facade, she takes food from people's mouths. What a scam, claiming to fight for men's rights in her house. On this app, bashing men with her lies, wanting people to defend her because of her age, oh my. How do we step up for an older woman so sly, looking for the mess she gets in, oh why? Speaking on the deaths of someone's loved one, because they didn't pick her side, she's undone. Mad at the world, a celebrity wants nothing to do with her, twerking for the world to see, lacking in respect, it's a blur. No respect, lacking in morals, she keeps on twerking for the world to see. Her behavior is irking, an old lady on this platform tossing this earth, but we see through her facade, she's just a blur. So beware of the snake in the garden with a smile that hides the lies she pardons. Don't be fooled by her act of innocence, she's just a deceiver lacking in sense. Out on Jamaica Street there's an old lady who can't accept her age, it's shady, promoting her kitty cat like it's young, but we all know it's full of spider webs, stung. She's on this app trying to catfish men while bashing women, oh when will it end? I suggest this lady do her research, she lacks history, her behavior's a birch. She believes is believe all woman, oh my, using that to play victim, oh why? Stuck in an era when dinosaurs roam, she needs to wake up, stop being so bloomed. So let's all laugh at this lady so bold, thinking she's young, but she's just old. Her kitty cat may not be the best, but hey, at least she's trying to impress. Out in Jamaica Street, a wannabe Jamaican mad at a celebrity, placing all the blame, saying we're the reason he don't like her, forgetting to look in the mirror, what a blur. Blaming the world for all his woes, living in shame, insecurity shows. Ego too big, can't let go of the past, hurting all in her path, what a blast. Demanding respect because of her age, forgetting it's earned, not just a wage. Reflecting her pain, holding on to the pride, but in reality she's just taking us for a ride. So next time you see her, just give give her a smile, for she's living in the world of denial. Let her be with her insecurities and all, and remember, respect is not just a call. This one's for the older ladies demanding respect like they're the greatest, but respect is earned, not given freely. If you lack morals, honor, and integrity, y'all expect us to bow down, treat you like
rights. I got stalked, gave my opinion, spoke my mind, said what I had to say, right? And still, that wasn't enough. Months later, I bumped heads with the shorty got stalked, that I got stalked by. Still talking shit. Like, people looking for validation in this app, and you're not going to get it. You're not. You know where the first validation comes from? You. You need to validate yourself if you want anybody else to validate you. You got to love yourself, respect yourself. Like, what the fuck? And what's crazy is, right, we got the men on this drum, real zesty. Like, I'm sitting here, I was like, yo, wait a minute. As emotional as a woman is, and what's crazy is, I got to give it to the men that know and understand that. Like, y'all want to sit here and get emotional with a woman too? Like, what the fuck we gonna be doing in this bitch? Slapping each other in the face? Blah, blah, blah. Like, come on. Men need to stop the bullshit too.
prayers out for our real men doing what they gotta do. While on this app, we have men of age acting worse than our kids do, demanding respect by acting a fool, saying they're the alphas running the pack, but in reality they're on their knees. Couldn't run the trap, now they're just a tease. So here's a shout out to the real men out there who handle their business without care, while the fake alphas talk a big game, but in the end they're all just the same. So keep doing you, real men of the world, and let the fake ones continue to twirl in their own little fantasy land, while the real men rise and take a stand. Prayers out for our real men, may they always shine bright and leave the fake alphas in their own little plight. There once was an ex-cop so old who laid icy tears so cold. He loved the little old lady in the garden. Together they played victim begging pardon. Mad at a celebrity who didn't care. They protected predators, it wasn't fair. He agreed and took sides with a man in his 40s who admitted to doing inappropriate deeds with a minor. Oh please, oh how do we respect such a man who hurts our angels? It's not the plan. Lost and confused, he needs a hand to find his cucumber, oh so grand. Mamie Gartner will teach him so well to be a man and stop the spell. Speaking on woman who didn't bother him, let's help him find his way with a grin. Give him something to tell. In the real world, street justice will be swift for predators to prey on the innocent gift. But on this app, it's a different tale, where predators hide behind the digital veil. Men and women admit to their inappropriate deeds. With minors, they praise and protect their misdeeds. While warriors fight to protect our angels online, predators lurk, waiting for their next vile crime. To all the warriors, keep standing tall, protecting our kids, never letting them fall. Let's watch over our children with care and show the predators we won't let them dare. Just try it. So keep fighting for our kids' rights and keep them safe from the online frights. Let's show these predators they have no respect and keep our children safe from their neglect. Older folks with no dignity demanding respect with no humility, thinking they're the bee's knees, but really they're just a bunch of sillies. Bishops preaching from the Bible but acting like they're in denial, talking to young men like they're in jail, ignoring coffins in their tail. Grown men gossiping about the dead, forgetting every action has a thread, demanding respect without honor, thinking they're untouchable online. What a goner. But little do they know, their antics will show. No matter where they hide, their true colors will be spilled. The older men I admire carry themselves with grace. They know who they are and where they're going in this race. They won't bash women, they know when to walk away and when to stand and fight. They show us a better way. Not every battle is meant to be won. They've earned respect with honor, while on this app some older men seek attention, causing drama, arguing with women, bouncing on rainbows it seems. How can we respect that and keep our dreams? Let's learn from the wise and carry ourselves with pride, respecting others, showing love and letting our true selves shine bright. I don't know why men come online and be messy, but women do it too, so let's not get testy. These older folks run plays trying to deceive, but when we catch on, they play the victim. Can you believe? How can we respect those who bully and bash, then turn around and act like they're the ones with the stash? Demanding respect because of their age, forgetting respect has no numbers, it's not a cage. So where do we go from here? I'm at a loss, standing up and fighting back no matter the cost. We won't be pushed around, we won't be swayed. Respect is earned, don't demand it, that's how we'll stay. So let's not be fooled by the games and their lies. We'll stand tall and strong with truth on our side. No more playing the victim, no more meek. We'll rise above with dignity and speak. For in this online world where things can get messy, we'll hold our heads high and always stay classy. Respect is a two-way street, it goes both ways. Oh, these older folks online, I just can't seem to find any respect for them in my mind. They act like freaks, creeps, and predators all the time. I'll stick to my real elders who carry themselves with grace, not those who make me shudder with their online disgrace. I'll look up to those who deserve it, not those who act like fools. I'll keep my distance from the perverts and stick to the golden rules. So to the older men and women online, I'll just say no thanks. I'll keep my respect for those who shine and leave the rest to their pranks. For my real elders, I'll always hold dear, and to the others, I'll just stay clear. I'll keep my distance, have no fear, and let them carry on with their freak show. So here's to respecting our true elders.
And that's some real shit. And like I said right there, man, I don't know why some men come online and get zesty, man. Women come on here and get messy, so let's not get testy, yo. I don't know it. I don't know it, and it happens, right? But the crazy part about it is, right, on this panel, we've talked about it, right? It's crazy. I feel like we live in a world where, you know, men want to be women and women want to be men. And, like, they right here flipping scrolls. Like, I'm sitting here like, yo, I don't want to be a man. I want to be me. I'm a woman. I gave birth to 3 kids. Like, what the fuck do I look like? What do I look like online, arguing, trying to threaten a man, then sitting here getting my baby pops involved? Man, I've been through it. I've been threatened on this job. You see where I'm coming from? And I had the choice and option as a woman to keep going with it. But I chose not to, because I got those that care for me out here in real life. What's the point? People don't seem to understand, right, that once you take that level of this, once you take it to that level of disrespect, there's no going back whatsoever. So people out here talking about, I want beef, I want this. Are you sure you want the beef? Because you're not ready for the smoke that comes along with that shit. Some people out here just talking, but their hands don't match what their words say. Real shit. It's like that shit gets so tiring. Like, sometimes I be on this joint and I be enjoying panels, and then out of nowhere you see dumb motherfuckers hop on. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I feel like I'm back in kindergarten. You want to turn WWE into a fucking first grade toddlers match. Like, on some real shit. Like, we don't sit here and talk and have conversations no more. When somebody says, I want to joke around, it's not even a joke. When they say, oh, I'm roasting, how is you roasting? By threatening somebody, by being disrespectful, by being out of line, by sounding unhinged, by over talking someone, by yelling at somebody. And that's what people come online to do. Oh, I'm building a business. How the fuck is you building a business? So I'm just going to talk to all my customers like that too, huh? I'm just going to talk to all the people that I network with, right? Trying to say, oh, look, listen, this is what I do. Boom, boom. Like, fuck you, dumb motherfucker. I'm going to kill your sister. I'm going to fuck your mother. I'm sitting here like, God damn. Shit. Turn into Don Corleone in a heartbeat if it's like this. Shit. So, man, like, people on this joint really acting tough. Y'all gangsters, right? Y'all want to be gangsters, but y'all really wanksters, like 50 Cent says, yo. Like, you get tired of that shit, yo. It's like, it be times where I don't even want to come on this joint or even do a live, because you get people even on your chats acting stupid, perverted, troll. I'm trolling. What the fuck is your little troll underneath the fucking bridge preventing my... Yeah, that's what you is. You is a little troll underneath a fucking bridge preventing my passage to get my word across, because you and this bitch distracting me with some dumb shit. Like earlier, I'm motherfucking say, oh, I have a stiffy as hard as a board. What the fuck? His shit is hard. I'm sitting here like, motherfuckers, you fucking tripping like this shit. Only fans. Like, then you got another one talking about drop the number. The fuck does this look like? A fucking Pornhub hotline? Motherfuckers in this bitch tripping. Drop a number. I'll give you my number. Are you ready to see who the fuck is going to be on that side of the line? Because it ain't going to be me. It's going to be him. That's why I be telling motherfuckers, listen. Oh, yo, people be tripping on this. I could only laugh. I could sit here like, sometimes I laugh to the point where my ribs hurt. My baby, I was like, what's wrong, babe? I was like, yo, I'm just geeking. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on. And what's crazy is, right, we're pulling the matrix out. We're bringing it into reality. The dumb shit people doing online, they doing out here in these streets now. We're in 2025, 2024, we ain't see this shit. 2025, now we got motherfuckers out here doing the same shit. I'm like, yo, you see how many motherfuckers, like Hassan Campbell says right on his videos, get their snot box rocked off their fucking face just because they want to do the same. Nah, nigga, you ain't on social media now. Make sure them fucking hands, right? Them fists. No, my bad. Make sure them words match them fists. Blessings, Tyron Motive. Blessings. I don't think he has. See, he has a great channel. Y'all need to go check Tyron. I hope I said his name right. Tyron Motif, yo, he's got a great channel. You can leave your link down below so that people can go check your channel. He does a lot of celebrity gossip. Why? I don't know if I said that right. I don't. Y'all get my point. He talks about celebrities, right? So make sure y'all go check him out. Great content, great conversations, great topics. Yo, I love the way he carries his channel, yo. Like he really draws my attention, especially while I'm cleaning. I love listening to him, and he's funny as hell, yo. Like, y'all gotta go check him out. But I left you the link down there, man. But yo, I know I'm not tripping, man. It's like, yo, what the fuck is going on? It's like, yo, I don't even want to hit panels no more. I only hit maybe 2 panels. Like, really, 2 panels, yeah. I'll hit Will Unlock Nation. I'll hit the Words panel. I don't mind hitting Selena's panel at all. I would hit that panel anytime. Great interviewer, right? I don't really hit panels no more. Because it's like, what the fuck? Like, this YouTube shit, like, they're turning YouTube into Facebook. Like, I hated Facebook so much because it was so much drama, so much bullshit. I'm like, what the fuck am I watching on this John every day? Then when I started doing the podcasting on YouTube, I was like, oh, this is a little different. I got into TikTok a little bit, right? But they fucked that up. They fucked my TikTok up, man. I still got my business on there, John. I just don't know how to deal with it because I deleted TikTok off my phone. But anyways, but yeah. This online shit is crazy. So for those of you out here looking for beef, man, make sure y'all can fucking handle the smoke that comes along with that shit. Because when the smoke comes, it leaves you blind, right? And then when the debris and all that shit is gone, guess what's going to happen? A motherfucker going to have you like this. Yo, on some real shit, yo. Like, people on this, y'all need to stop playing around, yo. Stop playing around with people's lives, people's manhoods, people's womanhoods, and much more. Because at the end of the fucking day, that screen is not going to save you from somebody who really wants to find you. And when somebody really wants to find you, they're not going to go with a back and forth with you online. Guess what? They're going to get you. But they're going to get you on that sneaky tip. And you're not even going to fucking know it. And I'm sorry I'm cussing a lot, but shit, I had to bring out the hood in me for people to understand. Like, y'all tripping on this fucking app. Stop acting fucking gangster when y'all really fucking wankster. I don't know why the fuck men come on this bitch acting fucking zesty, but women come on this bitch acting messy, so let's not get fucking testy. I'm tired of the men and women fucking going at each other. Like, what the fuck? We women, respect yourselves. That's why I only give respect to the fucking women on this joint that respect themselves. See, that females think, oh, I'm speaking my mind. No, some of y'all is fucking out of pocket. It's like I tell my boys, you're going to respect yourself and respect the woman you're talking to, because at the end of the day, right, when that bitch comes, when that chick comes disrespecting you back, you can't say shit. You can't do shit. And it's vice versa. It is vice versa. Act like a fucking woman. Act like a fucking man. I'm not on this bitch trying to be a fucking man, so I'm not going to be on this bitch going back and forth with a fucking man. I'm a fucking woman. Because I know that at the end of the day, push come to shove, they come looking for my ass. Guess who's going to get involved? A whole man. So some of us don't have no fucking morals, no dignity, or fucking respect. Can I call you a woman? I don't fucking know. Can I call you a man? I don't fucking know. So we're going to leave that at that, and we're going to get this podcast started, because I've been already an hour, 5 seconds talking about this, man. Yo, I don't know what's wrong with people either, yo. So we're going to get the podcast started, right? Let me do this real quick. Give me a minute. Let me, get myself together. But with me saying what I just said, this is the perfect lyrical poem. And guys, like I told y'all, man, I'm not going to be rapping. I'm not going to be doing none of that stuff. I had people tell me, I had somebody inbox me yesterday about trying to do a battle. I'm not into that. I write because it comes from my heart and I want to help the next person. That's why I already got a book out on Amazon with poems in it. Now I'm working on my second and my third one. That's my best way of helping people. Me, I don't even really have the time to sit here and work. When I do, I could only sit here and, like, you know, if I'm going to rap something out, I'm going to write it as I go, because I'm not going to remember that shit. I just let everything out into a piece of paper. You see where I'm coming from? But shit, like I said, I wouldn't mind selling my lyrics for those that can sing, right? They have a voice, but don't have the bars to go with it. Shit. But you know what? I'll be right back.
In this world of blame and shame, we point fingers, we play the game. But as our children cry in fear, we turn the blind eye, we shed no tears. Believe our women, they say, while our kids are led astray. Lost in darkness, lost in pain, yet their cries fall silent like the rain. It's a shame how far we've come, blaming all the men playing dumb. But our children need us near to wipe their tears and calm their fears. In this land of the free, water's the commodity for you and me. Can't you see? It's not fair, it's plain to see. People struggling to pay for something they need every day. In America where we say we're free, but water shouldn't come at a fee. A shorty just speaking in general about the things that seem so small. This ain't meant towards everyone, just a cry in the dark. In America where water is marked. Brothers and sisters, hear my plea. This is not about you or me. Our kids are the future, they hold the key. Wake up before we're met with defeat. In this world of chaos and strife, we must guide them to a better life. Teach them love, compassion, and light, so they can lead us out of this endless night. Let's unite as one strong force. For our children, let's stay on course. Together we can make a change and secure a better future in exchange. Y'all should have listened the first time they let the cat out the hat. Now it's a crime. Many are falling into a trap, thinking it's a game, but they full of cap. Some are ready and fully strapped, while others keep falling into the gap. The warning signs were clear as day, but some chose not to heed what they say. Now the consequences come to light. Those who ignored are in for a fight. Listen close and learn from this mishap. Don't be caught unaware, don't fall into the trap. From the wisdom of my elders, I learned women are strong, independent, and firm. But sometimes we need a helping hand to conquer challenges and make a stand. Independence is crucial, that's true. Yet together with a man we can pursue. Respect yourself first and foremost, so others will treat you like the most. Ladies, growing up, remember this advice. You're capable of anything you devise. But partnership and respect go hand in hand. Embrace your strength and make a stand. Memories of the past I couldn't see, now I understand. The wisdom they gave me, respect yourself first, that's the key. To earn respect from others is how it should be. A man's worth measured by how he treats his queen. Love and romance in the air, a beautiful scene. A woman's power to uplift or demean. In her hands lies a man's dream. Lessons learned from an OG so true. In matters of the heart, they know what to do. Love and respect intertwined like glue. In a world where old-fashioned values still ring through. Peter Pan, Peter Pan, Peter Pan was a fairy tale. Now males want to be females without fail. Women want to be a man, it's a twisted tale. Flipping scripts and roles, they set sail. Fighting for roles, turning to moles. Making hits with their agenda goals. Targeting our kids, it takes a toll. To them it's a bliss, to us it's a black hole. They ain't trying to miss. Their agenda is the ultimate twist. Infiltrating young minds with their list, but we won't let them persist. I'm with women's rights, but what about men's too? Equality for all, it's long overdue. We want progress, we need to see both sides. Blame and shame won't help us unite. Don't label him a deadbeat without looking in the mirror. Sometimes it takes two to create rupture. Let's have conversations that include everyone. Empathy and understanding, the battles can be won. Men face struggles too, let's not forget. Their mental health matters, let's not neglect. It's time to break down walls and build bridges instead. Together we can strive for equality ahead. You scream for the police every time he come around, then scream child support abuse, playing victim in this town. Enjoy that check, boo, but remember what goes up must come down. The only time he's worthy is when he bails you out the mess you found. You play the game, manipulating hearts without a doubt, but karma's knocking at your door, there's no way out. You point fingers and shift the blame around, but in the end, it's your own chaos that you found. You dance with danger, living on the edge of lies, but the truth will catch up to you, no more disguise. The man you rely on to clean up your mess is so profound, will soon see through your facade and leave you astounded. Using a child as a weapon, it's a shame. A woman who lacks self-respect, I can't acclaim. Real men fighting for what they believe in, never in vain. Standing 10 toes down, bringing awareness to the pain. Respect is earned by how you carry yourself, not by tearing others down for personal wealth. Real men don't back down, they fight with honor and stealth against injustice and falsehoods that threaten our health. Let's uplift each other instead of tearing apart, supporting one another from the start. Real men stand tall with courage in their heart, fighting for justice and truth, playing their part. Here's for the men who share their truth, never afraid to stand tall in their boots, respecting our women, fighting for what's right, supporting our kids day and night. Real women out there blazing trails, men by their side never looking pale. Rights for all, let's keep the balance true. Men have a voice, let's listen to. In this crazy world where battles are fought, let's remember the men who give it all they've got. Respect to those who speak their stories loud. Together we stand strong and proud. Together we stand, united we'll rise, setting an example for young eyes. In every step we take, in every plan, guiding the next generation's hand. Leading by actions, not just by words, teaching them to fly like birds. Showing love and respect in all we do, for they're always watching, taking cues. Hand in hand, let's pave the way for a better tomorrow, starting today. Our children learn from what they see. Let's show them how great they can be. Let's be what our children need.
And that's some real shit. One thing I can sit here and tell you is that my perspective, my opinion, right, my way of seeing things is not going to change. This is what I've seen. This is what I've experienced. So at the end of the day, unless we start making a change, I'm going to keep thinking the same way. So on that note, guys, right, we're going to get the podcast started. We're going to start reviewing and reacting to the current news, right? We've got so many things that are going on around us that a lot of us don't even know about. All right, so let's get this joint started. This first news clip, right? We got Iowa officials propose statewide ordinance against camping in public areas. So I'm guessing this is going to go towards all the homeless people too, right? Yeah, the homeless people. I was thinking the colleges for some reason. I don't know why I was thinking colleges. All right. But this has to do, I think, yeah, public camping. So this is for the homeless. So basically, there's going to be what Iowa officials propose statewide ordinance against. Basically, like we was talking before. So Iowa is going hard on it. So now they're making a policy? They're making a proposal, right? But did they sign it yet? Let's find out. So basically, anybody that's homeless in the street, there's going to be a problem, right? They're either going to get arrested or they're going to get fined. So let's hear what they got to say. Wait. This is so low. I know I'm not tripping.
Live look now at 5:07. We're taking a live look now at 5:07. Here is the state capitol in Des Moines, where lawmakers discussed the bill in the House and Senate that would set a statewide ordinance against camping on public property. Dozens of people showed up to speak in the Senate subcommittee meeting, all but one in opposition. The bill says a person would not be able to use public property for sleeping, camping, or long-term shelter. Law enforcement would issue a warning to anyone violating the policy, but if that person does not leave, they would be put in jail for up to 30 days and issued a fine up to $855.
Have to address campsites that may be in areas where it's disrupting businesses or disrupting other people's homes.
This is the first time this session I have pleaded with colleagues. If we want to do something, let's work together in the intersection and come up with an Iowa solution. Please, let's not move it forward.
Oh, wow.
The bill
there's people against this.
Counties could enforce its own ordinance to designate portions of public property for camping up to a year for people experiencing homelessness. The Senate ended up tabling the legislation, but the House passed their version of it.
Oh, wow. So the House,
where people meet each other.
Why did you do that?
We're taking a live.
I hate when it does that. All right. So the House of Senate, they already passed. They passed it. That is fucked up, man. Yo. So, all right. Damn, the homeless people. I mean, I think they was already. Is that the only state that's doing it? Because I think they was talking about all the states doing it. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think Philly has done it yet. I'm from Philly, so I don't think we have done it yet, and I hope they don't. All right. So let me ask you all this: what community resources could be developed to provide safe alternatives for those affected by the camping ordinance? Once again, what community resources could be developed to provide safe alternatives for those affected by the camping ordinance. Yes, they say in the G they trust. I read the Bible said handle that differently. Facts. Easy for them to make a bill to arrest people for being homeless. I mean, that's what I'm saying. And then if they give them a fine, how the hell are they going to pay that? They homeless. They have no job. So they're doing this because it's affecting businesses and local homes. I mean, the homeless ain't affecting me. If anything, in the parks, they, with the kids, but they're not even homeless. They're drug addicts. You could tell the difference between a homeless person and a drug addict. It was crazy. They do got their own little camping sites. Let me see. I wrote down some questions. So how do y'all think that this ordinance will impact the homeless population in Iowa? And do y'all believe there are alternative solutions to address homelessness that should be considered instead of this ordinance? I think there is. If y'all want the homeless people to, be out the streets that bad, right? Why don't y'all buy a building, fix it up, get funds, and help the homeless have a place to live in until y'all are able to get them into a home. First a job, some therapy, and then a home. But I don't know. I'm just trying to bring a solution to the table. You see where I'm coming from? I'm not going to sit here and talk shit. I'm trying to bring a solution to the table. Since when is it against the law to be homeless? They need more affordable housing. But that's the crazy. It's not against the law to be homeless. So how can they arrest every homeless person? You see where I'm coming from? And that's why I'm saying it. Because when you look at the amendments and all that, actually, they're going against their amendment. And I forgot what amendment it was. We did this on a live one time. I'm about to put this. But it is not a crime. Let me see. Is it a crime to be homeless? The criminalization of homelessness refers to measures that prohibit life-sustaining activities such as sleeping, camping, eating, sitting in, or asking for money, resources, in public spaces. These ordinances include criminal penalties for violence. Whoa! Google changed that fast? When did y'all update this? Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. Oh, I know I'm not tripping. How the fuck is that the first thing y'all put up there on Google? All right, is it a crime to just be homeless? Oh my God. Let me see. No, this is not. Let's go back. This is not explaining it right. All right, it says from a legislative perspective, is it illegal to be homeless in virtually every state in the USA except for two only? It says Oregon and Wyoming were the only two states, but now they're the only two. And this was in December 2022. Sleeping on public property can be a crime if you're homeless. Supreme Court says advocates say cities should focus on, and they started talking about that in 2024. So this wasn't even starting to be talked about until 2024, last year. All right, is it illegal to be charged for being homeless in America? Believe it or not, no, you cannot be arrested for being homeless. However, sleeping on property posted prohibiting your presence will get you arrested. See, it is not illegal to be homeless, right? You can have your camp anywhere as long as it's not in front of somebody's property, somebody's business. So basically, if they wanted to sleep under a bridge, they could sleep under a bridge. They wanted to sleep in a park, they could sleep in a park, as long as they're not in front of somebody's property or somebody's business. So, okay, I mean, that was already there. So what is they trying to do now? That's crazy. I'm not tripping. Am I asking the right questions? So it's not illegal unless you're sleeping on someone's property. All right. So with that being said, it looks like they already passed it over there in Iowa. So that makes it 3 states, right? Let me ask y'all, what are the potential benefits and drawbacks of implementing a statewide ordinance against camping in public areas? And how should local governments balance the needs of the homeless populations with the concerns of residents and businesses? With that being said. So I'm going to leave that right there, that question right there. For those that catch the replay, right? I would love to hear your responses, your perspective, your opinions down below. Just leave your comments down below. Let's get this discussion going. So with that being said, we're going to move on to the next video, guys. They doing so many things. That, like, what would y'all go against this if they try to do it in your state? Would y'all fight against it?
Dating app where people meet each other.
Online dating meetup turns into assault and robbery in Warren. Oh, wow. Listen, I've talked about this before. I know people, some people get offended when I say it, but me with the online dating, maybe I'm old school, maybe I'm traditional. I don't know what it is, but even when I was younger, I had this bad vibe off when, I heard about online dating, meeting people that you don't even know. And what's crazy is I always ask one question, right? When people never meet each other and they're in a relationship online, how is it that they can feel any type of emotion or connection? Because in reality, right, we're just telling each other stuff. I don't really know what you're doing once that screen goes off. So I don't really know about your life except for what you're telling me. So it's kind of like, it's deep. It's deeper than that, I think. I don't know why, I've always seen it like that, but it's kind of like, what do you see in somebody? I mean, how can you say that you're in love with somebody that you've never met, hugged, felt, kissed? And I'm not even going to put sex into it because, I've seen relationships where a man has been patient, right? And whether y'all want to believe it or not, right? He has been patient, right? And the shorty's still a virgin till they've gotten married. I've seen it. So it's kind of like, that's crazy. I mean, I don't know. I could never understand it. So how can people stay safe when meeting someone from an online dating app for the first time?
Dating app where people meet each other online. That in of itself is scary because you don't meet at 1:30 in the morning. You just don't do it.
Macomb County Prosecutor Peter Lucido warning all online daters to be cautious trying to find love online. An incident Monday morning near 12 Mile and Van Dyke turned dangerous quickly.
Real early in the morning like that, you got to be suspect at best. And there was a meeting arranged, and when the individual went there, apparently 2 males robbed him.
Warren police say a male victim was supposed to meet a woman at an apartment at 12 Mile and Lund. When inside, he says she told him to wait in the bedroom while she was in the bathroom. That's when police say the victim was approached by 2 other men, was robbed and assaulted. The suspects ran away. The victim climbed out of the window and called 911.
See, it's dangerous. I keep telling people, I've had somebody go back. Well, I wasn't going back and forth, but they was going back to back on me. Like, I don't know how to say it. Snap. I think I just messed that up. But I'm hoping y'all get the point. Like, how you sitting here arguing to me, right? That because I'm telling you, like, take precautions, be cautious. Don't just go out of state and meet this person you don't know. Listen, I lost my brother because he got catfished. And he was schizophrenic. So it's kind of like, he in that situation, so many things could have went about. Like on some real shit, when I found about it, I'm like, damn, man, like he could have did something crazy, but he ended up taking his life. Why would you want to go somewhere where you can get robbed? I mean, shit, when they found him, he didn't have no identification, no nothing on him. They had to find him through his, I think his fingerprints. Because he was unidentified. So, I mean, come on, man. So, what precautions do you think are essential to take before meeting someone in person from an online platform? I mean, should somebody buy a gun? Should they take some pepper spray? You see where I'm coming? Should they take someone with them? Because people are going to do it regardless, right? Just because I'm not into it and I feel as though it's, the dumbest thing to do on earth on some real shit, the biggest setup, you're setting yourself up, doesn't mean that, people going to stop doing it, right? What's not for me, listen, what's for this person, it's not for me. And what's for me is not for this person. But all I can say here is, say how I feel and what I think and give my perspective, nothing more, nothing less. Right?
They say.
And then he had to run for his life because of the fact that he was robbed. And, there appears to have been a weapon involved, a gun.
Warren police say that they saw the suspects run into a residence in the area and barricade themselves inside. The special response team forced themselves in, and 4 suspects, 3 men and a woman, were arrested.
We'll know more to come, but we're just trying to sort out right now how we can stop and prevent these measures.
And encourage folks to proceed cautiously and not meet up at suspicious times of the day.
Give the location, drop a pin for your family. You just never know what you're going to encounter.
Lucido emphasizes, please be careful. He says the victim is once again okay, and he says warrants will be going out on Tuesday. Reporting here in Macomb County, Lauren Edwards, Fox 2 News.
So let me ask you a question. How can we bring awareness, right? How can we raise awareness about the potential dangers of online dating meetups? And what support services should be available for victims of online dating? I think they have that, right? They got the safe space for online, because it's kind of like, it falls into the umbrella of where, how can I say it? The survivors, the warriors are in, being harassed, abused, sexually assaulted, all that. Instead of asking that, I'm going to ask this question. What are y'all thoughts on the legal consequences for those who commit crimes through online dating platforms?
Breaking news: an Uber driver.
Do y'all think that there's do y'all think that the consequences that they have are fair? That's how it should be, though. Listen, I was just talking to my son, right, yesterday, and I was telling him, right, I was like, son, listen, man, we got to get our shit together, right? I was like, look, I got to fix this house up because I plan on, getting out of here. This is a house that was inherited to us, right? So we're going to hook it up. Boom, we're going to turn it into a business, but I'm going to make sure that it's livable, right? So I'm going to turn 2 sections of the house into like an apartment. Push come to shove, right? Y'all can come in, but I'm going to start off a community center business here. Right, in a business at the same time. Let me see how I work that out. I might just leave 1 section as an apartment, but I was like, yo, I'm gonna leave this behind so that y'all can have something. You see where I'm coming from? And I need him to be cautious. Like I talked to him about the people he meet online, about the people he talked to out here in these streets. The choices he make, the decisions he make, the paths he's going. So we talk about all this stuff, and listen, he knows I'm registered. He knows I'm licensed, right? So listen, we have conversations about that. And what's crazy is he's like, Mom, I'm only 18. Like, I can't wait. He's like, I want to move somewhere where it's legal so that I could be able to, feel like I'm doing something. I was like, look, son, here in Philadelphia, you can't do it until you're 21. But even when you do it, you have to be ready to carry that. You see where I'm coming from? And it's, sometimes you're going to need it, especially in this world, for protection, right? And I had to really sit here and break it down to him. Like, shit, if I have to go meet somewhere, like I tell somebody, listen, I'll be the type of mom that'll sit here and 911, I just committed a crime. Shit, burn that orange suit in them handcuffs. I look pretty in the orange suit. Shit. As a mother, you got me fucked up. Because he's into that online shit. So he has a lot of he has more online friends, right, than he does out here. He's really into this computer shit. He's like, he was born into this era. But yeah, we got to be very cautious. That's why I talk to him about everything, and I want him to come to me and talk to me about everything. Like if he meets somebody, what they like, he tells me where he's taking somebody to eat, where they have taken him. Like we talk about everything, and that's how it should be. So listen, whether you're a man or a woman, shit, fuck that. Wow, y'all did y'all thing. That's how it should be. Family, right? People talk about family so much, but we're dividing our families. Like, I just had that conversation with him too. I was like, listen, man, it is teamwork. And teamwork is 100-100. Ain't no 50-50. We're not putting 50-50 into this shit. We're a whole fucking team. We put 100% of our fucking effort and work into this. So, shit. Right, if you see something don't look right, turn around. That's another thing, yo. You see something, but that's some real shit. As a family, y'all, listen, as a family, y'all should talk to each other. Like, for example, with my son, I know where he's at, location and everything. So if I have to be ready, I'm ready. So that's a good thing that you did what you did with your uncle Waba, and I think more people should do it, especially if you're thinking about meeting somebody that you just met online. Be strapped and ready for, that trap.
Breaking news, an Uber driver was shot in a Philadelphia neighborhood during a carjacking. Police say the attackers posed as customers in need of a ride. Action News reporter Corey Davis just spoke with police about this unfolding investigation and joins us live with an update. Corey?
That's crazy. 2 people said, that's the dumbest crime to commit, though. Yo, you get caught so fast. What was they thinking? Like, what was running through their head? Like, y'all sat here and called the Uber driver and tried to carjack the Uber driver, but still y'all leaving behind digital footprint. I'm telling you, like, something's wrong. Something's in the air that even the criminals are stupid. They shouldn't be committing crimes.
Matt, good morning. So police are telling us this Uber driver was just doing his job when he picked up those 2 customers and ended up getting shot twice. Investigators have confirmed with us that he was on duty working for Uber when this happened. I'll walk you through it with what we know so far. Taking a look there at the video, we're being told by investigators that the 58-year-old Uber driver picked up 2 guys at 9th and Fairmount in the city's Spring Garden section at around 2:30 this morning. This is a dark, secluded area under an overpass. No homes are in this area. Police say one of the suspects pointed a gun at the driver in an attempt to rob him and then shot him twice, striking him in the chest and arm.
Wow.
They kicked him out and stole his car, which is described as a black 2024 Chevy Malibu with Florida plates reading KY399E. We're being told real-time crime cameras spotted the car at 10th and
Oh, wow. The boy, I don't think the old head was from here. And he was doing, wow, he was probably visiting family or something. Because if his car is not from Philly, he probably from out of town. Yeah, because he had Florida plates. So he wasn't even from Philadelphia. He was probably staying with some family members or some friends. And he was just doing some Uber Eats or Uber whatever. I'm not sure if it's Uber Eats. Oh, no, just the Uber driver. Okay. It didn't say Uber Eats driver. Just an Uber driver. So, wow, these motherfuckers sat here, ordered a ride, a shared ride at that, and tried to hijack he was 58 years old. Was he a veteran? I'm not sure, but damn, he probably ain't even have shit. That's why he was doing Uber Drive here in Philly. He not even from Philly. Dumbass motherfuckers. Then to top it up, y'all leave a digital fucking print behind.
Fairmount. Police say the wounded driver was actually able to walk 2 blocks after being shot. Officers arrived and rushed him to the hospital. Right now, they're trying to use as much technology as possible.
Did he make it?
We're contacting everyone to see if we can track this vehicle. We're contacting OnStar right now. Detectives are contacting Uber. When we found the 58-year-old Uber driver shot, he still had the key fob for the Chevy in his hand. But
oh, wow.
Clearly,
so they left. Wait, how did they leave with the car then? So I'm guessing he must have had one of them little smart cars, the ones that turn on with a fucking button, right? Yo, I can't stand that smart technology. I love it shit. I feel like Will Smith and I Robot. I'm telling y'all something gonna go bad on this shit.
Really, they were still able to operate the vehicle and flee south on 10th Street from Fairmount.
And when it comes to that key fob, investigators believe that Malibu will not be able to start once it's turned off without the fob, but they say they don't know if there's a second fob possibly in the vehicle. They still have to.
Oh, shit. So once they turn off the car, they won't. But still, like, damn.
The old-fashioned cars, they needed the key to go off, or they had to sit here and cut that little wire. What was it called? What do you call that shit? Jumpstart the car? Listen, I don't fucking know. I've never stole a car in my life. So shit. Like, but they stole that shit without the key, just fled off. The only problem was if they turned it off, they wouldn't be able to keep driving. So I guess they knew about that, and they wasn't stupid to like turn it off because they can't find them or the car. Did y'all find the car? Let's see.
To determine that part of it as well. They're telling us that that driver, he was shot on the right side of his chest, and they say the bullet missed vital organs, and they say he's lucky and is expected to survive. Reporting live here in North Philadelphia, Corey Davis, Channel 6 Action.
Damn, that was right there on Fairmount too. That's crazy. When was this? 10 days ago. That was a week and a half ago. That's fucked up, yo. Like, they didn't have nothing better to do but to rob an old man, 58 years old, that was just trying to make some money. But damn, how easy they make it to steal somebody's car. Isn't there a way for them to change that? Shit, let's move on to the next topic. Let us know what y'all think and how y'all feel in the comments down below, and let's get the discussion going.
Whether you're
remodeling what? Local residents already stretched thin brace for the tariffs. This is about talking. Man, I wonder how expensive the Canadian coats are going to be now here in Philly.
Modeling your home or shopping for your family, experts say consumers will pay the price for tariffs. That's concerning for many local residents who are still struggling to make ends meet. Stephen Florino has more.
Central Union Church is packed. Since COVID, the church passes out free food every Wednesday in conjunction with the Hawaii Food Bank to those in need.
And the food they give us really helps. And then they give a lot, and it's good things too we can use.
What's nice is it's not just for the people on food stamps, it's for everyone. So anybody can come. And it just really helps to stretch out the cost of food.
The church says it usually hands out about 600 bags, but recently that number's gone up to about 800.
Like for all of us, food prices are so high now. And so I think everybody just needs whatever they can get.
They're seeing that people are list shopping now, coming into the stores and buying only what's on the list, or, instead of buying 2 or 3 snack items, they may be buying 1 now.
Prices
Shit, that's how I am. Listen, I'm on a budget. I be telling everybody that shit. I'm on a budget. Like, my baby pops is my only income since I got into that accident. Like, other than that, whatever they giving me from the government. But other than that, shit, when we go shopping, I get so mad. I'm saying, man, I can't even get the snacks that I used to like. I can't, and we used to buy stuff. Like, we used to make cakes, bake cupcakes, donuts, do all this shit. Make all the snacks at home. And it's like we can't even get all the extra stuff that we used to get to make these snacks at home because everything's up. My daughter loves baking. And I'm sitting here like, damn, how am I going to do this shit? Like, we can't even get the candies. Everything went up. No more snacks on the side. It's like you can only go with what you got in that list. Before, listen, $20, $30, $40 used to take, you used to come home, you used to have 2 to 3 bags, a whole bunch of stuff in them bags. You could make 2 dinners, 3 dinners out of that, $40. Now, you can't. $40, you come home with 10 items, and you're still missing some stuff.
Expected to get higher once effects from tariffs kick in. That's forcing many to tighten the budget elsewhere, possibly bargain hunting at the church's thrift shop.
I think for some people it is budget, and that's why we offer like the dollar clothes, and we sometimes will put a lot of free things out there because we know that that's what people need.
All items for sale here at the Central Union Church thrift shop are donated. If you'd like to make a donation, you can drop it off during store hours and Saturday from 9 to 3. Goodwill Hawaii also hopes to keep its donations flowing in. It says during tough times, customer counts usually increase and donations decrease because people keep items for longer.
But that's when the community needs those donations the most, to have alternative items in the retail sector to purchase at a more affordable rate. So we really implore the community to please come out and donate. Help your neighbor during these times.
With an uncertain future, every little bit helps.
It's a blessing. It's a blessing to all of us. So thank you, God. What can I say?
Stephen Florino, KHON2 News, working for Hawaii.
Shit.
Tonight, 18.
That's crazy. That's what, listen, I've talked to my son earlier and I told him, listen, son, look, every month you're going to have to put in towards the food. I'm going to put in towards the food. And, you know, Godfather going to put into the food. Like, we're going to have to pitch in. Everybody has to pitch in and put something in so that we can, you know, load up the refrigerator, load up the shelves. And there's nothing, we don't have to order out. Fuck ordering out. Like on some real shit. I don't like ordering out. I like cooking in. So that's one thing that he's 18 years old right now. You know, sometimes, you know, he don't want to wait for the food. He'll go out and order. No, like I'm trying to get him like, yo, you have to keep that budget. Because then now you're spending all this money on all this food that went up, right, in restaurants and all that stuff, right? Then we're cooking here, right? What's the point? Now, when you want something later on, you don't got the money because you went and spent it on this when you already had something here to eat. Or you could have made something else if, you know, what was cooked is not what you desired. So it's like we have to talk to our kids about that budget, man. He's 18. I don't want him to, you know, sit here and just spend his money all crazy. I want him to sit here, take the time, think about it, you know, and spend it wisely. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be a point in time where I'm not here. And I'm teaching my kids how to, you know, be there for each other so that when I'm not there, they're there. They, you know, they could give each other a hand. Teamwork. Regardless of anything. Like, yo, man, I don't care if you have to split a house into 3 apartments. You know, your sister has her own apartment. She got her own privacy for her man, and her family. The house is big enough. Shit, you got to be fucked up. In each apartment, you can have 2 to 3 rooms. On some real shit. Got kitchen, living room, all that. Listen, y'all got to learn. Y'all got to learn. You got to teach these kids, man. I hope too, yo, because I don't be in his little safe. So I'm hoping he's doing the right thing. Because when I'm not here, he's going to learn the hard way. All I could do is guide him. See, I can't make him do it. I can guide him. We have these conversations. You see where I'm coming from? I don't get in his personal life unless he wants me to. He's 18. He got his privacy. You see where I'm coming from? He's showing me he's doing this and he's doing that. It was a point in time. We just had a conversation the other day. I was like, you see, you show me that you're that you could be a man, I'll treat you like a man. But if you keep showing me that you're a little boy, I'll treat you like a little boy. I told him, like, you have to show me. You want that type of respect, you earn that type of respect. You don't sit here and act like a little boy and want me to treat you like a man. Nah. If you're going to act like a little boy, as your mother, I'm going to treat you like a little boy. Now you act like a man, as your mother, I'm going to treat you like a man. Nah, I got to teach him. That's why I teach him that. See, I'm the complete opposite from what our parents was. And a lot of parents did that back then. And I'm sitting here, I was like, no. I'm breaking the chains. I'm breaking the chains of society and being who I'm truly meant to be. And if nobody likes this person, oh, well, I'm not here to please you. As long as my kids love me and they don't hate me, I'm fine. I live happy every day. Doesn't nothing bother me. Real shit. That's how it be. And it gets people pissed. They're like, yo, don't nothing but no. What the fuck do I want to be bothered for? Live life, love, laugh, shit, have some fun. Like, there's points of time in life where you want to be disappointed. Why you want to let anything bother you, yo? Like, listen, I tell people, man, even the richest, like, y'all really think that the poorest person is not the richest person? Let me ask you a question. Just because this person is very poor, you think that they not rich?
They don't talk about us, only when there's a crime. Would you believe me if I was to tell you that in this world, with or without money, we're all rich, even the poor? The problem is those that say that I'm reaching out to give a hand and stay they leeching hands is itching, ready to see you missing. Well, I think I went to write. Something inside me told me I can freestyle or I can rap. I can go with a rhythm that can make you dance. Tell you what I see on a daily, tell you everything's okay just to avoid dilemma. Or I can simply bring you something positive to the table and warn you of the ongoing problems that we're having. Instead, I have to reach out to my conscience once again as I watch the crime and the violence rise and the kids lose their innocence. Now the concept of forming a home day by day loses its essence. They don't want to hear that. I Can't keep my arms crossed in front of the system. If I don't do something, I'm also part of the problem. As guilty as the one that pulls the trigger, like the person in the crowd that hits the record button on their phone to expose a lie instead of the truth for clout. They need 1,000 views. The government doesn't have a solution. The problem started when we took God out the equation. The problem ain't us celebrating. The problem is that we a nation divided when we should be a nation united and praying. That's how we live today. When problems occur, we come up with a meaning. Laugh a little, move on with no care in the world, as if it ain't even a thing in this world. If it's like this today, I don't want to see the future. Because nowadays, they'll make a meme out of a person that can't even see the day of light no more. What makes you think they care? They can't even break bread at the table. I don't know how you want to be rappers and lyricists can go on with life, living on an illusion with nothing good to write. Talking about killing someone, selling drugs with pride, until the scripts are flipped and it's someone you love dies. Right? This ain't solved by activating the National Guards and going behind bars. This is deeper. This is me and you. And they say as time passed by, we'll heal everything. Shit, you wear these scars. I seen time flash by and never feel it. You get me on standby, ready to kill everything. Alone in the mirror, looking at myself, say, girl, you're everything. You don't need for anything, shorty. So unless you walk a mile in my shoes, don't say anything. Just take a minute and listen so you can consume everything. Me and you are not the same, so make sure you look both ways when you cross me, and that's on everything.
Yo, I'm glad you said that, Waba. I'm about to tell you a little mini story, right? This house I'm in right now is inherited, right? And I do have to fix it, right? And it's not major fixing, right? Like, I have to fix the windows because they all fucked up, yeah. So I have, like, tape and bags around that shit. But I have to fix it, right? The porch has to get fixed. There's the ceiling, the roof on the joint has to get fixed. I have to fix the pipe. A lot of shit, right? But what's crazy is, right, if I would have took this inheritance when it was left behind to me in the beginning, I would have been further, exactly like you said. But I decided not to, right? I chose to sit here because I didn't want to live in this house because there's a past into it, right? But I wasn't thinking, right, that damn, right, you have to make a sacrifice because you have to invest, right, for your future. And I messed up, right? Like, oh, I don't need that, right? I could do this by myself. I'm big and bad, blah, blah, blah. Then when, life hit me and threw that obstacle in my way, like, oh, yeah, you want it like that? You think you think you're tough because you're getting all this money. You're able to pay this house. You're about to do a rent to own. You got your baby pops over here. Y'all up for a second, right? Y'all up for a second. Taking trips, vacations, giving your kids everything they want and ask for, right? Spoiling the shit out of them because you can, right? Because you didn't have this, so I want to give it to them. They're like, oh no, my baby pop said it 100 times, right? Take the house. All you gotta do is pay taxes, fix the house up, right? And it'll be easier for you. No, I got this. I don't need that house, all because of the memories, right? I had to sit here and sacrifice what I felt and what I was dealing with, right? And it's not even a sacrifice. It's something I had to do. Can I even call it a sacrifice? I had to let go of my past. I had to let go of that past and equip my soul in order for me to move on, right? Because I was holding on to a past. It's what was preventing me from coming into this house. Holding on to memories that I should have been let go. There was, how can I say, building anger inside of me. So for a long time, I was saying, well, then fuck it. Life's going to throw at me. I got to sit here and take care of my brother. I got to sit here and, take care of a house while I'm paying bills over here, paying bills. Now I got to pay for bills in this house that I'm not even living in. You see where I'm coming from? And everybody's like, yo, stop trying to be so tough. Stop trying to be, like a man, be a woman. Except sometimes, you need the help. I'm like, wait, just because I'm a woman means that in my head, I was just like a lot of females back then. Until, life hit me hard. Boom, took my brother from me. Boom, that hit me on this side. Boom, hit me on that side. Like, yo, wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up. Take the fucking help. Just, you're tough. Yes, you could do this. You've proven that you could do this. You've proven that you could, overcome that. You're proving that you don't need nobody, but you need some help. I know that I can do anything on my own without nobody's help, but, life gets hard at a certain point. And you got kids, you're a woman, you need to be there for those kids. Okay, you want to work 3 to 4 jobs. All right, I get it. You don't want nobody to look at you like you're weak. And that was my problem. That was my fucking problem, because I didn't want nobody to look at me like I was weak. As a woman, I felt that if I showed any weakness, they would throw me off my fucking crown, off my chair. Like I wouldn't be this queen no more. Like I thought in my head I was so perfect. I didn't need a man. I didn't need nobody's help. I didn't need shit from anybody. I could do it all by myself. Then when I look to the side and I see how my boys are suffering, I'm sitting here like, Ray, what the fuck is you doing? What are you doing, Ray? I had to sit down and analyze shit. You either take the help or you lose everything, just because you want to be tough, just because you don't need this man around you, just because you don't care about what this person says. You could do it. Okay, I know. Sometimes we need help, and our pride and our ego gets in the way. I don't need yours. I don't need yours. Because you don't want to show this person weakness because of what you've been through, with everybody else. But damn, this person's right here willing to roll a red fucking carpet and take a bullet for your ass, and you still ain't sit the fuck down. Some of us need to analyze some shit. So it's kind of like we have to, yes, that could be true. I don't know if it's, but we have to appreciate what's given to us. That's why I said I'm glad that Waba said what he said, because a lot of us don't appreciate what is given to us. A lot of us can't accept the fact that sometimes we need help in our lives, and we are the reasons why we ruin our future. And what I mean by that is, right, we take certain paths, right, leading with ego and pride. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not. But, with that being said, let's move on to the next, topic. My bad. Let's move on to the next topic. Right? We got MD hairstylist charged with assault after dragging teenager. Whoa. She dragged a teen client? Hold the fuck up. Let's hear this out.
18-year-old Jayla Cunningham is charged with second-degree. Tonight, 18-year-old Jayla Cunningham is charged with second-degree assault. I talked to her exclusively moments ago. She says that she did not know that her client was 15 years old. Meanwhile, I also spoke to the 15-year-old's mother, and she says that her daughter is traumatized over what happened. This video has been viewed millions of times, and she says that her daughter is viral and did not want to be. Let's explain what happened. In the video that has more than 54 million views, you can see 18-year-old Jayla Cunningham dragging her 15-year-old client by the hooded sweatshirt, saying, "Sit right here and put the mindset down. You just try to right? You lucky I Jayla claims the 15-year-old was trying to leave without paying for the $150 service that included a weave with tracks. Jayla cutting the weave out of the teen's hair with scissors because she says the teen did not pay for the service.
Though, like she dragged her by the hair.
Forget tried. She ran without paying me.
And then what did you do?
I dragged her by her hood back into the salon until I can get paid, or until the police come, or until she let me take out the service. Because it's like she literally ran outside, like she was about to be gone. I feel like if I didn't do that, she would have been gone, and I would have just never been paid.
But
damn, 15 years old is out here. Yo, we got 15-year-olds out here scamming like this, scheming and scamming. This could have cost her life on some real shit. Listen, let this have been some hood type salon thing. And what I mean is a chick doing it in her house or some shit like that in the hood. You wasn't running out. I mean, listen, what in the world is going on? 15 years old, right? You wouldn't have thought about it. But yeah, man, these kids out here doing things that grown-ups be doing, right? What makes y'all think that because they 15, they're not capable of doing some shit like that? 15 years old. Yo, what are y'all thoughts on the hairstylist's actions and charges she is facing? Yo. How should disputes over payments be handled in service industries to avoid situations like this? I think she should have gotten an upfront. Like, she should have told her to pay her. But damn, she said she didn't even know she was 15. But she was 19 years old. She got her own business. Shout out to
the 15-year-old.
My bad. Congratulations to her for having her own, 19 years old, having her hair, her own little hair salon and stuff like that, being an MD hairstylist. Congratulations to her, but damn, like, I don't know. What would y'all have done? I mean, let me ask y'all this one question. Did y'all think that the hairstylist was in the right? Whether she was 15 or not. Let's take out the age, because she's 15. Like, she should have known a little better. I mean, damn. It's like, as a parent, I think I would have whooped my daughter's ass. Maybe. I don't know how to take this. Let me see. Waba says, it's a more peaceful way to get your money, though, sister. Facts. Make people pay I think they should do that. Security deposit first. And if you notice they don't got no money, refuse service. I mean, you can refuse service. Like, this is crazy. Like, yo, she really dragged her ass. Let me ask y'all this, right? When people on social media sees this, right? What role do y'all think social media plays in escalating or resolving conflicts like this one?
His mother says Jayla also dragged her by her hair when she grabbed her hood and says that her daughter accidentally sent the money to the wrong Cash App and was trying to pay Jayla.
It's just absolutely.
Oh, shit. So the mom says the daughter was trying to, send the money to her, but she sent it to the wrong Cash App, right? But why would you run off like that instead of, like, you could show her, like, instead of running, like, Shorty should have just showed her the phone, like, look, I'm trying to get the money back. I sent it to the wrong person. Just give me a minute. Let me try to resolve this. I think both parties was wrong in this situation. So let's hear what the mom got to say.
And was trying to pay Jayla.
It's just absolutely absurd. It's viral. It's all over the country.
And how is she dealing emotionally with this?
Emotionally, not good. Not good at all.
The family has hired the Jackson & Associates law firm to represent the 15-year-old in a civil lawsuit.
The video is horrendous. It's a 15-year-old girl. We're talking about someone's child here, a child who is being dragged across a salon floor by her jacket for over something as simple as a mistake.
And Jayla Cunningham says that.
But see, that's the thing. Was it really a mistake? Like, where's the full video? Because if they got that portion of the clip, right, they've got to have what happened before that. So, I mean, I would love to see the whole video. You see where I'm coming from? At least to the part where she was trying to charge the girl. I mean, it's fucked up. She shouldn't have did it the way she did it. You got the video, make the report. But it's kind of like she was about to get scammed for $150. But then I sit here and I question, like, if the 15-year-old girl was sending the money to the wrong person, right? It was a mistake that she made, right? Why not sit here and talk to the stylist? Why run and not explain? So by running, I'm thinking that the stylist thought that, she was getting scammed. Like, yo, wait, this bitch not going to pay me my money. I want my money. I just sat here and, spent all this time doing your hair. But how you didn't know she was 15?
That she had no clue that she was charged. We brought it to her attention tonight. She says she heard it for the first time and that she has received death threats as a result of the viral video. So she has moved her hair salon to another location. She has a first court appearance, a summons on April 18th. As for the 15-year-old, well, her parents say she will undergo
blessings, Hawkeye. Blessings, how you doing?
Counseling. I'm Shamari Stone. Back to you.
I mean, I think the 15-year-old needed counseling before this, but I would love to see the video before, the chick was dragging her. Let me show y'all this whole clip without me skipping it so that y'all can see it and hear it. Like, I'm just trying to make sense of it, right? The stylist is saying that, when she got done doing her hair, she asked for her payment, but the chick ran off, right? Why would you run off? What made you run off? Like, I don't care if you're 15, 16. I get it. Okay, she's young. But the chick is only 19, 4 years older than her. They both teenagers. She's older. She should have known better. Yes. But damn, this is her business you fucking with now. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, messing with. I need to stop saying the F word so much, right? Like,
Y'all let me know. Let me put the clip on without me skipping.
Degree assault. I talked to her exclusively moments ago. She says that she did not know that her client was 15 years old. Meanwhile, I also spoke to the 15-year-old's mother, and she says that her daughter is traumatized over what happened. This video has been viewed millions of times, and she says that her daughter is viral and did not want to be. Let's explain what happened. In the video that has more than 54 million views, you can see 18-year-old Jayla Cunningham dragging her 15-year-old client by the hooded sweatshirt, saying,
Damn.
Right? You lucky I
Jayla claims the 15-year-old was trying to leave without paying for the $150 service that included a weave with tracks. Jayla cutting the weave out of the teen's hair with scissors because she says the teen did not pay for the service.
She ran. Forget tried. She ran without paying me.
And then what did you do?
I dragged her by her hood back into the salon until I can get paid, or, until the police come, or until, she let me take out the service. Because it's like she literally ran outside like she was about to be gone. I feel like if I didn't do that, she would have been gone and I would have just never been paid.
But the 15-year-old's mother says Jayla also dragged her by her hair when she grabbed her hood, and says that her daughter accidentally sent the money to the wrong Cash App and was trying to pay Jayla.
It's just absolutely absurd. It's viral. It's all over the country.
And how is she dealing emotionally with this?
Emotionally, not good. Not good at all.
The family has hired the Jackson and Associates law firm to represent the 15-year-old in a civil lawsuit.
The video is horrendous. It's a 15-year-old girl. We're talking about someone's child here, a child who is being dragged across a salon floor by her jacket for over something as simple as a mistake.
And Jayla Cunningham says that she had no clue that she was charged. We brought it to her attention tonight. She says she heard it for the first time and that she has received death threats as a result of the viral video, so she has moved her hair salon to another location. She has a first court appearance, a summons, on April 18th. As for the 15-year-old, well, her parents say she will undergo counseling.
That is crazy. I mean, I'm putting between a nail and a wall right now. One is 19, one is 15, right? But it doesn't make it right for what the 19-year-old did. But it's like, damn, we're talking business now. It's like, I'm sitting here thinking now, listening to it again, right? And it's like, what would I do if my child, right, was in that situation? And I'm like, damn, if I gave my daughter, right, money to go get her hair done, right, and she didn't pay her stylist, right, and instead ran off, because you don't know what kids, 15 years old, right? Sometimes they lie. You have to catch them in their lies, right? But in order to catch them in their lies, you have to be like a fucking Inspector Gadget, like Sherlock Holmes. For real. Some parents don't got the time to sit here and investigate. They don't. So it's kind of like I'm putting between a nail and a wall, because it's like, did she even have the money? Was it a mistake? You see where I'm coming? I got to be neutral in this situation, knowing how 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds could be, right? And y'all know me. I mean, I'm really known for speaking up for kids, for defending kids, speaking up on their rights and much more. I would like to see the video of what happened before she was getting dragged into the into the salon. Like, it's crazy. I want to say like something, but it's like, what if I'm wrong? What if the little girl really did try to scam her for her money? You see? So it's kind of like, blessings, right? I forgot to say it. We got Angel Hatton in the building. Big six, blessings. How you doing? We miss you. And we got Hawkeye too. Blessings. I don't know if you heard me earlier. I do apologize. I've been trying not to, how can I say, pause these videos so much. So I'm going to try to, like, when they're little videos like this, if I do pause to do commentary, let the video play again on its own, right? And then upload it like that, so that way there won't be an issue with copyright or strikes. It sounds like a verbal contract. Yeah. Like, this is crazy. That's why they need to start doing deposits at first, right? If it's 150, at least put the 50 down for deposit, right? And then, when you're done, give the bean. If you like the 9, if you didn't like the hairstyle, that deposit goes back. I don't know. But I feel as though, like, thank you. How you doing? Like, how's
I know you've been going through something personal. I don't know if you want me to say it here on YouTube, but you know, how's everything, you know, doing? Because I know you just went through a little something, something. Is you doing better from it? Like, man, hopefully you're doing better and everything, you know, it is turning out to be what it's supposed to be. I could sit here and say, man, if you know, if you don't mind me saying it, hashtag fuck that, you know, that problem that breaks so many families up, yo. But yeah, Big Sis, hope everything is, you know, you're doing better and everything, you know, turns out to be what it's supposed to. I only talk about it if you know, you say it's all right, Ray, you can let them know. But yeah, and that situation is a little, you know, a little hard, right? And I think social media will escalate the situation. So let me ask y'all, with that being said, how can businesses ensure the safety and well-being of both their clients and employees? And what are the potential legal and ethical implications of the hairstylist actions? What do y'all think that is going to happen to the hairstylist? What are the potential legal and ethical implications? You know, implications, my bad. I don't know why I just said indications. The heck is going on in my head of the hairstylist actions, right? And how can we support, you know, victims of such incidents, ensure that they receive justice? But my thing is, what's this 15-year-old a victim? Was she a victim? I would love to see the whole video. So we're going to move on. Like, they got to show us the video. What happened before she was dragged in? Like, I can't really say so much because I don't know if the shorty tried to scam her or not. So that's where I'm stuck at. I would like to see more. I'm getting there, sis. God is good, and he gets us through everything. Facts, yo. And you is a warrior, yo. That's one thing I can sit here and say. You is a warrior. I could really, you know, I really respect you. I admire you. Like, I got to give you your roses, yo, because you is a warrior. But guys, right, we're going to move on to the next topic, right? For those of you catching the replay, let us shorty know what y'all think and how y'all feel about this.
And now the detail.
What dismantling the Department of Education can mean for school. Dismantling. I've been hearing about Trump saying dismantling the public of education so much, right? I have a question, right? How do you think the dismantling of the Department of Education will impact funding for local schools, right? Because they can't come out here and say, well, the funds and all these taxes are going for the schools and this and that, when there's no more local schools, no more public schools, none of that. Where are those funds are going to be going to? But my thing is, right, how would it impact? How do you think the dismantling of the Department of Education would impact fundings for local schools? And do you believe that state and local governments can officially manage education without federal oversight? Why and why not? So let's listen to this video.
It appears the White House has done an about-face on its promise to dismantle the Department of Education, at least for now. President Trump was reportedly set to issue an executive order doing just that today, but canceled the event this morning. Still, the threat has been sending ripples of worry through school districts across the country. Action reporter Chapadelli live outside of the Philadelphia School District with more. Chad.
Yeah, Rick, as you know, even if there was an executive order issued, it would take an act of Congress to dismantle the Federal Department of Education. Still, the word of it has stoked fears in education.
Taking by the Department of Government Efficiency to
Inside Philadelphia City Council chambers, a resolution was introduced by Education Committee Chair Isaiah Thomas, condemning Trump's attempt to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education.
It's extremely frustrating, and today's resolution is to hopefully bring awareness and continue our advocacy to fully fund our schools.
Philadelphia receives less than 2% of its $4.5 billion budget in federal funds. But education groups say if there are cuts, the poor and disabled would suffer the most. Aaron Chapin is president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
All right, so he said there are cuts. The homeless, the poor would be affected the most, right? Here we go. That's where, okay, see, what are your thoughts on the potential loss or federal support for students with disabilities and low-income families? Will this be affecting a lot of low-income families? I think it will, because a lot of families can't afford private schools. And then when it comes to charter schools, it's a waiting list, and you have to have money for their lunches, their books, their uniforms. It's going to get hard as shit without public schools. So what can we do? What are the potential benefits and drawbacks of returning control of education to the states and local communities? Can somebody answer that one question? Whether you're catching a replay or you're in a chat with a shorty right now?
Communities across the Commonwealth would feel this effect almost instantaneous. And it's something that we aren't even willing to gamble on.
Chapin says Pennsylvania receives about $1.6 billion from the Department of Education, more than $600 million of which is earmarked for low-income school districts, assisting nearly 800,000 students.
Which I think they should get more income than that, but
roughly $400 million goes to help students with disabilities. Details of the president's plan are few. DOJ has raised fears of funding cuts, but there are reports some responsibilities of the Department of Education would be absorbed by other federal agencies.
I think there has to be a lot of planning, a lot of thought that needs to go into such a move. It can't just be something that is done with the stroke of a pen.
Matthew Gardner Kelly is an assistant professor at the University of Washington and specializes in the minutia of school funding. He says underfunded districts like Philadelphia would take a serious blow.
If you're taking away a source of funding that they count on, that is going to be really devastating and really kind of catastrophic.
And that's true. I mean, Philadelphia will be affected a lot because I've noticed that a lot of the public schools, you know, deal with the fundings and all that. But my thing is, right, if our taxes go to that, why aren't these schools getting the proper amount of money? They get taxes, they get fundings and all that, yet we got teachers underpaid. We're cutting programs, we're bringing programs, taking them away, right? Saying we don't have the resources, but yet we have billions and millions and zillions to send out to other countries while our kids were being affected here, while our veterans were being affected here. I mean, let's be real about it. Back then in the 90s, when I was growing up, we had a lot of programs. We had a lot of resources. I could actually say that it was doing something, right? A lot of us benefit from these programs. A lot of kids didn't. A lot of us, you know, how can I say it was a so-so? Like we didn't pay attention and benefit until a certain period in time, but it was never too late. Now, after that, it was all up to us on how we stood on our feet. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, I can't, like, the system is doing exactly what it's supposed to do, right? It's flawed, yes. But see, now, that's where the people that are running the system come into place. But look who we putting into place. And I'm not talking about the president. He's supposed to be worrying about the government, you know, the economy, all that other stuff, right? But when it comes to our communities, to schools, right? Women's rights, men's rights, how can I say it? Businesses, homes, right? When it has to do with the police force and all that, it's the legislators, mayors, congresspeople, governors, senators, all that. And people forget that shit. What can we do? Maybe start going more to the, like Ms. V said earlier in the live, the town hall meetings. I totally forgot about the town hall meetings, and I don't know why I don't mention that a lot. We got the town hall meetings, the community meetings, police meetings, much more. Y'all want to make a change? Y'all want to make a difference, right? We don't have to boycott. How about we unite in these meetings and start talking? Start telling them what our concerns and worries are and what changes we want done. Can we do? Oh, my bad. Nope, we can't. We can't do that. We can't. Because a lot of us talk all that fancy talk, right? A lot of us talk all that fancy talk. But this is actually how we, you know, how we
You
act.
got motherfuckers talking about that they want to make a change, they want to make a difference, but still stuck in the same phase. You got motherfuckers talking about that they want to chase a bag, but stay at home and nag. Then when you ask them what they need,
They say less talking, more opinions, no prayers with division. You ask me, y'all need to focus more on revision, rely less on television. How you want a future you have no vision? This world is just like fiction. What we need is more talking, less opinions, more prayers with no division. Before you come up with a conclusion, giving people false illusions, pick up a book, do your research, learn your history before you end up in a ditch making history. Division and religion isn't working. The only way to show God our faith and love is through our actions. Our convictions is the only thing that really unite us. One God, one nation, different beliefs. There's words that can't fly with the wind. There's insults that are not violent. Meanwhile, while you're holding them, they're killing you on the inside. If I was to tell you that I didn't hurt, I would be lying. Would you believe me if I was to tell you that there's truths that lie, especially when they're telling you that they're indifferent? Getting shoved to the side because you're different. There's a hug out there someone didn't receive today. Probably because of what was said about them yesterday. Probably because of the way they was dressed today. Not realizing that the one that they hate could be the one that saves their day. But you know what? Thanks to them, it's another day in history where you get to flip the pages to your book and speak your story. And Lord, it's unholy. But you know what hurts the most? As I walk down the street and I see how easily we're divided. When we all should be united. One body, one mind, one soul, a million talents. Lord, without you, we're all divided. Forgive them, Lord, for they don't know any better. They don't know that there's someone out there that loves them.
That's a fact, man. Forgive them, Lord, man, because they don't know no better. They don't know there's someone out there that really does love them. Real shit. Man, let's see what, okay. Waba says the DEI been out since the 60s. I haven't received nothing from it, nor anyone I grew up with in the hood. Yeah, we covered that one earlier. And, you know, he's speaking facts. A lot of people don't receive these benefits. And it's because there's people out here, right, receiving benefits that they shouldn't be receiving. These are supplemental incomes, right? When you get these grants and all that, it's to help you get on your feet, right? After that, you got to find a way to maintain to stay on your feet. Right, and you still qualify for even more grants after that and more support after that, but people don't know where to look. And, you know, sometimes other people know where to look, but they don't want to help this person. They say, I love you, right? But in the same breath, they're out here stabbing. The same knives, they keep taking out that knife and they keep pulling it back in. You see where I'm coming from? So it's like there are resources out here. At one point, you know, I used to think that, oh, this person got the resources. How the fuck did they do it? I had to find, I had to search, I had to look for myself. That's how I was able to help my son. You see where I'm coming from? Because they was playing ping pong with my little ass, yo. One motherfucker had the little racket over here while the other one had it over there. I was the little ball, right, in the table that they threw. Wah! Wah! That's how I was in midair until they dropped me, right? I bumped my fucking ass on the floor and I figured I had to shake it all off and figure it out for myself. Like, what the fuck? I had to learn. Right, they're not going to give you the answers that you're looking for. You have to go out there and get them. You can't sit around expecting for Superman to come and save you if you want to push your family ahead. You can't. Right? So, Waba is speaking facts, but that's why a lot of people don't notice that there's resources out there. There's a lot of people here on SSI that don't need SSI. Right? And it's crazy, right? Because listen, when I was told, listen, you need to get on some supplemental income, I was like, I don't want to do that. But then when I sat here and I was a couple months without, you know, no income, not being able to do nothing, it was just my baby pops, and I saw how hard he was struggling. And then I'm sitting here, I was like, yo, he's going through it, and he don't want to talk to nobody. He don't want to, you know, sit here and, you know, make it seem like he can't do it. I understood that. So I had to sit here. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I had to put my pride and my ego to my side. Like, Ray, right now you down. You're going to need this until you get on your feet. So shorty, depending on the fucking government, do I like it? No, because I feel like I got to sit here and wait. Like, okay, it's a fucking, how can I say it? Like a fucking allowance. It's like an allowance. When you work, you go make this money. You know, you fighting, you grinding to get this bread. Not just a little bit of bread, you know, enough bread to, you know, just pay the bills and still go out like on a vacation or some shit like that. If you want to have something extra, you work and you're making that bread. But when it's given to you, it's kind of like an allowance. It's kind of like, you know, budget. You see where I'm coming from? I don't know how some people can sit here and live like that. I can't. I don't like it. Is it okay to help somebody, get through? Yes. You have to respect it and appreciate it and be grateful for it, but not be stuck on it. You see where I'm coming from? I don't know how people could live off these little supplemental incomes and shit like that, because it's not enough. And people will sit here and kill to be on that shit. And I'm sitting here dying to go back to work. Fucked up part about it is, if I go back to work, I end up in a bed strapped, having somebody taking care of me because of the stupid accident, right? And I'm saying, and I'm letting people know, because it's like, I know plenty of other people like that. Like, damn, I don't want to be like this no more. I wish I could go out there and work. This motherfucker out here sitting on my couch, got so many opportunities, right? So many job offers, don't want to get off their fucking ass. They want to still be sucking off mama's nipple, like if mama's supposed to be breastfeeding them. Like, get the fuck off your mama's couch and get off her fucking nipple and get a job. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, yo, those that need the opportunities never even really got it, because those that are they're scheming and scamming, getting shit out here, not even working for it. So yeah, I know how a lot of people feel. I just don't talk about it a lot. What for? Is there going to be any change? Am I going to see more people into these meetings demanding, right? Because we could sit here and gather up and protest and boycott, right? And how can I say riot? But is that going to make a change? How about we gather up in these meetings and say what the fuck is on our minds with our chests out? No fear, no nothing. But we can't do that, right? So Waba makes a good point. I think if you can homeschool, it's better, to be honest, but you have to also ensure your children are still socially active with peers. Facts, and that's a fact. And what's crazy, not just that, not just make sure that your kids are socially active, right? Let's put it like this: you have to be willing to teach and educate your child. Like, for example, right, there's two ways you could homeschool your child. You got the private homeschooling, which means you pick the curriculums, right, and the hours. There's only a few hours, maybe 2 to 4 hours, right, each day that you do, education curriculums with your kids, right, that have to do with school. And then during the day, you do what you're supposed to do with your kid, right? The outdoor curriculums, what you got to do in your house, blah, blah, blah. You can still do that while you're teaching your child, right? Then you got the one that I got for my son, where he has a teacher on the other side of the screen, but I am his coach, right? Which means that I deal with, I got the books over here. If he has an assignment, I give it to him, right? That's why I be hard on my 15-year-old. Like, yo, you homeschool. So them times that they sit here and mark you absent, you shouldn't be absent because you got everything you need. I'm right here. You see where I'm coming from? And he's hard-headed. So it's kind of like you have to be there. You have to be willing to spend that time with your child, right, when you're homeschooling your child. And a lot of parents ain't willing, or they don't have the patience or want to do it, right? So you also have to have patience, and you have to also be a teacher at the same time. But the good thing about that, having a teacher on the other side of that screen, is you get to clean, you get to cook. If you're working from home, you could work from home. You see where I'm coming from? That's why I went all out to try to get a little business here in the house. So right, that way when it push come to shove, when things get hard, listen, funerals come, I sell t-shirts, right? I also make ashtrays. I'm listen, my little thing, how can I say? I'm multi-hustle, right? So I get the job done, but I'm working from home. And I got that little income that's extra to help out my baby pops. Now he doesn't have the whole load on his shoulders. It's teamwork. He puts in 100, I put in 100. You see where I'm coming from? He just can't have the whole load. Just because I'm not working right now doesn't mean I can't sit here and find a way, right, to bring some income in the house. And I don't got to sell drugs. I don't got to sell my body. You see where I'm coming from? And I'm helping. And I'm doing what I got to do with my kids. I'm not ignoring them. I'm not neglecting them. So I agree with Angel. If it was for me, I'll do the homeschooling. But a lot of people don't like the fact. So we got plus after children graduate, Waba says plus after children graduate, they don't have no money to start businesses because they be reddening. Oh, okay, wait. Waba's gonna have to explain that one for me because I'm a little lost. What is reddening? All right, let me see. True, because they work for us, and that's a fact. Why do y'all think, listen, why do people, like, I don't know, it's like I hear so many people say, oh, the government works for us, the people like, the police, the legislators and all, they work for us because, you know, it's we the people, we're the ones that make the demands, right? I hear so many people say that, but yet I don't see many step foot into these meetings that they be having out there. I only see a few. And what's crazy is, right, then the ones that do go and make these demands, we can actually say they work for us. But those that aren't doing shit, how can you expect for the government to work for you if you're sitting on your ass waiting for Superman to come rescue you? How can you expect change if you don't get off that couch and do something about it? But you know what? Angel says you need to let your voice be heard by the right people. And that's another thing. When you speak up, you got to make sure you go to the right people and speak up. And some people think they're going to the right people and they're really not. That's why y'all heard me say, yo, in the beginning, I was getting frustrated because I was that little ping pong right in the middle of the table and the two players was right there just playing. Like, they was sitting here just like doing whatever the fuck they wanted because I didn't know where to go and what to do and how to get the help that I needed, the resources that I needed to help my son. So when you're ignorant to the facts, they can do whatever the fuck they want with you. The local stores and hospitals could donate to graduates, and that's a fact too. They have the ability to do it, but they choose not to. I didn't get a hug today. Aw, Angel. Aw. It's not something you could build your life on, but it does help when you can't work to pay the basics. Yeah, she's talking about the supplemental income, and that's some real shit. You're not supposed to sit here and depend on the supplemental income that they give you here your whole life. You're not. Like, I'm gonna play the video again so everybody can see why we're hitting these topics like this, why we're saying what we're saying. Because it's just crazy. Like, SSI take money out of your checks, and they do. I wish y'all look up and research some shit. Your lessons could be done in 2 hours. You can then take them out, have fun for a while. Yep, homeschooling. I noticed they say no until people give up because they keep running into a wall. That's a fact. Oh, red lending. Okay. I was confused a second ago. Oh, shit. We got the beautiful Miss Genesis 1 in the building. Blessings, Miss Genesis 1. Welcome. I appreciate you guys. Yo, make sure y'all go check out Miss Genesis 1. She be having some popping ass SMRs, right? And when she does go live, she hasn't gone live for a minute, but when she does go live, yo, she be having some interesting conversations and some great topics, y'all. Check her out. Yo, listen, I love my old head, man. Much respect, yo, and a big shout out to Miss Genesis 1, yo. But we're going to play the video so y'all can understand why we were saying what we were saying and why Shorty, feels the way she feels.
And now the details. It appears the White House has done an about-face on its promise to dismantle the Department of Education, at least for now. President Trump was reportedly set to issue an executive order doing just that today, but canceled the event this morning. Still, the threat has been sending ripples of worry through school districts across the country. Action reporter Chapadelli live outside of the Philadelphia School District with more. Chat.
Oh, why did it take me out? All right, so with that, right, how do y'all think that the dismantling of the Department of Education will impact funding for local schools? What are your thoughts on the potential loss of federal support for students with disabilities and low-income families? How might the elimination of the Department of Education affect the quality of education in your community? And do you believe that state and local governments can effectively manage education without federal oversight? Why or why not?
Yeah, Rick, as you know, even if there was an executive order issued, it would take an act of Congress to dismantle the federal Department of Education. Still, the word of it has stoked fears in education.
taking by the Department of Government Efficiency to
Inside Philadelphia City Council chambers, a resolution was introduced by Education Committee Chair Isaiah Thomas, condemning Trump's attempt to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education.
It's extremely frustrating, and today's resolution is to hopefully bring awareness and continue our advocacy to fully fund our schools.
Philadelphia receives less than 2% of its $4.5 billion budget in federal funds. But education groups say if there are cuts, the poor and disabled would suffer the most. Aaron Chapin is president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
Communities across the Commonwealth would feel this effect almost instantaneous. And it's something that we aren't even willing to gamble on.
Chapin says Pennsylvania receives about $1.6 billion from the Department of Education, more than $600 million of which is earmarked for low-income school districts, assisting nearly 800,000 students. Roughly,
hope you enjoy your day, Angel.
$400 million goes to help students with disabilities. Details of the president's plan are few. DOJ has raised fears of funding cuts, but there are reports some responsibilities of the Department of Education would be absorbed by other federal agencies.
I think there has to be a lot of planning, a lot of thought that needs to go into such a move. It can't just be something that is done with the stroke of a pen.
Matthew Gardner Kelly is an assistant professor at the University of Washington and specializes in the minutia of school funding. He says underfunded districts like Philadelphia would take a serious blow.
If you're taking away a source of funding that they count on, that is going to be really devastating and really kind of catastrophic.
And we reached out to the union, which represents the federal workers with the Department of Education, for comment, but so far have not heard back. Live in Center City, Chad Pradelli, Channel 6.
That's crazy, man. So what are the potential benefits and drawbacks of returning control of education to the states and local communities? I mean, if anybody, wishes to answer that down below, or when they catch the replay, let shorty know. How could the dismantling of the Department of Education impact college students and their access to financial aid? I think it's going to affect them a lot, right? I mean, if you take away the DEA, right, wouldn't that take away all the services and programs that are out there for people, right? Wouldn't that affect the women's civil rights and much more that's been out there? Like what I'm saying is like the safe spaces they got for women and all that. Isn't that what's, sitting here protect them, so many things that you got the federal agencies, right? I mean, I'm guessing because they want to get rid of DHS and all that. So why not just get rid of DHS? Why not just, okay, y'all want to get rid of the federal banks, get rid of the federal banks, but what are the effects behind all that? I mean, I don't know. I'm just a little curious asking questions, right? What role should the federal government play in ensuring equal educational opportunities for all students? For all students, even the poor. How might the proposed changes affect teachers and their ability to provide quality education? Wouldn't that mean that the private schools and charter schools will be more packed now if that happens? Right? And this is what are your concerns about the potential impact of civil rights protection in education? Because if they take that away, right, wouldn't that be into place? Wouldn't that be taken away too? How can communities advocate for the needs of their students in the Department of Education? If the Department of Education is dismantled. So for those of you, catching the replay, I would love to, hear your perspectives on, your opinions and to those questions. But they can take tax dollars out of law income and checks for schools. What the fuck? Real shit, Hawkeye, yo, you ain't lying. I wonder what's really being cut because DEI didn't give us nothing, only helped students that don't look like me. No, but DEI does a lot. Y'all gotta y'all gotta research the programs. Like I was the same way, man. I think Word did a live on it and he broke down what the DEI does, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. How would that put in effect the, what was put into place when it comes to the women's civil right. I mean, to the Civil Rights Act and stuff like that, for the education, right? Because they got the Civil Rights Act for the education, and you know, you got the Civil Rights rights for women for the education. Like, how would it all that affect that in place, right? And then you got the funds that go for the schools, but then our taxes go into these schools too, and it's like the teachers are still underpaid. That little bit of budget they give them, for these couple of years, it's like, okay, I see it, I hear it. Y'all say millions, but it's not really helping. It should be more, but now we've learned that all that money goes elsewhere, right? It's a lot that they do. Y'all just gotta really do y'all research. It's hard for me to break it down because it's gonna take a minute for me to break that down, right? Question: Are charter schools funded by the state? Yeah, they are. The only thing that's not funded by a state is a private schools. And they do get donations, but they're privately owned, which means they don't really need the donations, but it does help. Damn, Miss Genesis 1 just asked a very good question. I like that. Now, that's a good question right there. But charter schools are funded by the state. That's crazy. I just realized that. Ah, shit. It needs to be a hotline to call if you are turned away by banks instead of payday loans that destroy your pockets. Oh, shit. I mean, shit. That's a good, that's a good talking point right there. We need to do a live talking about that. Yo, these are great solutions. I would love for those that catch the replay, leave more solutions on the table down below, man. And let us shorty know what y'all think and feel. Man, this shit is crazy. I think this would affect a lot of the people in the urban community, a lot of our kids, right? It's going to affect a lot. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, people that don't know about the DEI, I mean, it's helped a lot of people in the hood, whether we want to see it or not, right? Like, I got to let people do their research, right? Before, I say any more. So we're going to move on into the next topic, right? Facts. That's why we're saying this goes against everything, it goes against everything that was put out there. Like the how can I say, the amendments, the policies, the laws. They're breaking each and every single one of them. But we can't do nothing if we can keep sitting around thinking Superman is coming to save us once again. You see where I'm coming from? Like, we all say that, right? We got to get up and do it. We got to get up and, do what's got to be done. But only a few do it. You see where I'm coming? Only a few of us do it. For real, for real. And that's the problem. Only a few of us do it. And that's why these people are able to get away with the things that they're getting away. When is we going to wake up? It's the question, right? Real shit. So we're going to move on to the next topic real quick, right? Let us shorty know what y'all thinking and how y'all feel, in the comments down below, my bad.
Local 10 News.
So we got South Florida woman reported missing last year, gives birth on New York City subway. Wait. So she went missing and they found her because she gave birth from the subway station? When was this? 3 weeks ago. Her family seems loving and kind. I hope everything works out for all of them. Why did she go missing? Imagine the kid, I was born on a subway, saying to a friend one day, friend, what? Hold up. What?
Starts right now.
Right now at 4:30, a wild twist to a missing mystery. A South Florida woman who has not been seen since last year has...
Hold on. Wait. I wasn't expecting the comments. Nobody normally chats back like that. Hold on. Wait. I asked because here in Canada, private schools have outside involvement. It's all funded by the patients. And yeah, that's how private schools are. Private schools are privately owned, right? And they get their funds by different organizations, right? Now, charter schools are still owned by the government, right? And they're still funded by the government. and they get donations through different organizations. But they're still like, if you look it up, they're still like, how can I explain it? It's hard to explain. It's like when you're looking up a charter school, it's still considered to be put under the umbrella of public schools. It's a little hard to explain. Facts, wow, about facts. I know how you feel. I mean, you've been spitting nothing but facts. It's true. All that is happening. But you know, when I come on here and I speak and I tell people like we want these changes to be done, right? It just can't be the few of us doing it, right? Because you got warriors out here, right, putting that footwork and fighting, right, trying to get us the resources. But then, right, we got people out here, how can I say, pushing warriors away to the point where they do sway. It's like we hear people scream and shout, we want this, we need this. When is change going to happen? But when, you know, solutions get brought to the table, we get swayed. We get pushed to the side like, I'm not interested in that. That's not what. But in reality, if you pay attention, how can you make a change if you're making excuses for everything? I'm not talking about you, Wab. I'm talking about the other people. You see where I'm coming from? So it's like, I don't know. And I think the DEI is one of the things that, you know, needs to be left alone. Like, yeah, people got to really do their deep research on that. Like, there's a lot of programs that help us out within our community thanks to the DEI, right? Like, for example, you know how the resources out here, the people that, you know, the churches and all that, the communities that are able, like, for example, the block captains, they give out food and all that. It's thanks to those funds and stuff that we get through the DEI, through the government. The resources the community centers get is through the DEI. You see where I'm coming from? Like, it's like, it's hard to break it down. Okay, good. You read that, right? Because I have a few typos. Thank you, hon. Miss Genesis one is funny. I didn't even peep the typos. I was just reading. I don't know. I guess I could just put words together. Puzzles. But yeah, yo, Waba makes a good point. And this is something I'm going to bring up in certain community meetings when I do attend. He makes a great point. Like, all right, why is it that the DEI is helping here in certain communities, right, and in certain places, but they're not helping out in these places where they're really needed? So unless I think people like us start speaking up and asking those questions, right, I don't think we're going to see any change in these places. I hope I've explained that right? My head is like in so many places right now. Questions, what are your thoughts on homeschooling? What are your thoughts on homeschooling if it's an option? I mean, homeschooling is great. I mean, shit, but it's still something that's being funded, right? Without the DEI, you wouldn't have homeschooling either. You see my point? So we wouldn't be able to do that. That's what I'm telling people. Like, we have to think long and hard, regardless of anything, right? So homeschooling is a great option. I homeschool my son, my 15-year-old. I want to homeschool my daughter, but I co-parent with her father, and he wants her to be in school. He's like, she's more social in school. She's like, you work a lot at home. Sometimes it's not easy for you to go out, and at least like that, she stays social. I'm like, I don't know. Shit, we got to show her shit. When the grid goes down, she ain't gonna be able to do much, but be a little social and be in the house the whole time. Shit, find ways to stay warm and put food on the table. It's like, no, let me stop. There's somebody out there screaming. But yeah, homeschooling is a great option for those that have the patience, that want to sit here and actually take the time and help their kid. And what I mean by that, you have to have patience. You have to, like, in certain, like, when you do the private homeschooling, you have to be there them 2 or 3 hours that you got with them kids, teaching that curriculum so your child can learn. It's not just pretending that my child is in this, now we could do whatever we want. Some parents do that. They don't even teach their kids the curriculum. They do whatever the fuck they want to do. So it's like something that, has to come from the parent too. So not everybody wants to do it, but I think it's a better option, right? Because now you're not just teaching, you're not just picking the curriculums that you want your kids to learn, right? You're also how can I say, teaching them different things, educating them. Like if you want to start your own tradition, you can. Let me put it like that, right? I think it's better to homeschool, right? Look at when you take them to public schools, charter schools, they come home, right? I think in every family, everywhere, it's been like this. I think when we was little too, right? They come home, they do the complete opposite of what they're taught at home. Disrespect, talking back, right? Like, yo, shit be crazy. You gotta hear the shit these kids be. My daughter comes home like, Mom, why are the kids doing this? Why are they? You said that we can't. I'm like, well, as long as you don't do it, let them do whatever they want to do. They'll figure it out. You're my child. Just make sure you don't do that, right? So it's crazy. I'm stuck in between both. I want to homeschool her, but until he says yes, I can't go behind his back and just take her to school. I could, but I'm not. See? Yeah, it's going to take a collective of people for a real change. That's some real shit. The issue with school is the money to do what you graduate to be. Facts. Facts, facts, facts. Facts. Homeschooling is not just taking your kids to the mall. Facts, Miss Genesis. Facts. And listen, tell that to them baby mamas that think they are, man, my daughter's in school, man. What you teach your daughter today? I don't know. But yeah, we're going to move on to the next topic. Yo, man, let me see. Waba says, let me see what Waba said before we play that video. As long as you have time, it could work out. And that's a fact. Because listen, right now, you know, right now my son's not with me, but he's with his godmom, my 15-year-old. But when he's here, I'm on his top. You got to get up. You got to do this. Make sure you're in this class. Look, what do you need? What book? You see where I'm coming from? He has a, amount of time to eat. He has a break, which means on that break, that's when he's able to do whatever he wants to do. Listen, he be slick sometimes. Because it's homeschool, right? So he'll be letting the class play while he's on Fortnite or whatever other game that he's playing and not paying attention to the teacher. So he'll get marked absent. I'm sitting here like, yo, you're prior. I get on his top and he gets pissed off. Oh, I don't want to be here. Well, then listen, you got two options. Stay mad or get unmad. What the fuck? Listen, you got it good. What kid? Listen, there's so many kids out there that want to be homeschooled, but their parents don't want them to be homeschooled. On some real shit. I tell him that every day. Like, you know how many of the kids out here I hear say, yo, I wish my mom would let me, get homeschooled, but she says, oh, she ain't got the time for that. She ain't going to do that. I mean, listen, I hear these kids repeat word by word what their parents say. And I'm sitting here like, damn, some of these parents shut the fuck out. But hey, you can't sit here and run somebody else's home. So, listen, I chose to homeschool them. I can't sit here and make somebody else homeschool their child. I could only sit here and let them know what are the benefits of homeschooling, right? And yes, sometimes, your child can get bored, that you have to find. When you notice that your child gets bored, like my baby pop says, yo, find an event to go to. Take them to the park, do something. And if they don't want to go and they still bored, well, then they're going to have to figure it out on some real shit. Because being homeschooled doesn't mean you're staying in that room all fucking day or mean, oh, you're done school, now you're going to go cause havoc in the community. No. You're not menace to society. Shit, we're about to have part 3. I think we already have part 3 out here. Real shit. I know I'm not wrong. Listen, man. You got to be a parent first sometimes, yo. Some parents want to be friends. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, y'all taking the concept of being a friend to your child the wrong way. I don't know who explained it to you, but I'm glad the old heads explained it to me. But you know what? I got to be honest and sit here and say that nowadays, these old heads that we got ain't like the old heads that we had back then. They built from different cloths, yo, for real, for real. I can't sit here and deny that fact, yo. They is really built from different cloths, yo. I tell my son the same shit. My mama didn't want to homeschool me. She told me I had to go to school. I was like, listen, man, I don't do good in the crowd. I would have did good homeschooling, yo. I would have did what I had to do in class. Nobody around, nobody bothering me, nobody distracting me, nobody trying. What I mean by distracting me, you got that one friend or that 2 or 3 friends that always want to talk to you while you're doing something or want to always, what's the answer to this while you testing? Like, damn, like, why? Trouble with you, the one that always say, come on, let's go to the bathroom, let's do this, so you could cover up for them. You see where I'm coming from? It's distraction after distraction. Yo, it would have been sweet for me to stay at home. I keep telling myself, I'm like, yo, man, I wanted it. When it first came out, I was like 16, 15 years old, and I started first hearing about homeschooling. And I was like, yo, I want to get homeschooled. I want to get homeschooled. Man. And it's crazy that what 15 years later, I end up doing what I wanted to do with my kids. I was like, damn, it's not because I wanted to be homeschooled, is that I would have never thought that I had the opportunity to homeschool my child. I thought it was never possible. I didn't think that I could do it. And look at me now. I'm sitting here teaching my child off of a, I'm like, damn, this is how teachers do it? They some cheating asses. They don't know the answers. I'm not all the teachers. Some of them might be good at what they do. But I'm looking at this and I was like, wait, this is the teacher's book? It's got the answers in this, John? I was like, oh, snap, she gives you the answers. The teachers be cheating too. They don't know shit. You gotta look at a book. Some of you teachers is dumb. Shout out to the teachers that, you know, they have a passion. I'm not calling all of y'all dumb. Don't take that shit to listen. I'm sorry. That I just had to say. Because listen, that was my first thought. Y'all think I'm fucking joking. I was sitting here looking at this book. I'm like, yo, I wanted to smack every teacher that taught me. I didn't want to smack them. No, just some of them. Because I knew some of them were stupid. I was like, yo, you sitting here and constantly fucking up and messing up, right? And I knew I was right, but you was wrong. But because you're a teacher, I had to respect the fact that you're the teacher, and the teacher is always right. They know everything. Bullshit. When I learned, I'm like, yo, some of y'all some cheaters. Y'all gotta look at the book. Y'all don't know this shit off y'all noggin. And I was wondering why they always gotta sit here and collect a test, right? And they gotta sit in their desk and take a little while and they flipping through these pages. I'm like, oh, y'all cheating, y'all trying to, y'all not all geniuses. But shout out to the ones that are. Shout out to the ones that are, because there are some, listen, I've seen some math teachers that don't look at a freaking book. They don't sit here, listen, like, yo, wait, what? Like, wait, he's just writing these numbers down, and y'all wonder why I hate math. There's different ways to learn math, yes. But, when I looked at the math book, teacher's book, I'm like, that's why some of y'all think y'all geniuses. I knew some of y'all couldn't do it. That's why y'all wait for us to leave class to sit here and mark our grades. So I know, let me stop. I'm going to get some kids to start talking shit to these teachers. Watch. It's not my fault. I did not do that. Let me see. You got two options. Get mad or stay. I'm going to try that the next time my man get mad. Yeah, man. Shit. You got two options. Stay mad or get unmad. What the fuck? Like, listen, people don't understand. I was a kid at one point. I used to get mad when I was told no, when I wasn't given what I wanted. Then a little later, I got over that shit and I wanted something else, and I probably got a yes on that. I got too many no's on certain things, but then I found a way to get yeses for other things. You see where I'm coming from? I didn't get this one, but then I might get this. I don't know why I couldn't get that one, but I got this, but shit. I mean, the kids are the same way. And now that I think about it, I get it. Oh shit, some shit, like some things wasn't just appropriate. Some things was wrong. Like, no, you cannot have that. You too young. But see, I explain to my kids now. Back then, a lot of things wasn't explained to me. And I didn't know why it was okay to have certain things, right? But it wasn't okay to have this. But I really wanted this more than I wanted this. But you gave me this. Like, oh, I wanted option 1. Why in the world you give me option 3? You could have at least gave me option 2. You see my point? Like, man, you gotta realize we was kids at one point, yo. It might just be hormone thoughts, no lie. Mr. Rivera ain't read that hammer knocker, just told history. Former teacher here. I hear you, young Rachel. Oh shit, Miss Genesis, you was a teacher. I'm sorry, I was just making jokes, but I'm not taking them back. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, but I had to make the jokes. I'm sorry, but there are some smart teachers out here that don't need books. So you peep that. Listen, this is how you know, right? Back then I couldn't tell, but now I could tell, right? Those teachers that'll sit here, right, and help you out, and the answers come straight off the noggin. They know what the fuck they doing. These teachers that have you waiting, they have to look at a book and stuff like that, they don't know what they doing. They don't know what the hell they doing, right? And it's crazy because now that I look at it, it's like, yo, I respected certain teachers, but other teachers I didn't. It's because how they carried themselves in the classroom, right? Certain teachers actually, carried themselves like they didn't pretend to know this. They knew it and they made you feel comfortable. Other teachers, right, they pretend to know this, pretend to know you, pretend to know what's happening at the moment, but they don't even know themselves. They don't even know the answers to this shit. Now I know. I'm saying, listen, 20 years later, man, I kind of figured some shit out. Okay, some teachers know what the fuck they doing and others don't. The fuck? The ones that don't know, they don't need to be in that field. That's why y'all be losing your patience and then your IQ drops to the IQ of a 1-year-old. You sit here fighting with a 6-year-old, an 18-year-old, probably a 15-year-old, like you they age. Your mentality drops like theirs. Now you sitting here going back and forth with a kid. When you're a grown-ass woman, you should know how to fucking walk away from certain situations. Or a grown-ass man, you should know how to walk away from certain situations. But now your mentality is like this kid. Your whole purpose is arguing back and forth or, getting disrespectful back. I'm sitting here like, wait, damn. Yeah, there is a big difference. Yo, this shit is crazy. But shout out to Miss Genesis one. Yo, the way she carries herself here on YouTube, I bet you she was a great ass teacher back in the day. Yo, for real, for real.
Has been found miles away in New York.
But my bad. I gotta rewind this. Let's get this next topic started, y'all. Because now I'm getting goofy with this topic. I'm getting real goofy with that topic. Remember that when you get the honor roll at McDonald's, GOP. Yo, how you get honor roll at McDonald's, yo? Wait, I'm loving it. Is that McDonald's or is that Burger King? Have it your way. I don't know. Whatever. I can't remember. But anyways, right? South Florida woman reported missing last year gives birth on NYC subway. This was 3 weeks ago. Like, oh shit. Did she want to be found? Why was she running in the beginning? Why was she missing? And I say it like that because I know that certain people go missing because they want to. Others because, either they get kidnapped or something happens, blah, blah, blah. I'm a little curious on this one.
Local 10 News starts right now.
Right now at 4:30, a wild twist to a missing mystery. A South Florida woman who has not been seen since last year has been found miles away in New York.
Her whereabouts discovered after she gave birth to a baby on a subway, and the dramatic moment was caught on camera. Local 10's Rosh Lowe spoke exclusively to her family. He's live in Hallandale.
You have to give birth.
Exclusive, Rosh.
So when this woman was giving birth on that subway, obviously people who were looking at this had no idea of the backstory. A story that included this woman missing from South Florida for months. A story that includes a family hoping and praying they would hear from her, and then they get the news. She gave birth on a subway. Jenny St. Pierre was first reported missing out of South Florida in September, and her family, they were very concerned about the 25-year-old from Hallandale Beach. And this is
I forgot all about the happy news.
She's loved and she is missed, and that she's not alone.
Several weeks later, police found her in Miami, but they say she refused to be taken to a shelter and refused any...
Wait, police found her in Miami, but wait. All right, first, she went missing from Florida. Police found her in Miami, but she gave birth in a subway in New York City. I'm confused. If police had her under custody and they found her, why not take her back home? Unless she refused, yeah. But they could have at least reported it to the family that she was last seen, boom, boom, here. Okay, something's missing in this story.
Services, they did say she suffered from schizophrenia. She went missing again.
Even worse.
Now she made her way to New
York. Okay, so if she went missing with mental health issues, hello, y'all were obligated to take her. The family reported her missing. And y'all telling me y'all found her and let her go. Mental health issues. See, something has to be done with the mental health issues, police department, right? And the mental health issues, police department, and the what do you call them? mental hospitals, right? I don't want to call them mental hospitals. Well, let's call them mental hospitals. There's so many names for them. They're not wards, right? They're not asylums no more. They've changed throughout the time, yo. Mental hospitals. We're going to keep it at mental hospitals, all right?
New York City, we don't know, but remember we told you she was pregnant? She gave birth on a New York City subway.
Have a medical situation.
This is what a witness said.
Definitely a miracle. A lot of things could have went wrong, and thank God that it did.
So now we spoke with Jenny's sister again, and she also calls this a miracle.
I've been praying for my sister ever since I reported her missing, and just recently I went on a 21-day prayer and fasting, and yesterday, which was the last day of my fast, the reporter texted me and told me she gave birth on a train.
The family is in contact with the hospital in New York to try and get Jenny and baby back to South Florida.
We're going up there to make sure she and the baby are okay, and whatever steps she wants to take, we're going to fully support her, fully support the baby.
The family...
That's crazy. I'm just stuck on the part that if the family reported her with mental health issues, right, and the cops came across her, right, why didn't they detain her? She had mental health issues. Y'all, right there, y'all should have stopped her. There was a reason that her family was looking for her. Not many families report missing family members with mental health issues. Some families don't give a fuck. They look at it as, oh, they old enough. They could take care of themselves. A burden less off my shoulders. I'm being very honest. If you're in the hood, you'll see some shit.
He believes this new life will bring the family together.
Things happen that are out of our control, but new life is a blessing.
Like, don't hold it like that. Don't hold it like that. Hold on.
What the onlookers on that subway didn't realize was this new mom had a family who was praying for her and praying to see her again.
So you think this baby will bring her home?
Absolutely. I think this baby is a fresh start for all of us.
So what's interesting about this story is the word miracle from different perspectives. You had that witness on the train saying it was an absolute miracle, but the little baby was okay. And then you had this family saying it's a miracle that their loved one is okay. And they just cannot wait to get both Jenny and this baby back home here to South Florida for a fresh start.
I'm just like, okay, she went missing, but like, why was she missing? I know she got mental health issues, right? But we got to cut this down the middle. We got to be neutral about everything, right? Okay, in families, you got families that treat people with mental health, issues with care, delicacy, right? Then you got families that treat people with mental health issues like they're worthless. They ain't shit. They mean nothing to them. They don't care, right? So in this situation, it seems like her family does care, right? I'm trying to figure out why did she run away from home? I mean, because she had been going through, one of them little, because she had a mental health, crash moment. You see where I'm coming from? Like a spur. Like, I'm just like, why these police officers, after her being reported with mental health issues, like, didn't, I mean, I know because she's probably over age. So if she said she didn't want to go, they had to let her go, because anybody, over the age of 18, over the age of 21, you can't force them. But still, y'all didn't let the family know of her whereabouts. They could at least try to travel to Miami or something and try to get her. You see where I'm coming from? Convince her to get home. And they say they had her twice. And somehow she ended up in New York City. Gave birth in the subway. And that's when they alerted their family again. Huh. So what are y'all thoughts on the circumstances surrounding the woman's disappearance and her eventual discovery? How old was she?
We're live in Holland.
It doesn't say how old she was. Did anybody catch the age? I mean, it doesn't say how old she is. Her payee was supposed to pick her up. Facts. So many questions with this story. Thank the universe they are both okay health wise. That's a fact, yo. She made it home alive and well safe, but I mean she she didn't make it home yet. She's still in the hospital, I think. So yeah, thank the universe they're both because some people don't make it, yo. Gotta hear her side of the story. Shit, we might have to get an update, which we will as soon as they bring it out. All right, guys. It's gonna be the last episode. I mean, the last clip we play. I might come on later on and do some more part 2 to this, right? Because I want to really touch on a story on here real quick. Let me see which one we on. Okay, we're on this one, so I might come back on. All right, because I really want to talk on about this topic right here, right? It's about the Detroit mom, the Detroit boy who warned CPS his mom wanted to kill him, right? Then, a little later, Detroit mother accused of killing child, burying him in a shallow grave. So I'm gonna come back in a little bit. You're not subbed up. Make sure you subbed up, right? If you enjoyed the stream, do a shorty a favor, share the live, hit that like button. If you didn't enjoy the stream, and the dislike button is right there. But y'all can help a shorty out, get into the algorithm, bring more awareness. And I enjoyed the fact that a lot of y'all was interacting with a shorty in the chat. It does help a shorty out, right? And what y'all do say, what y'all opinions and y'all perspectives do matter, right? As a leader of my community, it also gives me ideas when I go to the meetings, right? Whether it's here in Esperanza in North Philly or the town hall in North Philly. All right, guys. So make sure y'all stay tuned. If you ain't subbed up, sub up, and I'll be back in a little bit. So we could do another part. Man, I sure they got time today. Today is Sunday. Kids be sleeping in because they hate Mondays, so they sleep Sundays. They're not gonna be up until they was up all night last night. So I sure they got time today. I'm gonna make a run to the store, right? Get a couple things done, and I might be back in an hour or two. I might be back. So make sure you subbed up because I don't schedule the lives. I just pop up. Oh, wait. We got some questions here. If she's older than 21, the cops can't really do anything. Sorry to say. That's a fact. That's what I was just explaining. Yeah. Even if she has mental health issues, after the age of 21, they have to want the help. If they don't want the help, the crazy part about it is they'll let them roam the streets. And that's why you see a lot of homeless people out here, right? A lot of people lost their homes and stuff like that. But if you notice a lot of homeless people out here, right, you see them talking to themselves or doing weird stuff out there. They dealing with mental health issues, right? And they don't want to get no help. They don't want to get no treatment, nothing. They'll prefer to be in the streets. And it's unfortunate that a lot of them are like that. But because they're over the age of 21, you cannot force them to get nothing. They're there. Mental health is serious. You got to be patient dealing with them. Facts. You are our shorty racheal. Miss Janice is funny. The psychiatric ward is also used to silence people as well. Be aware of that too. Yeah. You got the asylum. Well, the asylum is now the psychiatric ward. You're right. Facts. Genesis 1, I'm doing good. All right, y'all. We're going to pick up on part 2 in a little bit, man. I'll be right back. I'm just going to get something to eat real quick. I got to go to the store, and I got to get me some more Sweetwoods, right, because I need my Mary Jane. And I'll be back. Or, you know what? No, I'm not even going to end the live. Let's do this. Let's do this. Give me 1 second. While I do this, yeah, because I really don't want to start another live. I'm going to just continue. So let me go grab what I gotta grab, and I'll be right back. Here we go. I was just looking for him. I know he's got playlists. Here we go. Shout out to Frankie Blanco, guys. If y'all want to go check him out, make sure y'all do. Right. Here we go. Hopefully y'all enjoy the stream. I'll be right back. Instead of ending it and starting over, I'll be right back. Because the store's right around the corner. So I hope y'all enjoy the stream. I'm going to leave y'all some music while I do this real quick, and then we'll pick up on the next topic.
Hey, City Island. Y'all niggas know who it is. Spaced out music. Hey, scope, touch, scope. Hear him talking, let him hate. I'm on my grind, I'm feeling great. This is something different. This is paper chasing. Those trying to stop it, shut us in the great. These niggas hating, damn. But I don't see him. They wanna live my life, man, I'm just saying. Whoa. They wanna be him. Who's that peeking in my window? Who are you? They tryna copy my style, so I gotta smoke these niggas like it's Indo. Yeah, they go about it with a smile. They hate the man, but I don't give a fuck. Niggas. Spaced out music, 5 niggas in the truck. I got the 9 and they ain't even tucked. Shit ain't tucked, nigga. Pull it out, air it out. Everybody duck down. I advise to stay within your lane. I do this for my fam. I ain't out here playing games. What you thought I did this shit to entertain? The fact I get it like a coke boy got these niggas hating on me. These niggas hating, damn. But I don't see him. They wanna live my life, and I'm just saying. Whoa. They wanna be him. Who's that peeking in my window? Who are you? They tryna copy my style, so I gotta smoke these niggas like it's Indo. Yeah. They go about it with a smile.
Run the streets, something like a marathon. Marijuana, heroin, Gucci bag carry on. Shooter with a nasty shot, call him Sean Marion. Rap games, Barry Born, leader Farrakhan. Riding like the brakes broke, haters better take notes. Peeking in my window is how you get your chin broke. Listen, touch niggas hating on the name. I don't waste time on them, I just let the hook explain. Listen up.
These niggas hating, damn. But I don't see him. They wanna live my life, man, I'm just saying. Whoa. They wanna be him. Who's that peeking in my window? Who are you? They tryna copy my style, so I gotta smoke these niggas like it's Indo. Yeah. They go about it with a smile.
Gotta be open to everything, right?
Take a trip, memory lane, reminisce. When we were all young, eyes closed and all bliss. Ran around, happy, filled with imagination. No internet, iPhones or PlayStation. Take a trip, memory lane, reminisce. When we were all young, eyes closed and all bliss. Ran around, happy, filled with imagination. No internet, iPhones or PlayStations. Best friends became family if they kept it real. Being broke together made us all respect the meal. Streets a bad bitch with a whole lot of sex appeal. Learn how to make lemonade. She gave us lemon peel. Chinese handball scales, these got busy. Hot peas and butter, manhunt, straight silly. Wild, young, never really had luck. Basketball, baseball, streets, 2-hand touch. Wicked jump shot before I pump rocks. I had a mean crossover before I crossed over. Streets got the best of me. One night changed my destiny. I went from cutting science to mastery to chemistry. Oh shit. Got me hungry with an appetite. Blanco! Let's go. Yes. The beat is fire. Got me hungry with an appetite. Let's go.
devastation and mass elimination. American Holocaust history in the making. So why all the trickery and lies they've been spying in the sky since the eye in the sky? Please. Someone tell me that I'm crazy, but why the fuck you think they medicating all our babies to raise a generation of blind, dumb, and lazy, destroying our future?
Satellites, computers.
Blessed is your highness, he bless you with the science and mathematics. I lean back, craftmatic. It's soothing to my soul, but I'm losing my compose. Cause this world that we living in is losing the control. My remedy is best, the penalty is death. Won't rest till I get it off my chest. Your mind is possessed, I hope you take the time to reflect. The love is what I swore to protect. Beefing like bitches, but them niggas sleep with the fishes. I'm an untamed dog and I'm vicious. I can't hold a grudge. I ain't here to judge. 20 years of thug, but I'm here for us all to budge. It's my life, and when I die, I'm gonna live it again. Rather that than to give it to them. About purgatory, now I snatch like a burglary, providing you the new testimony. A plan and sponsor these damn imposters. They might make war, but the land will conquer. See, Sam's a doctor, the reason why my man's a monster, and nobody gives a shit. But this is when it hit. I took a bath in the fruits of life, but the cost of my soul couldn't shoot the price. Shoot my dice, telephone booth advice. Get loose with the truth, you nice. You can lose your life, choose your wife, the streets or the beast. Got love for my beat, shed blood for the geek, down in the truth. Spit like the fountain of youth. I'm on top of a mountain, you on top of your roof. Aim is gone, your brain is a danger zone. You enslaved to your ways and I played the phone. Change the tone, it's my house, stay in the throne. And I promise you remain alone. The end of days is shown, nigga. This here's so clear, deeper than rap. For my brothers in the trap with NY and they cap. The Bronx is in my heart till the day that I depart. The streets is my father, taught me to try harder. Ever since a young one, listen to the older heads. Learn how to break down the product and control the bread. Traffic like it's online. I got a strong grind. I need all mine before you feel all nine. There's no debate once the razor hit the plate. I seen more cake and I seen more Jake. Addiction was addictive, I got hooked like an addict. They're making all this money off of people's bad habits, had to have it. So close that I could taste it. Old money, before Benjamin got the facelift. Marble colored two-door flyer than a spaceship. Numbers all on the dash like the title of The Matrix. Heavy gorilla, yeah, I'm on my ape shit. Fresh new tea and the kicks stay contagious. Air Max 90s, different kind of flavors. I'm cool with the J's, but the shoes don't make the players.
Listen to me. Never had it easy. It's 5 of us, 1 bedroom and a 20-inch TV. Roaches in the cabinets, spoiled milk and mold cheese. Dishes all in the sink and the stove was a little greasy. Mom Dukes was a soldier though, 3 jobs under the books. Had to be smart, she didn't want them food stamps took. Said late nights, could hear crying in her room. Was it cause my father denied me since the womb? Cause the lights was cut and relying on candles to light the rooms. Shit made me a man quick, had to grow a backbone, soldiers always staying stiff. She told me a man with plans is better than a man who don't plan shit. So I started reaching for the answers every chance my hands get. No options left, it's either sink or swim. Trying to be righteous surrounded by snakes filled with deceit and sin. How can I fulfill this destiny with this pain I keep within? Knowing that there's a day when me and my moms will never speak again.
Hey, Mom. Just want to leave this message. I know you can't hear me, but just want to let you know, without you, there was no me. And I'm proud, grateful, humble. You showed me the way. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mom. Just for you. Just for you. Just for you. Yes.
Mom, I made this song up just for you. Mom, I give this all up just for you. Turn away and walk away, Mom, just for you. Fold the hands and bend the knees, I pray just for you. Take a look in my eyes, I'm a wish come true. My only purpose in life, more was just for you. This I knew, always show me right from wrong. Even told me life goes on when life is gone. Right or wrong, find my days all played out. Looking for shortcuts, only finding long ways out. Guess till the song's played out. Cry blood to ease the pain. Die young if I can ease the pain.
Fucked up. Try to tell these niggas, B. We gonna run this shit. Let's go. Let's go. How you feel? Feeling good. Niggas better man up, what they waiting for? Four niggas, black mask, pumped to the door. Drop down, duck to the floor. Corrupt as the law. You settle for less, I settle for more. Niggas better man up, what they waiting for? Four niggas, black mask, pumped to the door. Drop down, duck to the floor. Corrupt as the law. You settle for less, I settle for more. Me, I've been doing this for a long time. Got my weight up, now I'm on a strong grind. Play the streets hard every chance I got. Always stick to my gun so I land on top. And you a good talker, but you don't ever do shit. Talk a lot of shit, but you don't ever do shit. I study the block, learn all the ins and outs. No more weed, no more money, so I call hundreds out. Step my game up, now it's all it's about. Fuck a gun door, we could brawl this one out. Hand in hand, combat, forfeit the belt. Pull out the 4/5, nigga, off with your mouth. For the respect, I show a clown what it's worth. Leave his whole family drowning in hurt. A product of my environment, designed in the worst. So pay attention close, cause it's time for the worst. Niggas better man up, what they waiting for? Four niggas, black mask, pumped to the door. Drop down, duck to the floor. Corrupt as the law. You settle for less, I settle for more. Niggas better man up, what they waiting for? Four niggas, black mask, pumped to the door. Drop down, duck to the floor. Corrupt as the law. You settle for less, I settle for more. This nigga, nobody who's him to hate. He could get his face cut like a paper plate. And if the paper's straight, don't even ask twice. Running the spot, one shot won't blast twice. Pay attention, nigga, here's a little advice on why you will never be as nice. And I'm past nice, you half nice. And most of my flows, niggas past life. Niggas talk like they lobby, nigga, till I leave a nigga caught on the ivy, nigga. NYC where I walk, that's where I be, nigga. And I seen what I took, come try me, nigga. Ain't no motherfucking army that can harm me, nigga. Got shot the same size as my charm be, nigga. That'll leave your face right if you harm me, nigga. I ain't on your bitch, your bitch is on me, nigga. Niggas better man up, what they waiting for? Four niggas, black mask, pumped to the door. Drop down, duck to the floor. Corrupt as the law. Settle for less, you settle for more. Niggas better man up, what they waiting for? Four niggas, black mask, pumped to the door. Drop down, duck to the floor. Corrupt as the law. You settle for less, you settle for more. Haha, told these niggas, B. Straight medicine. They fucked up letting us in, Bob. I try to tell these niggas, don't give us the key. Now the streets is locked. And it's on us, let's get it. You heard? Fuck the hungry nigga. Got these niggas. It's in a frenzy. That's what it is, B. One. They got me on the run for a body and a gun. I knew it was a setup, I was polying with sons. He was looking all nervous, acting all sketchy. Confidential informant and I even bet he was taped up with wires. Damn, that shit is crazy. Takes was a supplier, he told me he need 80. Met him at a hotel out of town, not far. Surveilled the area, never seen a cop car. By far, them niggas rocked me to sleep. I put my guards down cause I thought shit was sweet. Fly little Spanish chick sitting in the seat. So poppy come around, meet me on the back streets. He popped the trunk, goddamn 100 down. I asked myself, how bad do I want it now? I said, fuck it, without the black busted. Dude hit the ground, but shorty couldn't duck, kid. Jumped in the whip, hit the pedal to the metal. Asking God for forgiveness, but all I hear is the devil. It's kind of be like that.
You wanna play games? Okay. How can I win it? Come on. Okay. You wanna play rough? Okay. No. Say hello to my little friend.
I'm so hip hop, BX in my DNA. Hieroglyphs modernized down to graffiti spray.
Body's the temple, and the temple's where you seek and praise. Gotta have your mind right, wolves need to shoot you straight. Also perception, predators sleeping day. Bloodsuckers thirsty as shit, where you eat and pray. BX a lifetime of nightmares and a sleepless day. Gotta have your game face open at the beat of days. No mercy when it's time to pay the piper. Streets a bad bitch and these dumb niggas trying to wife her. No mercy when it's time to pay the piper. Streets a bad bitch and these dumb niggas trying to wife her. Streets is my father's seat. Learn how to move medication like a pharmacy. Wasn't really hard for me. Can't take back what I started, so here's my apology. Forgive me for my sins, Lord. Any nigga follow me. Streets a bad bitch. Catch niggas while they sleeping. Promises of being rich every other weekend. No fool, get sharp swimming in the deep end. Gotta have your game face and always play your defense. Trust me for that skrilla, she could get realer. Your right hand and cut you like cars to a dealer. Speak when spoken to. Game has golden rules. Mind of a king, but I know how a soldier moves. Phone tapping to my combos to a minimum. Friends turn to enemies, dying to put 10 in you. Streets has no compassion. Hit you with the cone for flashing. Shot to turn bone to ashes. Bodies get blown to fractions. It's your boy Blanco. Y'all already know. I don't play with my words, my wordplay is vicious. Narrate my raps, my 60s painting pictures. Picasso with a pen, like Moses writing scriptures. Got me in my bag, broke nigga, let me fix it. Pay attention, I'm dropping seeds for these bird brains. Young niggas never listen, swerving in the third lane. Fuck a freestyle, cause my style's not free. I've been abusing this music since a child, now I'm 3. People ask about me, they gon' say that he don't play. Product of Nas, DMX, B.I.G. and J. Cornball, the only chips you have says Frito-Lays. Load the right and 12 disciples on guard, see a Peter Page. I stay on point guard, like John Wall. Desert Eagle put a people through an iron wall. Always stick to the king, like I sprained my knee. Sick in the brain, like my name's Ali. Game's not free. Yeah, I got bars you never heard before. You don't want beef, you a straight herbivore. You acting tough now, knowing you was a herbivore. Dirty Harry 4-4 like the Lions roar. I don't wanna lie to you, tell you ain't different. Life ain't the same if the loyalty is missing. Hoping and wishing, no cause for existence. Lost on a mission like a soul in conviction. I don't wanna lie to you, tell you ain't different. Life ain't the same if the loyalty is missing. Hoping and wishing, no cause for existence. Lost on a mission like a soul in conviction.
All right, guys, make sure y'all go check out Frankie Blanco. I left his link down below, and I know nobody's gonna hit the link, so I'm gonna pin his link up there for those of y'all that want to check out Frankie Blanco. Hold on 1 second.
That's crazy.
Give me a second while I get back to where we had stopped. We were talking about the. Hold on. All right, the South Florida mom. Okay, so we was gonna move on to the next topic, right? That is crazy. We do gotta bring more awareness to mental health, and I think I do got 2 poems for mental health, right? For people that have mental health, right? That deal with mental health struggles, right? And for people that use it as a crutch. So let me see if I do got both of them here. Nope, I think I got only one. Let me see.
Invisible battles fought within, mental health struggles hidden from kin, silent cries for help ignored and unseen, yet behind closed doors is a raging scene. Anxiety, depression, they silently creep, taking over minds while others sleep. Stigma and shame keep the truth at bay, but mental health matters more than we say. Let's break the silence, end the taboo. Reach out to those feeling blue. Listen with empathy, offer a hand, because mental health is something we must understand.
So that's a fact. And before we get this next video started, I want to give a big shout out to Frankie Blanco, guys. If y'all interested in his music, his beats, y'all can check his page out. He does the I think they was doing the rap on the beat battles, right? And like if y'all could, help and support him, y'all, like he's doing good. Like I feel as though he need more viewers, yo. Like he's got some good music. He's like a combination of, Tupac, Big Pun, Biggie Smalls, all of them all together in one person. Like you could really hear the pain in his music, yo. I just love it. Like it is crazy though, because Frankie's another person that's like, yo, you should do the music thingy, right? But it's like my passion is more into writing, right? And I don't like rapping. And I don't like singing. And I've heard myself do it, and it's like, but him, y'all can go check him out, yo. This is something that he does. Like, he freestyles, goes behind the beats, and much more. Make sure y'all go check him out, yo. Shout out to Big Bro. So let's move on to the next topic, yo. I appreciate those that were interacting with a shorty in the chat, right? Giving out solutions, right? Giving out their perspectives, not being ashamed. Like, listen, this is what we got to do. These are conversations that are needed, right? If we really want to make a change and a difference, let's talk about it. Miss Genesis, I'm back. What movie was that from? But yeah. All right, so we're going to move on to the next topic, right? We got Winter Haven police say toddler mimicked mother when told to get on the ground. Mother speaks out. Damn. Is this video old? No, this is from 3 days ago. Holy shit. So you telling me that the officers told the mother to get down and the toddler got down with her? So the damn. See, if a toddler could sit here and obey the law, what the hell is wrong with these grown ass motherfuckers?
Winter Haven police body camera video shows an incident unfolding that's getting lots of pushback online. What you see is a mother and her 3-year-old daughter on the ground with their hands behind their backs. But officers say there's more to the story. Winter Haven police tell us this all started when they got a call about a disturbance involving a gun. Good.
Hold up, wait a minute. There was a whole gun involved, but still, man, the little toddler didn't run, didn't scream, didn't catch a temper tantrum, didn't talk bad to the cops. The toddler got down on the ground with the mom like she committed a crime with the mom. Oh, snap.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Lee.
And I'm Keith Kate. Thank you for joining us tonight. According to authorities, one of the men involved drove off with a woman and child in the car. And when officers caught up with him, they say, the appropriate level of caution to resolve the situation. Well, News Channel 8's Nicole Rogers spoke with a woman involved, and Nicole joins us now live in the Tampa newsroom with more on that.
Keith, Jen, the chief has a press conference set for 10 a.m. as he defends his officers tonight after a video went viral in our area showing that 3-year-old on the ground. As we await more answers at tomorrow's press conference, we went and spoke to that mother to get her side of what happened.
It's not okay for a 3-year-old to have PTSD because a cop could have handled something totally different.
Mariah Banks says this is her and her 3-year-old daughter.
Get down. Put your hands out in front of you. Put your hands out.
The Winter Haven Police Department's...
Yo, this is crazy. Let me ask y'all a question. Listen, I got to ask these questions, right? These videos ain't mine, but listen, I got to do the commentary if I want to, show y'all what I'm showing y'all, right? How do y'all think that this incident will impact the relationships between, the community and the law enforcement? Well, do y'all think that this is going to make it worse between communities and law enforcement? And what measures can be taken to ensure the safety and well-being of children during police interactions? I mean, that's something that I believe. I mean, I don't know if many have asked it, but what measures can be taken to ensure the safety and well-being of, children during police interactions?
Body camera footage shows both of them face down on the ground with their hands behind their backs.
I mean, it seems, Hawkeye, it seems like the child is used to it, right? That's what it seems like. That's sad when a child knows the drill. So it means that this child must have seen a situation like this multiple times.
Honestly feel like she was following their directions, because when they yelled, "Get down," everybody had no option but to get down because they had guns pointed at us.
So how did we get here? Winter Haven police say they got a call Tuesday around 1:15 p.m. about a Santiago's Market employee and another man fighting in the parking lot. Investigators say the man had a gun and left in a red Nissan Altima with Banks and a child in the car. Police tracked them down and say Banks was told to get on the ground and she immediately complied. Winter Haven police say her daughter just mimicked her actions. Banks disagrees.
She knew that they had the guns pointed at her, towards her, in her direction. So she felt the need that she should have got down. And she also said, "Please don't kill me. Don't kill me or my mom."
In a statement sent to 8 on Your Side, Winter Haven police said officers responded with an appropriate level of caution, with the understanding there was a weapon.
Hold up, wait a minute. You got a 3-year-old? This toddler is 3 years old. Wait, oh shit, I almost dropped my soda. This toddler was 3 years old. You're telling me she got on the ground, hands down? Like, wait a minute. Saying, "Don't kill my mom. Don't kill me. Don't hurt me." How many times has this child witnessed? 3 years old. Wait a minute. So, mom, wait, hold. You was in the car of the driver that had the gun. Now, I mean, there's more behind this story, like Miss Genesis says. Miss Genesis says, I need more info. I can't even begin to comment. There has to be more to the story for real. And I mean, I think there is, because wait. I just noticed. I'm gonna play this again without interruptions, so that way there'll be no confusions, no nothing. But I still gotta give my commentary right now. Like, this is, wait a minute. Why was the mom in that? This kid is used to this type of life. This kid was raised in this type of life.
Been involved, seeking to resolve the situation. Banks says her 3-year-old daughter should have never been involved.
My child is a loving, bubbly, excited, just outgoing child. She doesn't have that kind of fear in her heart. And for them to put that in her heart, somebody that's supposed to serve and protect her, that's absolutely absurd.
The mom said, for somebody that is supposed to serve and protect her. Yeah, but it's kind of like you had this conversation with your child and she's only 3. Like, literally sat here and had this conversation. Another child would have like sat here and cried, would have been mouthing off or something. But this child got down on the ground, arms out. Like if the child was the one that was getting arrested or committing the crime.
Now, police notified the Department of Children and Families, saying it's required by law because a violent crime was committed in the presence of a child. Investigators say nobody was taken to jail, but a complaint affidavit was filed with the state attorney's office for the man originally seen with a gun for improper display of a weapon and fighting in public. The complaint affidavit was also filed for the Market employee for fighting in public. Live in the newsroom, Nicole Rogers, 8 on Your Side.
Okay.
For the first time.
Wait, so... Okay. Wait. All right. Charges were filed. Complaints were filed against both the men, right, that caused all this chaos and havoc, right? But what did the mother and child have to do with it? So I'm gonna play this without interrupting it at all. All right. So maybe I can get a better understanding.
Winter Haven police body camera video shows an incident unfolding that's getting lots of pushback online. What you see is a mother and her 3-year-old daughter on the ground with their hands behind their backs. But officers say there's more to the story. Winter Haven police tell us this all started when they got a call about a disturbance involving a gun. Good evening, I'm Jennifer Lee.
And I'm Keith Kate. Thank you for joining us tonight. According to authorities, one of the men involved drove off with a woman and child in the car. And when officers caught up with them, they used, they say, the appropriate level of caution to resolve the situation. Well, News Channel 8's Nicole Rogers spoke with a woman involved, and Nicole joins us now live in the Tampa newsroom with more on that.
Keith, Jen, the chief has a press conference set for 10 a.m. as he defends his officers tonight after a video went viral in our area showing that 3-year-old on the ground. As we await more answers at tomorrow's press conference, we went and spoke to that mother to get her side of what happened.
It's not okay for a 3-year-old to have PTSD because a cop could have handled something totally different.
Mariah Banks says this is her and her 3-year-old daughter.
Get down. Put your hands out in front of you. Put your hands out.
The Winter Haven Police Department's body camera footage shows both of them face down on the ground with their hands behind their backs.
I honestly feel like she was following their directions because when they yelled, "Get down," everybody had no option but to get down because they had guns pointed at us.
So how did we get here? Winter Haven police say they got a call Tuesday around 1:15 p.m. about a Santiago's Market employee and another man fighting in the parking lot. Investigators say the man had a gun and left in a red Nissan Altima with Banks and a child in the car. Police tracked them down and say Banks was told to get on the ground and she immediately complied. Winter Haven police say her daughter just mimicked her actions.
All right. I heard it a little better. Okay, if she got in the car with the man, with her child, where the hell is the man at? Y'all only got her and the child. If she allegedly got in the car with the man, when y'all told everybody to get down, where was the man at? What? I mean, he was the driver, right? The one holding the gun, right? Where was he at? It's still inside the car? Well, how come y'all only detained her? Where the fuck is the guy at? I mean, y'all said y'all pressed charges. That's a good question, right? Hold on. Wait. They're definitely over aggressive. Yes, they was. They were super aggressive. And especially when they didn't even have the right person in the ground. No, listen, I'm going to play it back. They said that Banks got in the car. Listen, the guy drove off in a red car with Banks and her child in it. Watch.
How did we get here? Winter Haven police say they got a call Tuesday around 1:15 p.m. about a Santiago's Market employee and another man fighting in the parking lot. Investigators say the man had a gun and left in a red Nissan Altima with Banks and a child in the car.
With Banks. He left with Banks and a child in the car. So, if the man got in that damn red Nissan Altima, whatever the fuck it was, right? My bad. And he got in it with Banks and her child in the car when he left. All right. So, where the hell was he when, they got pulled out over and she got told to get on the ground? She was the only one that got out? What, was the car driving by itself? Where the hell was the driver at? Because he was driving. Watch, I'm gonna play it back and let it play because I wasn't even supposed to interrupt it. But I wonder if people caught on to that like I did.
Pointed at us.
So how did we get here? Winter Haven police say they got a call Tuesday around 1:15 p.m. about a Santiago's Market employee and another man fighting in the parking lot. Investigators say the man had a gun and left in a red Nissan Altima with Banks and a child in the car. Police tracked them down and say Banks was told to get on the ground and she immediately complied. Winter Haven police say her daughter just mimicked her actions. Banks disagrees.
She knew that they had the guns pointed at her, towards her, in her direction. So she felt the need that she should have got down. And she also said, please don't kill me. Don't kill me, don't kill me, or my mom.
In a statement sent to 8 on Your Side, Winter Haven police said officers responded with an appropriate level of caution, with the understanding there was a weapon involved, seeking to resolve the situation. Banks says her 3-year-old daughter should have never been involved.
My child is a loving, bubbly, excited, just outgoing child. she doesn't have that kind of fear in her heart. And for
So, I mean, did she get in the car? I mean, did they think that she got in the car with the guy? But then they say they tracked them, right? But where's the guy? But I'm confused. She said that her daughter, right? Wasn't, I mean, I think the baby could have mimicked her, or the baby is used to this. What the hell happened to the guy is my question. Where is the guy in all this? At the end, they say they press charges, or they're pressing charges, I guess.
for them to put that in her heart.
And that's a good question. So is she the owner of the red car, right? But he was driving it. This is crazy. This is really crazy. Let us shorty know what y'all think.
In her heart. And for them to put that in her heart, somebody that's supposed to serve and protect her, that's absolutely absurd.
Now, police notified the Department of Children and Families, saying it's required by law because a violent crime was committed in the presence of a child. Investigators say nobody was taken to jail, but a complaint affidavit was filed with the state attorney's office for the man originally seen with a gun for improper display of a weapon and fighting in public. The complaint affidavit was also filed for the market employee for fighting in public. Live in the newsroom.
Okay, so all they did was put complaining affidavit files. I'm all discombobulated now. I hate when I can't pronounce a word. Yo, what the heck is going on? Yo, this shit is crazy. How should law enforcement address the optics and public perception of an incident like this? I mean, my thing is, why if the mom and the daughter didn't have nothing to do with it, why were they aiming their guns to them? Then I heard another lady say that, well, everybody, no, that was the same mom. She said, I mean, they pointed the gun, everybody got down, but they only pointed the gun at you. Like, was they following you? Was they following the driver that had the gun in his hand? Like, this is confusing. And it's like Hawkeye said, it was very aggressive too. So it's like, did y'all even pay attention that y'all were following the right people? Like, how do y'all know if y'all was, like, y'all saw her get into a car and y'all probably thought it was with him, but then he probably took off and then she took off and y'all didn't even notice this? Hell of a job y'all doing if it's like that. I mean, I don't know. Like Miss Genesis says, we need more of a backstory to this because something's missing. It's like y'all just want us to accept this right here, huh? Like, okay, it's okay to just point a gun at a woman and a daughter that didn't do nothing. Get down on the ground. Was y'all following the man or was y'all following her? But allegedly she was in the car with the man. But where's the man? He wasn't down on the ground with her. What the hell is going on, yo? Yeah, I mean, they had to have known that there was a kid in the car because they said, right? If you go back and listen to it, watch. They said that they saw her. They saw him get in a red car, right, with Banks and a child. So they knew there was a child there. So either way, these officers knew, they was in the wrong completely, pulling their guns out, knowing there was a child involved. I think it's right here.
So how did we get here? Winter Haven police say they got a call Tuesday around 1:15 p.m. about a Santiago's Market employee and another man fighting in the parking lot. Investigators say the man had a gun and left in a red Nissan Altima with Banks and a child in the car. Police tracked them down and say Banks was told to get on the ground and she immediately complied. Winter Haven police say her daughter just mimicked her actions. Banks disagrees.
She knew that they had the guns pointed at her, towards her, in her direction. So she felt the need that she should have got down. And she also said, please don't kill me. Don't kill me, don't kill me, or my mom.
In a statement sent to 8 on Your Side, Winter Haven police said officers responded with an appropriate level of caution, with the understanding there was a weapon involved, seeking to resolve the situation.
I mean, I don't know. If something's off here because they don't even mention the man. And he's the one that had the gun. Something's off, so I'm going to have to wait for an update on the situation or do a little research, go down the rabbit hole into this case. Because I'm agreeing with Miss Genesis on this one. And let me see, Hawkeye says the news always gets stories twisted also, and that's a fact too. Could the news be hyping up the story? I mean, that could be the case too. So, for those of y'all catching the replay, man, let us shorty know what y'all think and y'all feel about this case and how y'all feel about this case, my bad. And let's get the discussion started. Facts, Miss Genesis, facts. Miss Genesis says, how come she's not saying anything about old boy? I know, right? Things that make you wonder. Something's off. So I'm definitely going to be waiting for the update. All right. So we're going to move on to the next topic, right? Virginia woman claims she killed husband in self-defense. NBC, Washington. So in Washington, D.C., we got a woman that claims that she killed her husband in self-defense. I'm going to hear this out because I cannot sit here and say, oh, she just wanted to kill her husband. There's a lot of women that, deal with a lot of domestic violence, a lot of abuse, a lot of, in their lives, and they don't know how to get out of it. I hear so many people, oh, why can't someone that's going through, abuse, domestic abuse to, sexual assault and stuff like that, oh, why can't they leave? Sometimes, right? Sometimes there's the case where they can't. They have nowhere to go to, nobody to turn to. And when they do try to leave, they're stuck with this person because this person won't let them go. That's their only either source of income. You see, and it's probably the majority of the times is that the case that this person handles everything, like the income, the house, bills, boom, 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 boom. I mean, I can go deep into this, but we're not going to do that right now, right? Maybe, the top certain topics will be brought about that we, talk about, but, unless somebody brings it up, I'm not going to break that shit down. If he turns out to be baby father, I'm going to fall out. Miss Genesis is the funniest, but we're about to find out, right? We're about to find out if he's a baby father or just a husband, right? So I would love to hear your thoughts on the woman's claims of self-defense in this case, and how should the legal system handle cases where self-defense is claimed in domestic disputes?
For the first time, we are hearing from a Manassas mother of 3 who is accused of fatally shooting her estranged husband. Latoya Crabb arrested and charged with murder in October.
She was just reunited with her family after she was released on bond. She spoke with our Northern Virginia Bureau Chief, Julie Carey, and she has more on her emotional reunion, but her attorneys advise that she not talk about the specifics of the case.
Latoya Crabb's first steps out of the Prince William County Jail in 4 months, walking straight into the arms of her mother, the tears starting even before the hug.
I saw her to the side and immediately started crying. I could not help myself, started crying. I was so happy to see her.
Once at home, more reunions, more embraces with her 3 children, ages 5, 4,
3 children.
At first they were kind of...
So, yep, Ms. Genesis 1. I mean, listen. Yep. He is her husband and her baby father.
Speechless for a second, but then, yeah, I missed you, and they were wondering why I had been gone so long.
This picture capturing the family's first meal together in months, and Latoya fulfilling her youngest daughter's request, painting her nails. Latoya Crabb was arrested and jailed October 21st after Manassas police say she shot her estranged husband multiple times in the couple's bedroom. Crabb's defense attorneys say the fatal gunfire came just days after Curtis Crabb allegedly sent threatening text messages. One reading, "I'm not playing around. I will hurt everyone in that house, then set it on fire." Latoya says she acted in self-defense. Her attorneys say Curtis cornered her.
Hold on, wait a minute. What was happening? Why was he threatening her? What was going on in the household? I just can't jump off and say, he's this and he's that without knowing why he was saying that to her. There must have been something that made him react like this. Because they got 3 kids. They've been together for a minute. Was he abusive, the whole time they were together? Was he just starting to get abusive? Did she do something that make him react? You see, I mean, I got so many questions, right? I mean, shit. Hold on, wait, why won't it press play?
Holding a knife. She says behind bars, initially in solitary confinement.
Oh shit! Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Genesis. That was confused. You talking about the lady in the car? Oh snap! Damn, that could have been her baby daddy. But shit, on this one right here, damn, I didn't think about it. That could have been her baby daddy. Oh shit.
She says behind bars, initially in solitary confinement, she felt hopeless.
Honestly, there was a point where I almost thought I should have just let him kill me.
But she says once she could start reconnecting with family and friends through calls, letters, and video visits,
Wait, she said she should have let him kill her, but I'm confused. He was just right. Why was he trying to kill her? Y'all not saying the backstory to this, and something's missing. See, this is why I hate when the news reporters say this, because it's like, I don't know. It's like y'all setting this up. Like, I don't know. Y'all stay leaving shit out, or y'all twist shit up like Wawa said earlier. Or was it Hawkeye? I think Hawkeye said that earlier.
resolve changed to be with their kids again.
Everybody who knew me and automatically believed that, you know, I wouldn't have ever done anything except for in self-defense. It changed my hopefulness and mentality about the situation, that I'm very grateful that I'm still alive, that all of my family members are still alive.
LaToya Crabb is due back in court Thursday, where prosecutors say they plan to dismiss the murder charge she's currently facing, but they also say then they plan to take their evidence to the grand jury next month and seek a first-degree murder indictment.
Wait. So do they plan on dismissing the charges or taking this to the grand jury? I'm confused. I'm still stuck on a question on why did this man out of nowhere decide and start threatening to kill his wife, the mother of his kids? Why did she have to pull a pistol to kill him? Like, what happened? Something must have happened that it went that left.
Prosecutors say they recently received evidence showing ring camera video taken around the time of the shooting had been erased. LaToya's family says the cameras are in a living room area, not the bedroom, and only recorded when there was motion. With so much uncertainty ahead, LaToya says she's focused right now on spending as much time as possible with her children. They haven't noticed the ankle monitor beneath her clothing.
And we're just, you know, taking full advantage of the time that we have, because we don't know how much time that's going to.
Wait a minute. They haven't noticed the ankle monitor that she's wearing? You know, as much as kids invade your privacy, yo, you can't even get dressed in your room without them busting into the room. You must have your doors locked all the time. You can't even take a proper shit in the toilet without them busting into mom. Even when dad's around, mom. I swear to God, my daughter's like that. Even when her dad's around, she listen. She'll ignore the fact that her dad is sitting down watching a TV show, right? And she'll rush upstairs. I could be taking a shower. Boom! Mom, can you help me? I'm in the shower. Your dad is downstairs. But I want you to do it. Well, why can't you get your dad to help you? Now, if it's a girl thing, I wouldn't mind. But since it's not something that has to do, you know, with us girls, your dad can actually help you. I mean, kids do that. My boys used to do it. I can't count the times when, you know, I was single and I was raising them boys by myself, right? And they did the same thing. You telling me not once that your kids, 3 kids, not notice that you got something's missing in this story. Y'all making this shit up. Y'all just want us to,
To be. So I try to hope for the best and just prepare for the worst case scenario.
LaToya says she's hopeful if her case goes to trial, evidence will show she acted in self-defense and that she'll regain her freedom for good. In Manassas, I'm Julie.
Listen to this whole story again. I'm not going to cut it off. I'm going to talk at the end.
For the first time, we are hearing from a Manassas mother of 3 who was accused of fatally shooting her estranged husband. LaToya Crabb arrested and charged with murder in October.
She was just reunited with her family after she was released on bond. She spoke with our Northern Virginia Bureau Chief, Julie Carey, and she has more on her emotional reunion, but her attorneys advised that she not talk about the specifics of the case.
Right?
LaToya Crabb's first steps out of the Prince William County Jail in 4 months, walking straight into the arms of her mother, the tears starting even before the hug.
I saw her to the side and immediately started crying. I could not help myself, started crying. I was so happy to see her.
Once at home, more reunions, more embraces with her 3 children, ages 5, 4, and 2.
At first, they were kind of speechless for a second, but then, yeah, I missed you, and they were wondering why I had been gone so long.
This picture capturing the family's first meal together in months, and Latoya fulfilling her youngest daughter's request, painting her nails. Latoya Crabb was arrested and jailed October 21st after Manassas police say she shot her estranged husband multiple times in the couple's bedroom. Crabb's defense attorneys say the fatal gunfire came just days after Curtis Crabb allegedly sent threatening text messages. One reading, "I'm not playing around. I will hurt everyone in that house, then set it on fire." Latoya says,
I'm sorry, I had to pause it. Was she cheating?
She acted in self-defense. Her attorneys say Curtis cornered her holding a knife. She says behind bars, initially in solitary confinement, she felt hopeless.
Honestly, there was a point where I almost thought I should have just let him kill me.
But she says once she could start reconnecting with family and friends through calls, letters, and video visits, her resolve changed to be with her kids again.
Everybody who knew me and automatically believed that, I wouldn't have ever done anything except for in self-defense. It changed my hopefulness and mentality about.
No, Miss Genesis is another chick in another place. Is a whole different state, I think. This one's in Virginia.
The situation that I'm very grateful that I'm still alive, that all of my family members are still alive.
Latoya Crabb is due back in court Thursday, where prosecutors say they plan to dismiss the murder charge she's currently facing, but they also say then they plan to take their evidence to the grand jury next month and seek a first-degree murder indictment. Prosecutors say they recently received evidence showing ring camera video taken around the time of the shooting had been erased. Latoya.
Oh shit! I don't want to keep pausing it, but I have to. I missed that. Why would y'all erase footage from the camera? See, something's missing in her story. Something's missing in the media story, part of the story, because, was this lady cheating or something? Like, what was going on before these text messages? Because she shoots him days after the text messages. And she's talking about fearing for her life, but he's threatening, talking about don't play around with him. He will, everybody up in that house and then burn it down. What did she do or did she say to get this man so out of it, like so heated?
Steps out of the Prince William County Jail in 4 months, walking straight into the arms of her mother, the tears starting even before the hug.
I saw her to the side and immediately started crying. I could not help myself, started crying. I was so happy to see her.
Once at home, more reunions, more embraces with her 3 children, ages 5, 4, and 2.
At first, they were kind of speechless for a second, but then, yeah, I missed you, and they were wondering why I had been gone so long.
This picture capturing the family's first meal together in months, and Latoya fulfilling her youngest daughter's request, painting her nails. Latoya Crabb was arrested and jailed October 21st after Manassas police say she shot her estranged husband multiple times in the couple's bedroom.
So that's her husband, and that's her.
Crabb's defense attorneys say the fatal gunfire came just days after Curtis Crabb allegedly sent threatening text messages.
No, his name is Curtis Crabb. Waba, not Tio. It's Curtis.
One reading, "I'm not playing around. I will hurt everyone in that house, then set it on fire." Latoya says she acted in self-defense. Her attorneys say Curtis cornered her holding a knife. She says behind bars, initially in solitary confinement.
Why was he holding a knife? Why did he feel he's stronger than her? He could fuck her up at any given moment. Why did this man corner her somewhere and holding a knife? To the point where she has to, like, did she have the gun already? See, I wish they would give us more of a backstory when they want to throw news at us like this. So this makes me think more of they're creating a fairy tale for us to, sit here. How can I put it? I think I wrote it. Oh my God. No, I'm on the banners. I'm tripping.
This is America, land of the free, where you gotta pay for water, even the air you breathe. Y'all screaming Black Lives Matter, turn around and watch our kids die and cry and ask why. They gotta fly high. Now we gotta be strong enough to storm the weather. Y'all weak, y'all fold under pressure. Now y'all went and lost your treasure. Oh my, look at the oppressor, dressed as a professor, calls himself a hitman, missed his target and got banned. Now he's tomorrow's trend, all for a brand. Don't act surprised. Y'all can stand. Y'all knew the plan. Y'all know that friend with that itchy hand, ready to see you go missing? Damn, what a scam. The whole time they was listening. They was just a part of the plan. Got us on a mission, on go mode and ready to rant.
They're trying to have us all on a mission, on go mode and ready to rant. That's what this type of story sounds like, yo. Like, let me see. It's not two different guys. Watch, I'm gonna show you. It's the same guy. On one picture, he's got hair. On the other one, he cut his hair. See? Right here, he's got hair and some type of braids on the top from what it looks like, right? Now, when you look at the second picture, he's got a haircut. So you can see his face a little better. Plus, he's a little chunkier. But it's definitely the same guy. See? It's definitely him. See? And his mustache is a little fuller. But it's definitely him. See? His face is a little cleaner now. Hair done. Looking nice and stuff. So it's the same guy. Just on one, he look a little scruffy. On the other one, he look a little, more representable. But this story is questionable. First of all, right? First of all, they delete the footage, right? So let me ask you a question. What role do you think evidence, right, such as deleting Ring camera footage should play in determining the outcome of this case? How should the legal system handle cases where self-defense is claimed in domestic disputes? What if this man was innocent and she just wanted to get rid of him? What if she was cheating on him and that's why he was so aggressive? What if she brought a man into that house and it's on that footage and that's what he was talking to her about? I mean, I could say so. I could go about this so many ways, but we don't know the backstory. We can't even hear his story because he's gone. Unfortunately, she shot him multiple times at that. Like, what are y'all thoughts on the potential impact of this case on the woman's children and family? And how should the community respond to incidents of domestic violence and self-defense claims? Like, this is crazy, right? And I don't know if they was both victims in this situation or not, right? I mean, I don't know, right? Because, some people live in toxic relationships. They look happy as shit in pictures, but behind closed doors, they're miserable, right? So what measures can be taken to ensure a fair and just legal process for both the accused and the victim? How can we raise awareness about the signs of domestic violence and provide resources for those in need? Right. And let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on the media's coverage of this case and the impact on public perception? Do y'all think that the media was fair, right? Or do y'all think that the media twisted this story up just to hype us up and have us on a rant? How can we foster a culture of empathy and support for individuals facing domestic violence in situations like this? See, this is why we have these lives, because these are conversations, right, that need to be talked about, right? A better you, a better us, a better me, a better you. Shout out to the Word. If y'all haven't checked him out, go check him out. Let me see. I'm going to have to look for his page and drop the link myself. So we going, let me see. Do we got anybody typing down here? Yes. Wawa says we should question everything. Wawa says, so how he grew his beard that quick? No, they look like those pictures were for different moments in time, Wawa. Like they were together for years. That's why I'm like sitting here like, damn, they were married for so long. why out of nowhere, right? There was never any incidents, right, reported like this, right? According to them, but out of nowhere, one day, this man sends her text messages talking about he's going to not to play with him. He's going to F everybody up in that house and then burn the house down, right? So those pictures look like they were taken in different periods of their time. I don't look the same in all my pictures. Listen, I'm going to be very honest with you, right? I look like this. I'm not even going to take it off, right? When my hair is in a ponytail and right? I got my cap on, I'll look like this, right? I put my cap on backwards, I look a whole nother way. Now, right? Let me see if I got a picture of me on this joint. I don't think I do. I look different when my hair is down, and I can't show y'all the pictures because it's not letting me. Oh shit, I gotta upgrade my StreamYard. I didn't even know. But I don't have a picture of me, but y'all, I mean, I think I do, right? Let me see. Right there. If y'all see my little thumbnail, I look different when my hair is down. So, I mean, we don't all look the same, right? And especially throughout different times, different periods of our time in our lives. You see where I'm coming from? Like, oh, wait, why take me out? If they delete evidence, it proves tampering. Facts. And that's where I'm sitting here like, why did she delete evidence from the camera? What was the whole purpose? And, you know, how will the deleting of the footage impact the case that's upcoming, right? For her upcoming case, because she still got a case that's upcoming. Like, I guess somebody paid her her bail and she's bonded out or something. I'm not sure how she's even out like that so fast. So everything is questionable. What if the kids are not his? Oh shit. That could be something too. He could have found out that his kids are not his. Sounds like somebody in power covering up some dirt. Wow, but buddy, he be having me think, yo, how come we hear nothing from his family? Oh, that's a good question. How come we haven't heard from his family? That's true. I haven't heard nothing from his family yet. That's a good point. First, you gotta admit that there's a domestic problem. Facts, Hawkeye. First, you gotta admit that there's a domestic problem, and that's a problem that a lot of people have. It seems like there was something going on in this relationship. It was probably covered up for a little while, and then, you know, when shit hit the fan, you know, when shit hit the fan, it got
with her family after she was released on bond. She spoke with our Northern Virginia Bureau Chief, Julie Carey, and she has more on her emotional reunion, but her attorneys advise that she not talk about the specifics of the case.
So she can't talk about the specifics of the case.
LaToya Crabb's first steps out of the Prince William County Jail in 4 months.
Isn't screaming self-defense talking about the case still anyways? She shouldn't even be on the news then. But she is.
Months, walking straight into the arms of her mother, the tears starting even before the hug.
I saw her to the side and immediately started crying. I could not help myself, started crying. I was so happy to see her.
Once at home, more reunions, more embraces with her 3 children, ages 5, 4, and 2.
At first, they were kind of speechless for a second, but then, yeah, I missed you, and they were wondering why I had been gone so long.
This picture capturing the family's first meal together in months, and LaToya fulfilling her youngest daughter's request, painting her nails. LaToya Crabb was arrested and jailed October 21st after Manassas police say she shot her estranged husband multiple times in the couple's bedroom. Crabb's defense attorneys say the fatal gunfire came just days after Curtis Crabb allegedly sent threatening text messages. One reading, "I'm not playing around. I will hurt everyone in that house, then set it on fire." LaToya says she acted in self-defense. Her attorneys say Curtis cornered her holding a knife. She says behind bars, initially in solitary confinement, she felt hopeless.
Honestly, there was a point where I almost thought I should have just let him kill me.
But she says once she could start reconnecting.
They told her and they advised her not to talk about the case, but she's still talking about, even though they say specifics, that's still a specific right there.
Connecting with family and friends through calls, letters, and video visits, her resolve changed to be with her kids again.
Everybody who knew me and automatically believed that, I wouldn't have ever done anything except for in self-defense. It changed my hopefulness and mentality about the situation, that I'm very grateful that I'm still alive, that all of my family members are still alive.
LaToya Crabb is due back in court Thursday, where prosecutors say they plan to dismiss the murder charge she's currently facing, but they also say then they plan to take their evidence to the grand jury next month and seek a first-degree murder indictment.
So, okay, so it seems like they plan to dismiss the current charges they have on her and then charge her for first-degree murder. Is that even possible? I thought that once y'all, she gets cleared of all charges on this one, I thought it would make it harder for prosecutors to try to charge her again. Because now y'all dismissing this will make it seem like she's innocent. So I'm confused. I didn't even think that was possible. So how is y'all going to make that work?
Prosecutors say they recently received evidence showing ring camera video taken around the time of the shooting had been erased. LaToya's family says the cameras are in a living room area, not the bedroom, and only recorded when there was motion. With so much uncertainty ahead, LaToya says she's focused right now on spending as much time as possible with her children. They haven't noticed the ankle monitor beneath her clothing.
And we're just, taking full advantage of the time that we have, because we don't know how much time that's going to be. So I try to hope for the best and just prepare for the worst case scenario.
LaToya says she's hopeful if her case goes to trial, evidence will show she acted in self-defense and that she'll regain her freedom for good.
I'm with Miss Genesis too. I'm over here asking 1,001 questions. How your kids don't notice that you got a big old metal brace? Fucking detector in your leg. Like, come on, man. And you wear dresses, they should be able to see that shit. Fuck out of here. As much as kids invade privacies nowadays, I would love to hear y'all perspectives on this case. I asked y'all, a couple questions throughout the throughout this topic. And any of y'all catching the replay, let us shorty know how y'all thinking, what y'all feel, man. Leave y'all response in the comments down below, and let's get this topic, going. So let's move on to the next one, because I told you I'm gonna keep going until I get to that one video I want to see. We got time today, yo, because y'all not gonna see me go live throughout the week, and I appreciate those that respect that, man, and then keep supporting the shorty. I appreciate my day one subscribers, my new subscribers. If it wasn't for y'all, shorty wouldn't make it this far. Hey, pause the video. Shit. We got a woman accused of assaulting McDonald's worker gets clobbered by coffee pot. Like, yo, imagine getting clobbered by a coffee pot at McDonald's. You come into McDonald's to get a what is it called? A Big Mac, or one of them burgers from the dollar mill. Like, imagine getting clobbered in the head with a coffee pot. Like, what are y'all thoughts on the actions of both the customers and the McDonald's employees during this incident?
Madness at McDonald's, a brawl over burgers, goes viral on social media. This video shows the moment a customer is accused of jumping through the window and attacking a worker. The fight happened at a restaurant on Mendenhall.
Yo, she jumped through the window. Like, what did this employee at McDonald's do or say that made this customer jump through a window? And she wasn't a little person either, jumping through that damn window.
For the suspects involved. Let's go to Fox 13 Sierra Jordan live at that McDonald's in Hickory Hill with a look at the video, Sierra. And you also heard from the victim. What led up to this?
Well, Daryl, a customer made an order and she was not loving it. Now, this all started at this drive-through window here at McDonald's on South Mendenhall Road. And this is not the first time this customer became aggressive with a restaurant employee.
I feel like she should be in jail, automatic, like fast, ASAP.
It happened again. A woman believed to be Caitlin Brantley was seen on camera at McDonald's on South Mendenhall fighting with the manager. Fox 13 reported
Wait. It happened again. It's not her first time doing it. What's in the ear since oh my God, since 20, I'm not even gonna say the name of that shit. Since 2019 happened, since the pandemic started, it's like, I don't know. I mean, is Resident Evil come to life? Like, did they actually like accidentally drop a vial in the, like in the vents and shit like that, and that shit just escaped out through the air, and we all inhaled that shit and just went all fucking zombie like on motherfuckers? Like, some of us can't think straight. Like, what is going on? Like, listen, the zombie apocalypse is not coming. We living in that bitch. We in that joint right now. What the fuck y'all think we living right now? Like, yo, do y'all see? Is y'all hearing this shit?
Brantley was one of the 4 people charged with aggravated assault after brutally attacking a Cheddar's employee back in 2023. Fox 13 went digging and found Brantley's Facebook. She's made several posts regarding the incident.
It's embarrassing. And everywhere I go, people come up to me and say, "Is you the boy that got jumped at Cheddar's?"
Police say a woman drove up to the McDonald's drive-thru window, explaining to the manager that her order was wrong. Investigators say the manager tried to give the customer a new order, but the woman became irate and started cursing at the manager. The manager then refused to give the customer the order. That is when things got out of control. Police say the customer...
Wait, they said the manager was her ex-boyfriend? Hold up. I missed it.
Investigators say the manager tried to give the customer a new order, but the woman became irate and started cursing at the manager. The manager then refused to give the customer the order. That is when things got out of control. Police say the customer opened and climbed through the drive-thru window and started fighting the manager. You see the woman in the jeans jacket is the McDonald's manager, and the woman in the black with the pink boots believed to be Brantley. Police say the manager began defending herself by hitting the suspect with a coffee pot, not once or twice, but 9 times. The customer began throwing items.
She was hitting that shit. What was that game that you played at Chuck E. Cheese, right? What it wasn't a weasel, right? It is. You hit that joint with the hammer and pop goes the weasel. Yo, what the fuck? She was that was personal. That was very she clobbered her head. Yo, for a second, she forgot she was a woman and she turned into Bam Bam. She was like, bam, 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 bam. Like, yo, she clobbered her head. She thought that freaking coffee pot was one of the, what was it, that damn baseball bat that Bam Bam had made out of wood. Shit, you got me discombobulated. This shit is wild, yo.
Left McDonald's by exiting through the drive-through window.
Look like she left the same way she came in.
Knock some sense into her. Letitia Ford is the mother of the former Cheddar's employee.
Well, apparently ain't shit got knocked into her, man, because it ain't her first time doing this shit. She got clobbered in the head and walked out that bitch like nothing. Somebody would have clobbered me in the head with that coffee pot that did not break. I slit shit. It didn't break. That shit was like, a bulletproof glass coffee pot. Like, she went bam, 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 bam 9 times on the head, and that bitch like nothing. Like, what was her head made out of? Steel? Metal? Concrete? This bitch is the Thing from fucking what's that thing called? Marvel's Fantastic Four. That's who she is, the Thing. How the fuck she get clobbered in the head? The pot didn't break in her head. She was like nothing. Man, I be in the ER with a concussion. Like, shit, my head fragile.
Who was attacked by Brantley. For Toad Fox 13, investigators say there is a possibility Brantley's bond will be revoked and reduced to probation. Ford says the suspect needs to be put behind bars and be held accountable for hurting restaurant employees.
You attacking people for no reason. Probation for what? And she's still committing crimes, and I'm still going to court for what she done to my son. And I want the people at McDonald's to get justice for what she did to them.
Oh shit, she does some foul shit to her son. This is a mother of a son that this lady did something to. I'm gonna have to play this again. Damn, wait, what's going on?
Just as well as I want justice for my son.
Now, Memphis police say no arrests have been made. We did reach out to McDonald's corporate office, but we are still waiting to hear.
Yo, y'all should charge her for scheming and scam because that's what she's doing. She's one of those. They'll go up, she'll order something, right? And then say that her meal's not right. They'll take a couple bites and want something new. Like, there are people that do that shit. I mean, I guess she came across the right McDonald's. You wasn't having it your way. The customer is not always right in this freaking McDonald's. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. We hating it. You should have went to Burger King and got you a Whopper. This shit is crazy. What's that shit?
Madness at McDonald's, a brawl over burgers. Goes viral on social media. This video shows the moment a customer is accused of jumping through the window and attacking a worker. The fight happened at a restaurant on Mendenhall.
And tonight, Memphis police are still looking for the suspects involved. Let's go to Fox 13 Sierra Jordan live at that McDonald's in Hickory Hill with a look at the video, Sierra. And you also heard from the victim. What led up to this?
Well, Daryl, a customer made an order and she was not loving it. Now, this all started at this drive-through window here at McDonald's on South Mendenhall Road. And this is not the first time this customer became aggressive with a restaurant employee.
I feel like she should be in jail. Automatic, like.
Oh, this is the first victim, I guess. This is the woman's son, the woman that was talking at the end.
Like fast, ASAP.
It happened again. A woman believed to be Caitlin Brantley was seen on camera at McDonald's on South Mendenhall.
So she assaulted somebody and left them in the hospital, right? After she tried to scheme and scam another McDonald's. That's what it seems like. So she came and tried to scheme and scam at this McDonald's, right? And you know, they wasn't having it. And she was hating it. And then bam, 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 she's killing it. What the fuck?
Fighting with the manager. Fox 13 reported Brantley was one of the 4 people charged with aggravated assault after brutally attacking a Cheddar's employee back in 2023.
A Cheddar's. I've never heard of Cheddar's. I thought she said Checkers. I know what Checkers is. What the fuck is Cheddar's? I'm gonna have to look that up.
3. Fox 13 went digging and found Brantley's Facebook. She's made several posts regarding the incident.
It's embarrassing, and everywhere I go, people come up to me and say, "Is you the boy that got jumped at Cheddar's?"
That's crazy. So so it wasn't even a McDonald's. He worked at Cheddar's and she jumped him, right? And karma's listen, I tell people karma gets you. That's why I love watching karma. Listen, I never gotta get my hands dirty. You play me, I'm falling back. I'm sitting in my big old comfy couch, right? You ever watched the show before? She had the little red nose, her little curly hair with her little clown doll and shit. I'm sitting in my big comfy couch, right? Watching karma get you back. Karma gets you back the best way. Without the person you did something to, they don't even got their hands dirty. Karma comes and gets you. And that bitch don't even ask you how you want it. She takes that shit.
Police say a woman drove up to the McDonald's drive-thru window, explaining to the manager that her order was wrong. Investigators say the manager tried to give the customer a new order, but the woman became irate and started cursing at the manager. The manager then refused to give the customer the order.
Shit, this manager turned into Bam Bam. Like, yo, this little bandit, McDonald's bandit, like Waba, who called her a bandit? Somebody called her a bandit. Somebody said McDonald's bandit. Okay. Yep, it was Waba. Shit, this McDonald's bandit over here got clobbered by Bam Bam. A woman Bam Bam at that.
That is when things got out of control. Police
since it's a woman Bam Bam, does it make her pebbles?
Say the customer opened and climbed through the drive-thru window and started fighting the manager. You see the woman in the jeans jacket as the McDonald's manager, and the woman in the black with the pink boots believed to be Brantley. Police say the manager began defending herself, by hitting the suspect with the coffee pot not once or twice, but 9 times. The customer began throwing items, then left McDonald's by exiting through the drive-through window.
And I hope that pot knocked some sense into her.
Letitia Ford is the mother of the former Cheddar's employee who was attacked by Brantley. For told Fox 13, investigators say there is a possibility Brantley's bond will be revoked and reduced to probation. Ford says the suspect needs to be put behind bars and be held accountable for hurting restaurant employees.
You attacking people for no reason. Probation for what? And she's still committing crimes, and I'm still going to court for what she done to my son. And I want the people at McDonald's to get justice for what she did to them. Just
I know, right? The boy was like, go to sleep. And the Pebbles was like, bam, 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 bam. And she stood woke though. That's why I said, yo, if I would have gotten clobbered on my head like that, like fuck. But I think that little coffee pot it looked at metal for 1 second, then it looked at like glass another. So I'm not sure what happened.
Just as well as I want justice for my son.
Bam, bam.
Now, Memphis police say no arrests have been made. We did reach out to McDonald's corporate office, but we are still waiting to hear back.
Listen, hopefully they press charges on her ass, yo. What role do you think social media plays in spreading awareness about such incidents? I don't know. What do y'all think social media will bring awareness to these incidents like this? How should businesses handle situations where customers become aggressive or violent? That's a good question, right? Shit. How can fast food chains improve safety measures for their employees and customers? I don't think social media gonna turn this damn incident out for real. But my question is, what measures can be taken to prevent similar incidents from happening in the future, and how should the community respond to incidents of violence in local businesses? That joke running through my head, yo, man, I can't believe it. Bam, bam, bam. Yo, we're gonna move on to the next topic. Yo, this shit is crazy, man. I can't believe there's people out here. How did she fit in the drive-through window? She's a big girl. She left out of it twerking, so I'm guessing she came in through it twerking. Oh shit! Watch, look. She left out of it twerking. Or at least I think she did. Right here. This is where she's leaving. Bam! Bam!
The customer began throwing items, then left McDonald's by exiting through the drive-through window.
Right there. She went in sideways.
And I hope that pot.
See? That's how she fit through there. All right, y'all. Let's move on to the next topic. Yo, these people is wilding right now, man. What did they put in the air when the pandemic started? Is my question now. Oh,
right now.
All right. So we got a video that says you didn't say nothing. Father of kids who died in parking garage shares his story. How your kids die in a parking garage? What happened?
We're going to turn to our other big story of the night. A father speaking to us tonight after learning 2 of his kids died from exposure to the cold in a casino parking lot.
Yesterday,
casino parking lot?
Reporter Darren Cunningham spoke to the mother of those 2 kids about the tragic situation.
Yesterday, I woke them up to wake them up from school. My son wasn't.
It says father of kids who died in parking garage share stories. But this is the mother. That's not the father. Why was his kids in the car? What was he homeless?
My son wasn't moving. And I kept saying, Freddie, please get up. Please.
Oh, this the chick.
Well, tonight, Darren is getting the father's side of this story, hearing about.
That's what I was gonna say, yo. I was confused. Like, wait a minute. Okay, so this is the story of the lady who, whose kids died, freezing outside. And I think we was all asking, right? Because I think, I reacted to this. That's why I was a little confused. All right. Shout out. You listen, guys, keep sending me these videos. I love reacting to them like this with y'all, right? Without me having to check them out. So I love doing these reviews and reactions because we get to, sit here and put our thoughts together, right? And probably, solve it. Like sometimes we actually kind of like do solve it. We solve it. To them, it's not being solved, right? And of course, they got to go through that. I mean, but shit, sometimes shit be out there as clear as daylight. Like shit, with all the evidence, y'all still want to keep going through some process. Fuck out of here. Cold, they died in the cold. Did I say coals or something? My bad. I apologize. Thank you for correcting me if I said it wrong.
About the moment he learned 2 of his children had passed away.
So now we're going to hear
Darnell
about
Curry
the father.
Sr. wiped away tears while talking with me about his children, Darnell Jr. and Amelia, and the distressing phone call he says he took from their mother, Tatiana Williams, on Monday.
I went to the gym. As soon as I got on the treadmill, she called saying, can I make it to the hospital right now? They gone. I was hoping it was a sick joke, but it wasn't.
According to Detroit police, 9-year-old Darnell Jr. and 2-year-old Amelia died while sleeping in a vehicle at the Hollywood Casino at Greektown parking garage. Investigators say the cause appears to be hypothermia, a tragedy stemming from homelessness.
Okay, so if they were homeless, where was he at? This was the lady that we was reviewing and reacting to. She said she asked everybody for help, right? And nobody gave her help, and she was homeless. She went to the government and asked for assistance, and they denied her. They pushed her away. So she had no choice but to sleep in her car with her kids, right? Allegedly, according to her, right? But now we're hearing the father's side, right? But where was he when she was in the car? You see where I'm coming from? When she was asking for help, allegedly she said she asked him for help, but he didn't want to give it. But now we are hearing from him. I mean, I don't know. This is crazy.
I tried. I asked for help. I asked everybody, even people out of state. But I tried. I tried to keep hotels. I tried to pay people to stay there. It wasn't working for me. People just didn't like too many kids at their house.
I spoke with the children's mother Tuesday evening. She told me she's been living in her vehicle for 3 months, along with her 4 kids, her mother, and 2 teenage siblings. She says she reached out to Curry, who's the father of 3 of her children.
I asked him, I said, can you get your kids for me? I said, I need help. You know I'm homeless. I done kept a room this long. I couldn't keep it no more.
And yeah, see, I remember now. And I was wondering where the dad was at. I couldn't and I remember when I reviewed and reacted to it, I said, why couldn't the dad at least take the kids in? He don't got to take her in. Why not take the kids in? And he didn't. So my thing is, okay, you're out speaking up now after your kids have, passed away. But where were you when they was in the car homeless with their mother?
They were homeless. Had Tatiana ever reached out asking to?
No, she did not. All she said was, can I get them? Can I get them just to get them? And can I get them because y'all homeless? That's 2 different things.
She said she had been homeless for 3 months.
See, that's what I saw, about 3 months, but she ain't never said nothing to me. Nothing. So all them other sob stories, they can cut all that. No, she did not.
I mean, I think a man would notice if his wife with kids are homeless. Wouldn't you notice? He said he didn't notice that she was homeless for 3 months. I don't know.
You don't notice she's homeless for 3 months and you're supposed to be seeing your kids dead. That shit don't even add up.
It's not at all. So I'm thinking she's probably right. Like, it was crazy, but then I don't know. Then again, there are women here that, tell the baby dad that they don't need them, that they got this, they push them away. You see where I'm coming from? But you're telling me that you didn't notice that she was homeless for 3 months. I don't believe that to be possible.
Curry, who lives in Novi, says Williams
to the
never
store?
specified why she wanted to drop their kids off to him.
She just asked, can I get them for a couple of days? But I told her I'm working and all that, and I'm out here. We're not close to each other, so I couldn't. But she knows all my family is right around the corner from her.
Did she reach out to any of your family?
No, she did not. And she knows she could have, like we always used to do.
He says the last time he held his children was a month or two ago, and that they typically FaceTime, moments he will miss.
And there's a, police investigation into this.
She was homeless for 3 months, but the last time he held his kids was a month or two ago. Something not adding up.
What is it you would like to see come of this? Obviously, nothing's going to bring back your 9-year-old and your 2-year-old.
It doesn't even matter to me. Can't get them back, so it's whatever.
Darren Cunningham, 7 News Detroit.
No, you cannot get them back. Our heart aches for this family. I mean, there's so many people reaching out, trying to help. And I would just say, I mean, to anybody in our community, if your children are cold and go inside somewhere, beg for help if you can, so nothing like this ever happens again.
And as I learned today, there are shelters in those kind of situations, even if it's not ideal. Shelters are your best policy at that moment.
Shelters, there are churches, there are people who will take you in. And I know she said she asked for help, so we are not.
Shelters be overcrowded, and people don't. I mean, I don't know why people keep recommending shelters. I personally would not recommend a shelter. They get overcrowded, not with kids. One, they get overcrowded, and there's been too many assaults in shelters with women and kids. It is too much going on in the shelters. And she says she asked for help and got rejected everywhere. I mean, that's something that I've seen happen with a lot of women. So it's kind of like,
blaming the mother, because this is absolute heartache. But I'm speaking to anybody else out there. If you're in this situation, please go beg for help. Go knock on a church door. They will let you in.
FaceTime. I mean, when you got your phone, right, you don't need really Wi-Fi. These phones come with internet. So she could have probably already had like one of them little government phones or something like that, right? And been using that. I know a lot of people use them government phones, and you got internet. I mean, you got a certain, you got minutes to talk to people and stuff like that. You get unlimited internet too on them phones. I mean, it's not really unlimited because it starts lacking, and you do have to go on the Wi-Fi after a while. But it do last a lot of people a certain amount of time. So, I mean, and you can also steal Wi-Fi from anywhere you can get it free. I've seen a lot of people. That's why people be putting passwords on their Wi-Fi so that nobody outside can steal it. So, I mean, there's different ways she could have gotten Wi-Fi. She could be at a Dunkin' Donuts, McDonald's, or Burger King, anywhere that there's free Wi-Fi. There are places with free Wi-Fi so that, just in case. Or, I mean, the FaceTime is believable. But my thing is, you went 3 months, right, without noticing. I mean, let me ask y'all men a question. Would y'all go 3 months without knowing that the mother of your kids, is homeless with them, that she's living in her car in the streets? Y'all wouldn't, as men, as fathers, y'all wouldn't notice the change? I mean, I'm just asking. Facts, man. Guys, give me 1 second. I gotta make a quick run to the store again. So, in 1 second, I'm gonna let Frankie Blanco play again. Had his little playlist playing earlier. Give me 1 second. I gotta make another run and then go start on the next topic. I appreciate everybody that is interacting with a shorty. I do gotta make this quick run real quick.
back on my block shit. Hungry niggas starving. Triple X hoodie on, shooting like I'm Harden. New York fitted, moving Knicks through the garden. City never sleeps, I started whipping up that Harden. Soft white, all night, jaws tight. And we kept the silver can of Coors Light. 5 deep, tinted out expedition. Fuck all the beef, all we tryna do is chicken. In Hell's Kitchen, no love for the opposition. Same niggas selling weight, same niggas snitching. Trust me for dollars, my loyalty over income. Those snakes in my garden, you gotta respect my kingdom. Wise man once told me, real G's move in silence. Keep your circle tight, always keep the right appliance. Wise man was told me, real G's move in silence. Keep your circle tight, always keep the right appliance. Yes.
Divine knowledge. So many lost minds engaged in a spiritual battle, physically weak and mentally blinded, needing a third eye to perceive this reality. A realm where false prophets and spirits are channeled, where satanic rituals and sacrifices are pledged to a darker energy. Radio waves and flashing lights can alter and program your instinctive train of thought, subconsciously planting seeds of chaos in one's mental garden. As disinformation and lies is saturated in the truth, that will be providing the water for these seeds of confusion to root. The design to leave one's spiritual equilibrium unbalanced is a way to promote subject and capitalize with any hidden agendas. Compromised by conspiracies, structured to deflect or manipulate one's sole purpose. For right and wrong are only one's preference in the eye of the beholder. For it all comes down to controlling one's understanding of consciousness and imagination. The ability to manifest your thoughts, to visualize and relate to nature, and acknowledge the divine connection to all matter. All religion is different branches of the same tree. Institutions organized to limit or confine one's boundaries of knowledge and enlightenment. For if they say it's a sin to investigate or research other beliefs to grasp a better perspective of your faith, then there's a problem within. You must understand. To know God, you must know the devil. For Lucifer was the Lord's, day one, right-hand man. It takes a certain level of awareness to be able to see green snakes slither in green grass. P.S. It was in my head before I wrote it.
White, from a half to a hoe, I caught frostbite. Kept my hands in the snow, no sleep, cause every gram got to go. Suicide bomb, I had plans I would blow. I was a have-not till my first 8 in the stash spot. 38 snub, stove in the glass pot, chopping on the back blocks. Late night trying to hit the jackpot, strip hot, lit like a matchbox. Dipping the whip the same color as a matchbox. Middle finger to the law. Anytime we pass cops, bust it down, bag it up. Keys like a janitor, catch me low key, OT in the Challenger, in and out, stick and move, no time to pick and choose. If we get popped, guarantee this shit'll hit the news. Blocks on top of blocks, stacked like it's preschool. Went from ooze and ooze.
Only God can save us. Only God can save us.
What? Holding in hell, well, let my enemy be the reason for the enemy. And what these rap niggas pretend to be. Walking misdemeanors, my lifestyle's a felony. That's the penalty. If you fucking with this pedigree, levels to the shit. Yeah, different kind of energies. You just sold and stripped and fucking with these entities. Forgotten memories, soldiers in penitentiaries, rotting for over centuries. Damn, this can't be meant for me. Snake's tongue, sharper than shinobi blades. The words pierce the heart like scriptures from the golden age. Supposed to like inspired, defy space and fracture time. Classified, in on the moon. Please, master lie. Homie, I mastermind. The way I mastered mine. Power to see my future and still go back in time. Ask, project, sit back and reflect. All the times I wasn't trapped in this flesh. I never asked for this test. Yes, God bless. Only the strong survive. Certified, bonafide, the facts is we wanna die. Glorified, immortalized, the hero in my daughter's eyes. Anti-everything, I don't like to socialize. No surprise, most of guys feminine and moisturized. All I see is death, looking through a vulture's eyes. All I see is death, like looking through a vulture's eyes wide open. Blind can't lead the blind wolves in sheep's clothing. In lifetime you seek and find, probably design. My mind ain't even mine. It's so thought-provoking every time I read my lines. Fight or flight, it's sight on sight. And if you're wrong, then you're wrong. But if you're right, you're right. When they listen to the song, I know they like what I write. The way I articulate my life and give advice for no price. I'm on another atmosphere, sharper than a battle spear. Future stay bright and lit, just like a chandelier. I get love like LeBron on the Cavaliers. The last ball was fired, cause love LeBron's on the Cavaliers.
Yeah, yo, late nights, I reminisce, I used to hustle hard, gamble life, roll dice, shuffle cards, guess it was chess, never was checkers, the best of the best, never was better, whatever's whatever, late nights, I reminisce, I used to hustle hard, gamble life, roll dice, shuffle cards, guess it was chess, never was checkers, the best of the best, never was better, whatever's whatever. You always told me it would never be easy to follow my head and my heart, and it would never deceive me. Believe me, I thought I figured it out. I try to cheat death when I picture the route. Achieve steps, that's what this is about. Keep my feet wet, never dishing a drought. Reminiscing, just wishing about. So much bitches in the sea and how I'm fishing them out. Nicks, dime, 20s, and I was pitching them out. Those the old days, nigga, a lot of thinking and hoping. And now I spend most my days drinking and smoking. Stressed out, no answer, looking for the best route. Hands high, head up, crying with my chest out. Late nights, I reminisce, I used to hustle hard. Gamble life, roll dice, shuffle cards. Yes, it was chess, never was checkers, the best of the best, never was better, whatever's whatever. Late nights, I reminisce, I used to hustle hard. Gamble life, roll dice, shuffle cards. Yes, it was chess, never was checkers, the best of the best, never was better, whatever's whatever. You see, P, never was a faker, always had money, straight paper chaser. Coke from Dominicans, weed from Jamaica, and all I ever really needed was a pager. Got my hustle on something like Cassidy, now the whole block frontin' like they mad at me. Tragic, isn't it? Yeah, it's a tragedy. How P conquered the struggle with strategy, no magic or tricks. Late nights bagging up bricks, 4 niggas, 1 Dutch, and the bag of the pit. Everybody thinking on some blasphemous shit. The truth is, 2 of us only last this shit. Both of us together, nigga, we form one. You can lock us in a room, forget it, it's all done. Don't trust me, we can speak the truth. The truth is, nigga, you're just as sweet as my tooth. Late nights, I reminisce, I used to hustle hard. Gamble life, roll dice, shuffle cards. Yes, it was chess, never was checkers, the best of the best, never was better, whatever's whatever. Late nights, I reminisce, I used to hustle hard. Gamble life, roll dice, shuffle cards. Yes, it was chess, never was checkers, the best of the best, never was better, whatever's whatever. Shit is real right there, babe, from the heart, from my heart, nigga. I love all y'all, and I hate all y'all too. Let's go.
City Island, baby. Out your Let me show you how to put in work. See any beater get bodied. From the state of Massachusetts all the way to the Bay, said we gon' kill it all day. Say this music thing got me going on like a dope dealer. We ain't tryna stunt, but we going harder than most niggas. Say this music thing got me going hard like a dope dealer. Gotta get it, gotta put in that work. We ain't tryna stunt, bro. We going harder than most niggas. Body beats my nigga touch, try to hurt. Say this music thing got me going hard like a dope dealer. We go getters, pro hitters, fearing no niggas. Patron slippers don't split us with the chrome nigga. We be the reason why y'all be watching the throne nigga. My team is ready, we steady running the streets. From the state of Massachusetts to Cali, we bring the heat. Who it is? City Island, baby. One phone call puts a hole in your baby. We go hard all night, pure bars on cut off white. City Island taking off like flights. We stay above the clouds, man, it's hard to reach the heights, hard to reach it. We go hard all night, pure bars on cut off white. City Island taking off like flights. We stay above the clouds, man, it's hard to reach the heights. Yeah, this music thing got me going hard like a dope dealer. Gotta get it, gotta put in that work. We ain't tryna stunt, bro, we going harder than most niggas. Body beats my nigga touch, try to hurt. Shit, this music thing got me going hard like a dope dealer. Gotta get it, gotta put in that work. We ain't tryna stunt, bro, we going harder than most niggas. Body beats my nigga touch, try to hurt.
I had dreams of rapping on the big stage, crowd screaming my name, swagger like I'm Rich Man. You already know lights flashing, all my niggas feeling tipsy. We on another level, top floor, you can't miss me. Life of a rock star, middle fingers to cop cars, dipping in a fast car with sour in a glass jar. I live my life like it's the last day, more butt than ashtray, and all these freaks nasty if you ask me. Video chicks, gold diggers, and divas, holler for $1, you broke, they never see ya. Young niggas, big chains and a bunch of guns lining they raps, got me thinking how you fuck with son, death before the sun. A man, no matter where I stand, rules to the shit, so you gotta keep a master plan. 38 revolver, knowing that the can don't jam. Real nigga moving silence, I know who the fuck I am. Switch nigga.
Got me going hard like a dope dealer. Gotta get it, gotta put in that work. We ain't tryna stunt, bro, we going harder than most niggas. Body beats my nigga touch, try to hurt. Shit, this music thing got me going hard like a dope dealer. Gotta get it, gotta put in that work. We ain't tryna stunt, bro, we going harder than most niggas. Body beats my nigga touch, try to hurt. Hey, City Island, baby. Body beats my nigga touch, try to hurt. It's my nigga in touch, holding it down, yeah. Body beats my nigga touch, try to hurt. From Mill City to the Bronx, we gon' hold it down. Body beats my nigga touch, try to hurt. You know how we do it. Hey, body beats my nigga touch, try to hurt.
Shout out to Frankie Blanco. If y'all want to check him out, feel free to do so. I gotta give him his props, yo. He got them bars, yo. But make sure y'all go check out Frankie Blanco, guys. For those of y'all interested in beats and music and stuff like that, he got them bars right there, yo. Like, hold on. Let's get back on track. But big shout out to Frankie Blanco. I left the link to the last video down below. So those of you that want to go check him out, y'all more than welcome. Show him some support, show him some love. Let's help his channel grow. And make sure I appreciate all those that have been here. They have been rocking out with me. I appreciate y'all because y'all ain't have to be here. Y'all could have been anywhere else, but y'all chose to be with a shorty today, rocking out for listen the past 5 hours. It says on this drawing. Shit, let's do it. Shit, I told y'all we had the time. Right before I want to get to that one video. I'm not gonna end this until I hit that video. So man, I told y'all shorty had the time today. Music, man, help a shorty, bring promote him. Like, listen, he's got whatever you want to hear over there, yo. And I'm telling you, he's got bars. Whoa. So let's get this video started, right? We're back on track with the current news, right? And this next video clip says, here's why Trump wants to get rid of Trump wants to get rid of daylight savings? Yo, y'all be surfacing for Trump, huh? Shout out to everybody to be sending me videos. I think the link to my Instagram is in the chat down below. It is also in the description box and on my info on my main page on the info section.
The clock changing that comes with daylight saving time?
Wait, what?
Will Donald Trump get rid of the clock changing that comes with daylight saving time? Here's everything you need to know.
Yo, mankind sure as hell love sitting here messing with time like they God. Yo, people love playing the role of God. What are y'all thoughts on the possibility of eliminating daylight savings time? Is it possible? How do you think the removal of daylight savings time would impact your daily routine? Wouldn't it impact a lot of people's daily routine? I mean, it's shit. Some people get days and hours confused, night and day sometimes confused when they do the daylight savings shit. Oh, shit.
In the wee hours of Sunday, March 9th, the vast majority of Americans will once again lose an hour of sleep.
I know, right, Miss Genesis, man? He over here trying to fuck with Canada, man. I love me my Canadian coats show. They keep me warm here in the winter. Listen, they got the big, giant, husky Canadian coats, right? And they not cheap. You sit here putting them tariffs on them draws, man, we going to be sitting here trying to, like, listen, they going to have us like back in the day. Yes, master. What do you want me to do, master? Anything, master. Like, yo, I don't like husky jackets. So even the light Canadian jackets, I know that they're thick. And I haven't bought me one in a while. But I know that I was thinking about one this past winter because I was like, yo, man, these hoodies ain't cutting it for me. And my baby was like, what you want me to get? I'm like, I don't want you to get shit. But in my head, in the back of my head, I'm like, yo, man, I need me a Canadian coat, but not them big, thick ones. You know, them light ones. The ones that don't make you feel like, because I'm only 4'11", man. Sometimes I'm 150 pounds. Sometimes I make it to 170 pounds, right? Sometimes I'm 130 pounds, right? So I like wearing lace shit on me, man. All that shit that makes me feel like I'm tied to the ground. Hell no, I'm a little person. So it's like, damn, man, why y'all fucking with Canada? Leave Canada the fuck alone. What isn't the United States and Canada supposed to be best friends? Like, Trump, ouch. I shouldn't have did that. Trump, somebody need to knock you outside the head with the damn coffee pot. Bam, bam, bam. On some real shit.
And enter the part of the year known as daylight saving time. Arizona and Hawaii are the only states that never spring forward or fall back. They will remain locked into what's known as standard time for the next 6 months and forever going forward. As for the other 48 states, many seem to be fed up with the biannual tradition of seasonal time changes. A 2021 poll found 75% of Americans are against it. Another poll from CBS News and YouGov found the majority surveyed, 46%, want permanent daylight saving time, meaning it would stay lighter later all year long. 33% say they want permanent standard time, which would be earlier sunrises and earlier sunsets. Certainly good news for morning people. 21% said they want to keep switching back and forth. President Donald Trump has vowed to work with the Republican Party to eliminate the daylight savings time, calling it inconvenient and very costly to our nation. His close advisor.
So if they eliminate the daylight savings, will they bring back the 13 calendars?
Elon Musk agrees, writing on X, looks like
Elon Musk agrees to anything and everything Trump says, and Trump agrees to anything and everything. I feel like they puppets to each other.
Like the people want to abolish the annoying time changes. The billionaire's former Doge co-chair, Vivek Ramaswamy, backed up the sentiment that it's inefficient and easy to change. That said, it remains to be seen what exactly the Trump administration will do to make it official, and whether or not they'd support permanently turning the clocks forward or backwards. In 2022, the Senate unanimously approved a bill that would make daylight saving time permanent.
Unanimously. Why would they do that unanimous? They signed a bill without nobody knowing. And Senate did that. Not Congress, Senate, which means the senators did it. Behind the people's backs. So y'all out here playing God. But see, y'all know why they doing this? Because we're in that era. Y'all think the Jetsons is coming. Man, we in the Jetsons era already. Like, right now is the Flintstones versus the Jetsons. On some real shit. Y'all remember the movie? When they, when they crossed each other's paths? You had the Jetsons and the Flintstones in one freaking movie. Like, and what's crazy is I hear people say, oh, and the Flintstones, they didn't have cell phones and shit. Did y'all see how big and ugly them cell phones was when they had them in them little cars that you had to sit here and use your feet to run to drive with. Like they had these little ugly ass cell phones. Like, and listen, they still give the Flintstones. And what y'all don't even realize is the Flintstones has evolved throughout the years. They still in the dinosaur age, but these motherfuckers got computers and shit in their John. Like, come on, man. They even had a whole series where the baby Flintstones, the kid Flintstones, they allegedly met each other before they were grown. This shit is crazy.
The Sunshine Protection Act was introduced by then Senator Marco Rubio, who is now Trump's Secretary of State. The Florida Republican said, "This ritual of changing time twice a year is stupid," noting that locking the clock has overwhelming bipartisan and popular support. But the bill never received a vote in the House of Representatives. Rubio reintroduced the Sunshine Protection Act in 2024, and Florida Rep. Vern Buchanan put forward his own version of the bill in the House. Both languished in committees because they couldn't agree on whether to keep permanent daylight savings time or permanent standard time. Where you fall on the debate might depend on your geography. 7 states have all proposed observing daylight saving time year-round. Meanwhile, 15 other states are pushing to make standard time.
That's a great question. Ms. Genesis says, I was wondering if they get rid of daylight savings time, will that affect the international date timeline? See, I need to kidnap my baby pops. I need to kidnap my fiance one day and have him sit right here with us on these lives. Man, because he's like the word. He'll sit here and break shit down. And I know people will get mad and they'll get frustrated, but they'll have 2 options. Like I tell my kids, get mad, right? I mean, stay mad or get unmad. You got them 2 fucking options. What the fuck? Like, I love the fact that he's a genius when it comes to math. Like, I know it's not good to use people, right? But I use my fiance all the time, right? I use him as a human UPS. I use him as a calculator. I use him as my little, my little reminder, my little black diary. It's vice versa too, except for, he don't use me for math. Fuck all that. We not sitting here talking math. Now I use him for math. Yeah, sit here, solve all my little bank problems, deal with my taxes, deal with all that shit. Me and numbers don't get along. I trust you. I wouldn't do that with nobody else. But with him, hell yeah. Like, this man is a genius. I'm still trying to figure out, like, damn, man. Like, why couldn't the past bitches do you right? These fucking hoes, they had to do him wrong. Like, he would have been somewhere by now. But, we can't dwell in the past like he says. Now, no, this is the present. This is, it's time to come up. But anyways, I wonder, where the hell he at? I gotta kidnap his ass. Telling you, we're gonna have one of these lives with him being my co-host.
Time permanent. If permanent daylight saving time goes into effect, the national average for sunrise times will be 7:11 a.m. and the national average for the time of sunsets across the country,
damn it, let's not forget, he's also my bank,
will be 7:22 p.m. Meanwhile, enacting permanent standard time would push those sunrises back to 6:11 a.m. and sunsets to 6:22 p.m.
Wait, what?
Daylight saving time is.
You telling me the sunset is supposed to be at 6:22 p.m.? It's gonna be dark. It's gonna be dark as hell at 7:00 p.m. outside, looking like it's ready for nighttime. Bedtime. Hell no.
Scrapped for permanent standard time, many Americans can say goodbye to late summer evenings. The average sunset in New York in June would be 7:30 p.m., for example. And if you want to catch a sunrise, you'll definitely need to pound some coffee for that 4:35 a.m.
Damn.
Right now, time zones and time.
How far back is y'all pushing back time? Like, y'all said the sunset is going to be at 4:35 a.m. now?
Changes are federally regulated, but if Congress ultimately lets states decide to do their own thing, taking a road trip across state lines will be as confusing as Back to the Future. The origins of daylight saving time date back to World War I, when the Standard Time Act of 1918 was passed in an effort to conserve energy for the war effort. A half a century later, the Uniform Time Act of 1966 standardized it and stated clocks would advance 1 hour at 2 a.m. on the last Sunday in April and turn back.
Oh Oh snap, for real? Miss Genesis is from Canada. So at 3:45 p.m. it gets dark over there. Over here it don't get dark until like 8 o'clock. I mean 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. 7 or 8 o'clock is already dark. 6 o'clock you still have light outside. 6:30 there's still some. Sometimes 7 o'clock there's still some light. Now after that, 7:30, 8 o'clock, yeah, it starts getting real dark. 9 o'clock is already dark as shit. But damn, he's talking about the sun rising at 4:35 a.m. Shit, it's gonna be, yeah, you're gonna be hearing the fucking roosters cock-a-doodle-doodling early in the morning. It's gonna be like in the Caribbean.
Back 1 hour at 2 a.m. on the last Sunday in October. The Energy Policy Act of 2005 then changed DST to the second Sunday in March through the first. So
that's gonna affect the calendar too. So see, Ms. Genesis had a great question earlier about it affecting the date timeline. In the summer, the sun goes down at 10 p.m. This shit is crazy. So y'all gonna bring back the 13 months, the 13 calendars too? Shit. Y'all gonna have us all discombobulated doing all these new routines and shit. Y'all got us hopping hoops like we in the freaking athletes program or some shit. Like if we're training for SWAT.
First Sunday in November. It's a common myth that seasonal time changes were created by the agriculture industry to allow workers more daylight to tend to their crops and livestock. In fact, many farmers oppose a time change because...
Yeah, but you say farmers, workers, right, that deal with crops. How about the regular 9 to 5? See, I'm a gargoyle. I think my baby pops is more of a pro at being a gargoyle. Yep, unless una gargola. For real, because, yo, he could break night. Like, I don't know. So, I mean, I could be up, like, but I got to be working. I got to be active on some real shit. I just can't be sitting here and just watching movies, not doing nothing, swirling my thumbs. But shit, if I'm doing some shit at nighttime, I'm up. I'm completely up, shit. But my baby pops, he outbeats me. He a real gargoyle.
Because it disrupts their carefully orchestrated schedules. Either way, experts agree that the back and forth disrupts sleep patterns and negatively affects mental and physical health. Research shows that losing an hour of sleep significantly upends coffee for that 4:35 a.m. wake-up call. Right now, time zones and time changes are federally regulated, but if Congress ultimately lets states decide to do their own thing, taking a road trip across state lines will be as confusing as Back to the Future. The origins of daylight saving time date back to World War I, when the Standard Time Act of 1918 was passed in an effort to conserve energy for the war effort. A half a century later, the Uniform Time Act of 1966 standardized it and stated clocks would advance 1 hour at 2 a.m. on the last Sunday in April and turn back 1 hour at 2 a.m. on the last Sunday in October. The Energy Policy Act of 2005 then changed DST to the second Sunday in March through the first Sunday in November. It's a common myth that seasonal time changes were created by the agriculture industry to allow workers more daylight to tend to their crops and livestock. In fact, many farmers oppose a time change because it disrupts their carefully orchestrated schedules. Either way, experts agree that the back and forth disrupts sleep patterns and negatively affects mental and physical health. Research shows that losing an hour of sleep significantly upends our circadian rhythm, which is essentially the body's 24-hour internal clock. This potentially increases the risk of heart attacks and stroke, and even car accidents the morning after a time switch. Now, as President Trump and Congress figure out the next step, Americans are anxiously awaiting to find out if 2025 will be the last year we have to deal with this headache.
I mean, I don't know if it's going to be the last year we're going to have to deal with this headache, but the problem is that people are not seeing it. We're in the era of AI. We're in that era already. The era that people are so scared for it to. I mean, we've been in it for a minute already. It's just evolved. They've made it evolve. Like it or not, yeah, robot time. It's called seasonal depression. Yep, Ms. Genesis. I need y'all to, go out, do some research, get the books when it comes to this. That's some real shit. And there's there's scientifically proved behind the effects of what happens when they do these time changes and stuff like that. But with that being said, man, let me see. What questions did I write for here? Did I write it? All right. What are y'all thoughts on the possibility of eliminating daylight savings time? How do you think the removal of daylight savings time would impact your daily routine? Will it impact, how would it affect your, your daily living, whether it's working or being at home, taking care of your kids, how would it impact that? What are the potential benefits and drawbacks of making daylight savings time permanent? Shit, I would like to know that because I don't see no benefits. Drawbacks is that people got to start getting used to, a different schedule. I mean, we all got to get used to change, don't we? So is it really a drawback? I don't know. Do you believe the health benefits of eliminating the time change outweigh the economic benefits of keeping it? Do you believe the health benefits of eliminating time change outweigh the economic benefits of keeping it? I don't know. They're saying they're doing it for economic reasons, but even farmers are having a hard time with that. It's saying that it'll mess up their farming, their way of doing things, right? Their daily routine. That's what it's going to mess up. So how will this benefit anybody, especially those that have a 9-to-5 or those that got kids on a, certain routine? Wouldn't it affect people, right? I think the world should be on the same time frame. However, how would it work, especially with the time difference in other countries? Right. That's a fact. That's a good question. And that's a good point at the same time. So what role do you think public opinion should play in the decision to end daylight savings time? What role do you think we the people should play in it? Should we have a say-so, or, should Trump and Congress have the last word? I feel as though we have a say-so. But you know what? Unfortunately, not enough of us come together. We really don't. How should a government address the concerns of those who prefer the current system? I feel as though they need to take the time and listen. But see, how many of us are addressing our concerns? Now, that's my question. In some parts of the world, it's already tomorrow, right? Not tomorrow night. That's a fact. In a lot of places of the world right now, right now I'm in Philly, right? North Philly at that. It's 1:28 p.m., right? In other places of the world, it's 10 p.m. right now, 12 a.m. right now, for real. So, shout out to Miss Genesis for the comments. I appreciate the comments, yo. If y'all got any comments, just let us shorty know, man. Let's move on to the next topic. So we got data indicates there could be hundreds of truck driving serial killers at large. Wait a minute. There's hundreds of truck drivers out there at large. We got Jeepers Creepers in reality, for real. Like, I mean, I say it because when you look at the movie Jeepers Creepers, sometimes I wonder if the bull was a truck driver back in the day. Shit. Like, damn. What are y'all thoughts on the data suggesting that there could be hundreds of truck driving serial killers at large? Like, damn, I'm going to be looking at the Pepsi Cola trucks, like, is you a serial killer? The Coca-Cola trucks, the little, Diaz and Watson truck. I'm like, is that really ham back there? Is that really, turkey? Is that really chicken? I'm like, or is y'all got body parts back there? I'm gonna be looking at the hamburger truck, like, the McDonald's trucks when they bring the little burgers. I'm gonna be wondering, like, is y'all like, damn. American Horror Story.
Murderous truck drivers prowling the nation's highways for victims have become familiar villains, really, in TV shows and movies.
In fact, the percentage of long-haul truckers who become murderers is small. But according to the FBI, there are likely hundreds of homicidal truck drivers on our road.
Hold on, wait a minute. Is the percentage likely small? Is analytics actually telling us that they're small? If they're small, then why the FBI saying they're actually? See, y'all fucking with our minds right now. Stop messing with our heads.
Roads who have never been caught.
Many of them have driven across Nevada and have left a bloody trail behind them. Tonight, Chief Investigator George Knapp takes a deeper dive into how victims are targeted, and some of this information, it is graphic.
86-year-old Reno resident Patrick Carnes was driving in tandem with a long-haul trucker along I-80 when he vanished forever back in 2011. His car was found in the same out-of-the-way field where 62-year-old Judith Casita's vehicle was found 5 years earlier. She, too, was never seen again.
I mean, isn't that what they tell you, not to hitchhike and be careful and not to get in the car with a stranger? I mean, why? If you can't get in the car with a stranger, why the heck would you sit here and get, in the truck of a stranger? Y'all ain't watched Jason or Michael Myers or none of them type movies? I mean, Jeepers Creepers, all of them? I mean, damn, I gotta remember all the horror movies. See, I'm bad at that. I don't sit here and try to remember the names of shit. I just watch and enjoy and learn from that shit.
Nevada lawmen came to suspect that a serial killer trucker, possibly two, were picking off victims along I-80.
And this was actually where the vehicle was.
I've seen some gruesome things in 25 years as an FBI agent, really gory crime scenes.
Former FBI Assistant Director Frank Figluzzi says the two missing Nevadans are not typical targets for serial killer truckers.
Right?
Most of the known victims are younger women, either sex workers or hitchhikers. Figluzzi learned about the killers and their most likely victims by digging into a bureau program called the Highway Serial Killings Initiative, established in 2009, and learned even more by riding shotgun with truckers over thousands of miles, research that produced his best-selling book, Long Haul. By studying.
Oh shit, we got a guy that's actually sitting here and taking rides from truckers. Like, what is he listening to their stories and writing them down? Like, if you think he's a serial killer, why would you get in a car with him just to make a book? What is wrong with people?
Studying known murders, missing persons, and truckers themselves, the FBI estimates there could be 450 long-haul truckers who are serial killers, probably more. Many are sexual predators. Some just like to kill.
One indeed likes to control the outcome and loves the power and will prolong torture, rape, and other horrors. But the other one, George, the other kind of serial killer, simply wants to kill. He enjoys that power of life and death, and he kills quickly.
He's killing because he's lonely.
The specter of a mass murderer rumbling down the highway in a multi-ton traveling crime scene has been used in several TV shows and in movies, including the thriller Suspect Zero. But sometimes it spills out too close to home. Truck driver Chester Todd was suspected by the FBI of multiple rapes and murders of women, but he went on the run in 1996 and didn't surface until 2011 in Las Vegas, where he'd been living under an assumed name. Another serial killer truck driver, Wayne Allen Ford, had a severed breast in his pocket when he turned himself in to California police in 1998. He admitted to 4 murders, 3.
Damn, that shit is crazy. But then when you think about it, shit, truck driver, right? The serial killer shit. Truck driving, I guess, would be the best way to go across country committing murders and getting away with it for so long. And change your name a couple times, shit, now you can get away with murder. You can write a book on how to get away with murder. Yo, these mofos was smart as shit. I'm not saying that what they did was good. What I'm saying is these mofos were smart as shit.
Of his victims had been dismembered. The body of one victim, 26-year-old Tina Gibbs of Las Vegas, was found in Northern California, not far from Ford's home. One of the most vile of the trucker killers is Robert Ben Rhodes, who built a torture chamber in his truck. Rhodes murdered 2 couples he picked up hitchhiking, one in Utah, one in Texas, and is suspected of dozens of other murder torture sagas.
There's some of the most heinous crimes and criminals in the book, including Robert Ben Rhodes, who picked up a 14-year-old girl hitchhiking, hooked her up from fish hooks inside his.
Facts, Ms. Genesis. Old people are the best at not trusting people. How did these 2 senior citizens get taken out? Ah, mira, listen, yo no sé. Yo también estoy tratando de entender how it happened. I'm trying to understand how it happened.
His torture chamber in his rig over the course of several weeks across many states, raped and tortured her, leaving her for dead. in an abandoned farmhouse.
The most common and most vulnerable pool of victims are the so-called lot lizards, which is the crude name drivers use for the sex workers who ply their trade in the nation's truck stops.
Oh, so when I hear old people call the young ladies lot lizards, that's what they are, prostitutes and oh, so that's the real meaning of a lot lizard? Damn, this whole time I've been trying to figure it out. I should have Googled that shit. Does Google tell me? Hold on. What is the meaning of a lot lizard? What does it mean if someone called a prostitute? Oh shit. So now when I hear an old head call a young woman a lot lizard, that means that she's I'm gonna start using that. I'm like, you freaking lot lizard. You wait up in there. They bringing up these old words. First we learning about cumbrellas and all this shit. Now lot lizards, like what's up? Yo no entiendo nada. I have went and called amnesia. Ahora yo no sé hablar en inglés. De ahora en adelante vamos a hablar en español como yo, acabo de experience. Shit, man. Lot lizard.
Figluzzi met and interviewed many of them for his book, including a few who survived their attacks, and knows that educating these women about the dangers is tough. Many of them have drug addictions and poor judgment, move around a lot, don't let family know where they are, so no one is likely to report them missing. Figluzzi also wrote his book to educate cops about the FBI initiative. The Nevada lawmen working on the Pat Carnes case had no idea there's an FBI database they could have accessed.
If I have one message to any law enforcement officer listening, it's get your unsolved cases, especially involving roadside killings, into the FBI's database.
The trucking industry has embraced the effort to find.
Basically, he's saying some of these FBI enforcement people is sitting here not doing their jobs. They fucking up. So that's why in the analytics, the statistics, it looks like, there is a few, only a few truckers that are serial killers. But apparently, according to this, the FBI is saying that there's over hundreds of serial killer truckers out there. So y'all need to be careful. So these look like little white trucks and big, large white trucks. They don't have. So be careful with the non-logo. Man, fuck that. Be careful with all of them. Shit, I was just going by the picture, but I don't know. I think just be careful with each and every one of them. Just remember, there's people out here that think like the people that, live in the hills have eyes.
Find and weed out killer truckers and has installed tracking devices on most corporate-owned rigs. But Figluzzi notes some drivers have learned how to skirt those precautions, and he says there are hundreds of thousands of independent truckers who drive their own rigs and are not being monitored as they cruise along those long.
Wait a minute, they don't monitor the independent truckers? I mean, I think they should be monitored. Just because they are independent, they work for themselves, doesn't mean, you're still transporting somebody else's merchandise. It should be monitored. What the? Wait a minute. Hold up.
Long stretches of dark and empty highways. George Knapp, 8 News Now.
Disturbing stuff. We put more information on the highway serial killer database on our website. You can also find part 1.
Just wait, what?
Of that report at.
Oh, so this is part 2 of that report. I'm gonna have to look for part 1. Man, send me both parts. Don't leave me halfway on a story. I need both. Necesito los dos. Los dos. That is crazy. Wow. How can law enforcement agencies improve their efforts to track and apprehend these serial killers, y'all? I mean, what measures can trucking companies take to ensure the safety of their drivers and the public? Damn, just because they're independent, they don't, sit here and track what the merchandise. You gotta track your merchandise. That's a lot of merchandise, right? That y'all be putting in these trucks. They don't get shit. I ain't trusting nobody with my merchandise. I'm gonna make sure. I need to know where you at with my merchandise, when you stopping, how long you stopping for, just like the other trucks. You ain't no different because you're independent. You may have your own hours, I ain't taking that from you. But if my merchandise is in your truck, you're letting me know your stops, how long, and what's happening. Because the same way that these truckers can get robbed and something can go wrong, it can happen with you. Just because you're independent doesn't mean that, my merchandise won't get screwed over. I mean, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. What the hell is going on? How can the public stay informed and vigilant about the potential dangers posed by truck driving serial killers? And what role do you think technology such as GPS tracking and surveillances should play in preventing these crimes? I mean, I don't think that's possible. I mean, the tools are out there for people to use. So how can it be prevented? I don't know. That's something that we're going to have to put all this together for.
Truck drivers.
Miss Genesis said, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. Lot lizard. I'm shocked that data state database isn't linked up the FBI or Homeland Security. Facts. That's something that needs to be improved. Something that, has to change. So I'm gonna let this video play for y'all without me interrupting it. My bad. Like, I was shocked. I'm sitting here like, damn, serial killer truckers, huh? We on here, we bringing them American Horror Stories to life.
Murderous truck drivers prowling the nation's highways for victims have become familiar villains, really, in TV shows and movies.
In fact, the percentage of long-haul truckers who become...
Let me see. I've never even said the word before. Shit. How do you say lot lizard in Spanish? Yo, mucho lagarto. I'm dead, mucho lagarto. What the Yo, lagarto. I know this how you say lagarto, but lizard? Oh, but I'm guessing because the word lot. Mucho lagarto. Why can't it just be called a lagarto? I mean, in reality, when I used to hear people say, lot lizards, I thought they was comparing a girl to an alien or to some type of lizard, because lizards are skinny, right? And you know what? Lot lizard, though? Like, how can you compare that to a prostitute? I'm curious. This shit is crazy. Mucho lagarto. I didn't even know that's how it was said, but let's watch the video one more time.
Murders is small, but according to the FBI, there are likely hundreds of homicidal truck drivers on our roads who have never been caught.
Many of them have driven across Nevada and have left a bloody trail behind them. Tonight, Chief Investigator George Knapp takes a deeper dive into how victims are targeted, and some of this information, it is graphic.
86-year-old Reno resident Patrick Carnes was driving in tandem with a long-haul trucker along I-80 when he vanished forever back in 2011. His car was found in the same out-of-the-way field where 62-year-old Judith Casita's vehicle was found 5 years earlier. She, too, was never seen again. Nevada lawmen came to suspect that a serial killer trucker, possibly two, were picking off victims along I-80.
And this was actually where the vehicle was.
I've seen some gruesome things in 25 years as an FBI agent, really gory crime scenes.
Former FBI Assistant Director Frank Figluzzi says the two missing Nevadans are not typical targets for serial killer truckers. Most of the known victims are younger women, either sex workers or hitchhikers. Figluzzi learned about the killers and their most likely victims by digging into a bureau program called the Highway Serial Killings Initiative, established in 2009, and learned even more by riding shotgun with truckers over thousands of miles, research that produced his best-selling book, Long Haul. By studying known murders, missing persons, and truckers themselves, the FBI estimates there could be 450 long-haul truckers who are serial killers, probably more. Many are sexual predators. Some just like to kill.
One indeed likes to control the outcome and loves the power and will prolong torture, rape, and other horrors. But the other one, George, the other kind of serial killer, simply wants to kill. He enjoys that power of life and death, and he kills quickly.
He's killing because he's lonely.
The specter of a mass murderer rumbling down the highway in a multi-ton traveling crime scene has been used in several TV shows and in movies, including the thriller Suspect Zero. But sometimes it spills out too close to home. Truck driver Chester Todd was suspected by the FBI of multiple rapes and murders of women, but he went on the run in 1996 and didn't surface until 2011 in Las Vegas, where he'd been living under an assumed name. Another serial killer truck driver, Wayne Allen Ford, had a severed breast in his pocket when he turned himself in to California police in 1998. He admitted to 4 murders. 3 of his victims had been dismembered. The body of one victim, 26-year-old Tina Gibbs of Las Vegas, was found in Northern California, not far from Ford's home. One of the most vile of the trucker killers is Robert Ben Rhodes, who built a torture chamber in his truck.
Damn.
Rhodes murdered 2 couples he picked up hitchhiking, one
He was watching Saul, guys.
in Utah, one in Texas, and is suspected of dozens of other murder, torture sagas.
There's some of the most heinous crimes and criminals in the book, including Robert Ben Rhodes, who picked up a 14-year-old girl hitchhiking, hooked her up from fish hooks inside his torture chamber in his rig. Over the course of several weeks across many states, raped and tortured her, leaving her for dead in an abandoned farmhouse.
The most common and most vulnerable pool of victims are the so-called lot lizards, which is the crude name drivers use for the sex workers who ply their trade in the nation's truck stops. Figluzzi met and interviewed many of them for his book, including a few who survived their attacks, and knows that educating these women about the dangers is tough. Many of them have drug addictions and poor judgment, move around a lot, don't let family know where they are, so no one is likely to report them missing. Figluzzi also wrote his book to educate cops about the FBI initiative. The Nevada lawmen working on the Pat Carnes case had no idea there's an FBI database they could have accessed.
If I have one message to any law enforcement officer listening, it's get your unsolved cases, especially involving roadside killings, into the FBI's database.
The trucking industry has embraced the
Facts, man, because of you lazy ass law enforcement, FBI agents, right? We cannot help these lot lizards. They're caged up and we need to free them. Like, what's wrong with y'all? Get y'all shit together. Go to the donut shop, get some coffee, eat some donuts, and get it together. All right, Homers?
effort to find and weed out killer truckers and has installed tracking devices on most corporate-owned rigs. But Figluzzi notes some drivers have learned how to skirt those precautions, and he says there are hundreds of thousands of independent truckers who drive their own rigs and are not being monitored as they cruise along those long stretches of dark and empty highways. George Knapp, 8 News Now.
Disturbing stuff. We put more information on the highway serial killer database on our website. You can also find part 1 of that report at 8newsnow.com.
Well, I'm definitely going to go to that website and check it out. I did not know that we had so many serial truck driver killers out here, yo. So I'm definitely going to check it out. Man, since the FBI is being lazy, I want to educate myself, right? Because apparently the FBI is not helping protect these lot lizards. Something's like, I can't believe you called them lot lizards, though. Like, I can't believe I'm just learning what the word lot lizard meant this whole time. It didn't. I mean, listen, I wasn't curious until they said it the way they just said it now. Like, if I would have just heard anybody like I normally, heard them call a little girl or woman lot lizard, and I'm not saying, I'm talking about the youth, like 19, 18 years old. Like, I've heard it. But I never in a million years would have thought prostitute. I thought they was literally calling them a lizard, and I thought a lot lizard was actually a fucking lizard. But apparently is a prostitute. So, this is crazy. dead. I can't. Let's move on to the next topic, yo. Representative Beth Van Dyne, whatever his name is, the IRS has been weaponized. Why do you think that the IRS has been weaponized, sir?
Bring in House Ways and Means Committee member, Texas Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne.
Oh, man.
Congresswoman, terrific to see you. Not only is the IRS responsible for collecting revenue, the IRS is responsible for more than 1/3 of improper payments in the earned income tax credit going out the door.
Damn, the IRS seems to be responsible for a lot of things. So what are y'all thoughts on Representative Beth Van Dyne, however you say her last name, right, on claiming that the IRS has been weaponized against conservatives? And how do you think the investigation by those will impact the public's trust in the IRS? Will this have any type of effect in the public trust in the IRS?
1/3 of improper payments in the education tax credit, 15% of improper payments going out the door in the refundable child tax credits,
Damn.
1/4 for the Obamacare premium tax credit. The IRS is broken, but the Democrats are upset about you and Republicans trying to fix it.
Yeah. No, we had a couple of tense hearings in Ways and Means the last few days. Exactly that. And IRS, they should be worried. Not only are they doing a really bad job, maintaining, their credibility, but think about what they've done. They've also
Waba, where you at, Waba? You was talking about this earlier. IRS is also part of DEI. Where Waba at? Oh shit.
weaponized in the last several years to go after conservatives while protecting things like the Biden crime family. So they absolutely should be concerned. We're going to get down to the bottom of it. It's sad that it's taken this long. I have introduced legislation that would actually have a third-party audit on all of our agencies, including the IRS. It has to happen. When there's looking at $500 billion of potential fraud, waste, and abuse, instead of Democrats opening this up and saying, this is a good thing that we're finding, they are shooting the messenger because this is protecting their pocketbooks that have been getting full with this waste, fraud, and abuse, as well as their donors. It's pathetic that's been happening this long. And finally, we have an administration and a Congress, by the way, that's hand in glove, willing to fight it.
Congresswomen, they come up with all the clever slogans, the bumper stickers, you can't spell felon without Elon, but these are the people that can get into anything they want about us, can threaten the American people. And then when we demand that they show us what they're doing, their decision, we're the evil ones. What is the Congress going to do to help DOJ with its efforts? There's a House DOJ caucus. There's a role for the House here.
Well, absolutely. When we're putting together our budget, we're taking that all into account, and we're looking at appropriations of what's being wasted, and what we can actually get our hands around. So it will be a partnership effort.
Her saying that, right? Let me ask you, man, right? What measures should be taken to ensure that the IRS operates fairly and without political bias? And how can we balance the need for tax enforcement with concerns about potential misuses of power?
Congress has got to do its job as well, which is why right now, I got to give it to Jody Arrington coming up with a budget that's looking at trillions and trillions of dollars of government spending cuts that have to be necessary when we're looking at, over a $36 trillion debt and a $2 trillion deficit. And so we have to make sure that we are doing the work. But it's crazy when we're in some of these hearings and we're listening to Democrats who are not talking about the message that they're hearing. Look at how much waste that we have. Look at these programs that you and your budgets that you supported, that you passed, that you voted for. Look at where those dollars are going and look at where they're not going. You sit here and you say that you want to protect those, our hardworking Americans, and yet you've got no problem with the graft that has been sent out. And it's absolutely shocking that they're trying to defend it. And the only thing that they're arguing is that, well, Elon Musk is the wrong guy to do it because he's not elected. First of all, it's Donald Trump, make no mistake, that is making these decisions. Elon Musk and his advisor, and he's making the advice, he's taking the time to
Well, actually, Congress writes these decisions down, and Trump signs a piece of paper. Yes, I agree. No, I don't agree.
Go through line by line all of these budget items. But make no mistake, it is an elected president that's doing this effort. But second of all, when you think about where has all of this graft come from, who has been making the decisions on the regulatory side? All of that is unelected bureaucrats. They've got no problem with the bureaucrats as long as they're helping them. But when it comes time to cutting the budget, looking at waste, getting rid of the fraud, getting rid of the abuse, they're not on board, which is shocking.
Okay, she's saying, which is shocking. All right. So how might this investigation affect the relationship between the IRS and the taxpayers? And what role do you think, right, transparency and accountability should play in the IRS's operations? How can lawmakers ensure that the IRS remains an impartial and effective agency? How can we do that?
Shocking, because that's exactly what the American people are.
You just hit on it, Congresswoman, that a lot of the thievery and the abuse and this just the grotesque waste that is kind of the beating heart of the Democrat Party, it stops when you just simply cut spending. Because it's much easier to get away with it when you've got trillions of dollars going out the door. It's $3.5 trillion in a budget deficit when the economy was growing over the last 2 fiscal years. But the reason the American people are onto this and want it to stop, I think, is because they had 4 years of Joe Biden and they didn't know who was running and ruining the country. Well, it was faceless bureaucrats wearing lanyards. That's why I think that's the why now, potentially, of why the American people are truly fed up.
Is it?
Yeah, they've had 4 years.
I mean, is what she's saying true? I mean, I can only vouch for me. Is y'all fed up because of what was happening with Biden, or because y'all just really want some change and it's time for change? Enough is enough. But in order for that to happen, I've said it time after time, y'all have to get up, right? Y'all have to get up and make that stand. Everybody's sitting around for Superman to come and save them. People don't even speak up and speak their minds. It's like they got strings attached to their backs waiting for their puppet master's next command.
Of abuse. They looked at what's happened in the economy. They looked at what's happened to their bank accounts, how much more they're having to pay now, how much less they're getting paid now, really, when you start looking at the value of the dollar, and they're sick of it. They're also looking at what's happening around the country. They're looking at what's happening in their community's safety, what happened at the border, how we were shipping, billions of dollars to other countries, identifying that, having a safe border was important to them while ignoring our own, and they are sick of it. And when you start identifying where those dollars are going, the ridiculous programs, these DEI programs, these trans programs to other countries, people are shaking their heads. Yeah. Hope you have a nice day, Ms. Genesis. Thank you for showing support, for coming in and, interacting with a shorty today. I appreciate you. And, she said the DEI programs are worthless, right? Let me see. What are the DEI programs? In the United States, diversity, equality, and inclusion, right, are organizational frameworks that seek to promote the fair treatment and full participation of all people, particularly groups who have historically been underrepresented or subject to discrimination based on identity or disability, right? What is covered under the DEI? Diversity, equality, and inclusion is a set of principles that aims to create a more inclusive, fair, and just society. DEI encompasses a wide range of identity, experiences, and backgrounds, right? All right. What are the 4 pillars of the DEI? The 4 pillars of diversity, equality, and inclusion are education, empathy, engagement, and accountability. Well, shit, a lot of people need to start taking accountability. These pillars help create a more inclusive and equitable workplace culture. All right. What should a DEI plan include? Why isn't it showing all the programs in the DEI? Like, what's crazy, you know what? I'm gonna have to search this Google thing because they updated this job last month from what it looks like. Okay.
So what I was reading before is not going to be there. It's going to give me what they are seeing currently now. This is why we need to hit them libraries. I'm about to go to a library and pick up a couple, books. And they all going to have to be involving laws, rights, amendments, and everything, yo. Because, they changed this shit from left to right.
Head saying, I don't have enough money right now to be able to retire. I don't have enough money to be able to pay both my insurance bill, which is gone skyrocketing, or my food bill. When we look at the amount of debt that we've got, it's the most that we've ever had, credit card debt in American history. There's a reason why, and people are sick of it. And I think you look at the effort that's been happening by DOJ, by both Congress and in this new administration. In just the last few weeks, they are hopeful, they are optimistic, and they're supportive of it. Democrats should get on board.
Congresswoman Beth Van Daan, a pleasure. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you.
Before we move into the next topic, right? How is it that DOJ is going to actually help us, we the people? How is DOJ going to fix what wasn't fixed before? Right? I mean, I'm just asking. I'm a little curious because I want to learn a little more. And yes, I'm going to do my own research, but I'm just asking a question. So let's move on to the next topic.
I was just totally.
AI leads to wrongful arrest of Lee County. Damn. In AI, like, I'm guessing it was the Chat GPT or something. It's got to be involving the Chat GPT, right? Because how can an AI lead to a wrongful arrest of a man in a county?
I was just totally mind blown. I don't think I've seen anything around me.
When a crabber in Lee County got a call from someone claiming to be a detective in Northeast Florida, claiming he was involved in a crime hours away.
Yo, wait a minute. He got a what? A knock? A call? He got a call from a detective. Oh shit! What are your thoughts on the use of AI facial recognition technology in law enforcement? So it looks like he was caught in one of them little facial recognition technology thingies that they have in the law enforcement. Don't give me the lie about the name, right? Because I don't know it. But I don't know. How can we be right? How can we ensure that the AI systems used by the law enforcement are accurate and reliable? What measures should be taken to prevent wrongful arrest caused by AI technology? I mean, you know that a lot of shit could be done. We talked about this when we went down the rabbit hole on AIs. We just started a whole new rabbit hole, right? We got part 2 coming up. So we're going to learn more about the dangers of AI and much more. We're going to go deep into the benefits and stuff when it comes to AI technology, right? But for right now, right, like what measures should be taken to prevent wrongful arrest caused by AI technology? For most of you, we did the reaction, right, on where they was talking about now they got these apps where people can make it seem like, imagine somebody hating you so much, right, to the point where they make a video, right, out of a video they found from you or a picture that they found from you on social media, right? Then they upload that shit, making it seem like you committed a crime somewhere, right? But at the time that this crime was being committed, you was at your home probably eating dinner. You was probably at the movies with your girl chilling. Man, you was probably in the back of a car getting a quickie. So it's kind of like, oh shit.
Thought it was a prank. Turns out.
I was just totally mind blown. I don't think I've seen anything around me.
When a crabber in Lee County got a call from someone claiming to be a detective in Northeast Florida, claiming he was involved in a crime hours away, he thought it was a prank. Turns out it wasn't.
I'm just thinking, how in the hell did this happen to me?
He was eventually arrested, and the reasons why left him stunned. Evan Dean has this Gulf Coast investigation that's a warning to all of us.
This is the moment a deputy showed up at Robert Dillon's front door. His face says more than words.
So they didn't just call, they pulled up.
Are you shitting me, man?
I'm not. It all happened back in August, just outside Dillon's home in San Carlos Park.
This is craziness.
What is it?
I gotta get my shoes.
What is going on?
What's going on?
Yo, this is shout out. Like, I can't, all this over in AI technology. I mean, in AI equipment that they had that I guess was malfunctioning. They arrested this man at his home. Yo, we got the Grim Reaper. What up, though? The Grim Reaper. Yo, he just popped up out of nowhere, came out of his coffin. He got his little shovel next to him. Yo, what's up, The Word? Yo, make sure y'all go check out The Word. Great conversations, great topics, man. Somebody that will sit here and break down so many things. I feel as though that this man right here is so wise. Like, he got so much knowledge to pass on, even though he's young, though. Like, I see him the same way I see my baby pops. You know what? Let me rephrase that. I don't know how to explain that. I just fucked that up. I see him, right? Like the way I used to see my baby pops in the beginning, right? Like he's somebody that's out here, right, with a big heart, right, trying to help others, right? Like, even though that sometimes you may see him as an asshole, he's got a big heart. Like, he's willing to help others no matter what the situation is, right? And he's out here teaching, passing forward the things that he has learned, right? Helping the youth. So at the end of the day, like, I think a lot of us should, give people like him their roses when it's needed. Because this man has sat here, right, and shared with us stories on how he's overcome a lot of situations and a lot of obstacles, right? And it's someone that's willing to help, single mothers out here, right, that have single kids and much more. So I feel as though that a person like this, right, that, straps his boots on, respects women, right, and helps out other people, even if they look at him being a menace to society, even if they look at him as being an asshole, even if they're scared of him, he earns his respect, right? He's paved the way where, when his child is older, right, his child's going to look at him like, yo, Pops, I respect you. I love you. I look at you like my hero. And it's crazy, right? Because I can picture that shit, yo. For real. So I had to fix that because I don't look at him the way I look at my baby Pops. Because when I look at my baby Pops, I see him differently. I love this man, right? I see something in his eyes that draws my attention. See where I'm coming from? When I look at the Word, I see a man, right, that has certain characteristics of my, that my baby Pops has out here in these streets. So that's what I was trying to say. Like, let me rephrase that because some people here will sit here and twist that shit up on social media. So I had to fix it. So I got a fiance, he's got a wife. So I gotta fix this shit. All right. So make sure y'all go check out The Word, yo. For real. And I'm telling you, like, if you want to know anything about history, right? Anything that has to do like with the laws, physics, astrology, and much more, right? The Bible, yo, he will break that Bible down to you. Like, if you in kindergarten, check The Word out. Like, I love networking and building with The Word. He brings up great talking points. The people that come on panel with The Word bring great talking points and great conversations. And these are conversations that are needed. And like he says, right, a better me, a better you, a better you, a better me. So, yes, I just told you you're his hero shit. It's like, when my daughter comes to me and she looks at me, she's like, Mommy, my daddy is my hero. She looks at her dad like he's God. And that gives me a feeling inside that, yo, I can't even explain it. For real. Let me put it like this, right? If my heart was ice cold, every time I hear her say that, it melts it. For real. Where there once was a, ice box, now there's a, little volcano of lava. Like, it's motivated me. Like, yeah, we did that. We made that. Like, yo, she's looking up to us and not no celebrities. I'm like, yo, what's up, baby Pops? So you see where I'm coming from? Like, yo, I respect that. When your kids respect you like that, when your kids look up to you like that, that tells you how much of a good person you are. For real. Like, when your kids tell you that you're their hero and they admire you, that shows you how much of a good person you are. See, when I was asked yesterday, what is my definition of a deadbeat baby Pops and what is my definition of a, dead father figure? Well, a deadbeat Pops isn't in a kid's life. A dead baby Pops doesn't educate their child. A dead baby Pop make excuses, right? Well, not these two men. These are men that are in their kids' lives. Real fathers. You don't hear their kids say, I hate you and this and that. And they might hate the fact that you say no. But You're supposed to be your child's role model, and that speaks words. That's some real shit. So shout out to you, man. I gotta give you your roses. So let's continue. Let's get back on topic, man. This situation right here is crazy. Getting arrested by an AI. What measures should be taken to prevent wrongful arrest caused by an AI? How can individuals protect themselves from being misidentified by facial recognition software?
Going on is Dylan is.
Do you got any shoes or anything on you?
Are you shitting me, man?
I'm not.
It all happened back in August, just outside Dylan's home in San Carlos Park.
This is crazy.
What is it?
I gotta get my shoes.
What is going on?
What's going on is Dylan is about to be arrested for a crime he never committed.
I'll tell you what, man, I'm gonna put you in the cuff in the front.
This is nuts.
Despite insisting he's innocent, Dylan is handcuffed, put in a police cruiser, and taken to jail.
God, this is nuts.
Huh? I wouldn't know what to tell you, G. It's not our investigation.
For Dylan, the only thing harder to believe than the arrest itself is where the crime happened and how he was identified.
Where did it happen?
And I'm thinking, how in the hell did this happen? How did this happen? They say in life everything happens for a reason. I can't for the life of me figure out this one.
More than 300 miles northeast of Lee County sits the coastal resort city of Jacksonville Beach. It's here at a fast food restaurant near the ocean where the alleged crime happened. In November of 2023, a young girl told police that a man, a stranger, had asked her to come with him while in the restaurant. She didn't, and the suspect left. But police pulled these surveillance photos of him, and months later,
this is crazy.
Robert Dylan would be placed in cuffs, accused of luring or enticing a child. The problem? Dylan says he's never been to Jacksonville Beach.
Out of the blue, you know, they pick some guy that lives 6.5 hours away and says, "This is you." It blew my mind.
Police reports from Jacksonville Beach PD show detectives initially didn't have much to go on. That is, until the neighboring sheriff's office ran the surveillance photos through a facial recognition program, AI, which revealed a 93% match on facial features to Robert Dylan. The report doesn't say what photos of Dylan sparked the match, a driver's license, a mugshot, or something else. He does have a criminal record, including an arrest for DUI and for a bar fight, but no crimes involving kids.
I cannot.
Joe, because of this AI's mistake, this man was almost hunted down as a predator.
Stand any adult.
That's crazy.
To harm a child in any kind of way. He's got black wavy hair. I don't have wavy hair. You know, he's.
Oh, shit. He looks nothing like him. This right here on the phone is the actual predator. The boy that was trying to take the little girl. Now watch when he show his face.
Of his eye. I don't have that.
Do you think he ever should have been arrested for this?
I don't. No, it was absolutely a wrongful arrest. It was not.
Any adult to harm a child in any
you
kind
can
of
tell
way.
two
He's got black
complete
wavy
people.
hair.
Look at that. Two complete different people. Now look at him. No curly hair. Look at that. That's crazy.
I don't have that.
Do you think he ever should have been arrested for this?
I don't. No, it was absolutely a wrongful arrest. It was not Mr. Dylan.
Jacksonville-based defense attorney Brian Crick took on Dylan's case and quickly raised concerns. The police report showed neither of Dylan's license plates were picked up on readers in Duval County, but there's no mention of police checking readers in Lee County. There was also no mention in the report if police pulled Dylan's phone records. A manager at the restaurant did pick his photo out of a lineup, but the report says that same witness described the suspect as a regular customer, and the photo lineup wasn't shown to them until 2 months after the crime.
The more time that passes, the worse somebody's memory is going to be about a specific event.
Aside from the facial recognition program,
Yo, the law messed up all the way around.
And the one witness identifying him? What evidence pointed to his involvement?
Well, there really wasn't much evidence at all.
AI has become extremely powerful. And part of that is it has become just powerful enough to be extremely dangerous.
Cybersecurity expert Evan Lutz.
You should not take the output of AI as scripture, ever. You always need a person to verify the output of the AI. It is not 100%.
Dylan's attorney shared their concerns about the case with the state attorney's office. He sent text messages showing Dylan had a typical day of work in Lee County on the day of the alleged crime, and sent photos showing differences in Dylan's appearance from the suspect. Ultimately, after reviewing,
you can tell they're two complete different people, so I don't know how they made that big ass mistake. See, if they would have had an actual person looking at the footage instead, but then even a alleged eyewitness made the same mistake. But still,
the evidence, the state attorney's office dropped the case.
Well, it's great. I mean, it's certainly great for Mr. Dillon. I mean, I think there's still questions as to how did it even get that far.
We reached out to Jacksonville Beach PD, but they refused to answer questions about their investigation. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, which used facial recognition for the case, said the programs are a tool that assists with developing a lead, but said they have no concerns about the accuracy of the technology.
Okay, so wait a minute. They don't have no concerns about the accuracy of the technology. Y'all almost arrested a man with charges of being a predator. That's a big mistake. So what is y'all going to do and how y'all going to fix this before more men get wrongfully accused for the same type of crime?
The state attorney's office said they are taking steps to ensure the arrest is not reflected on Dylan's record.
I mean, it could happen to anybody. I mean, that's kind of the...
Man, he's going to have to find a way to get that office record, because my shit, when I was younger, I got arrested. It was supposed to be off the record and it was still there. And so I went and I spoke to a lawyer like, yo, this is still here. Like, I'm trying to figure out why. So hopefully, he was lucky on this one. But what y'all gonna do? How many more innocent men, how many more men are gonna be wrongfully accused for this type of crime before y'all sit here and fix y'all technology?
Kind of the scary thing, somebody that has some resemblance to you, commits a crime and they use the facial recognition software, and next thing you know, I mean, it could be you.
There was a car parked there and there was a car parked there.
This time, at least, it was Robert Dillon. He's now trying to find a civil attorney to take on his case.
This is nuts.
After all, he did pay to bond out of jail, pay for an attorney to defend him, pay for a crime he never committed.
I was upset. I was hurt. I just, every emotion you can possibly think, I had it.
He's entitled to repercussions.
Imprison somebody, no matter who you are. Everybody's got rights.
I'm Evan Dean reporting for Gulf Coast News.
Everybody got rights, but we're in the era of technology now. Right now, you could really say that iRobot has begun. For real. All right, guys. These are the last two videos I'm going to play. These are the two videos I was waiting to get to on this playlist, all right? And then we're going to end this live. I think that, this is sick. Like I tell people, man, I don't know what's up with a lot of women out here, right? But to sit here and harm your child, right? I cannot respect you. We got a Detroit boy who warned CPS his mom wanted to kill him. I don't know how and why. Mothers get them thoughts. Why? Should we call them mothers? I call them nothing more than just Lilith in disguise. For real. Like, prosecutors say, tried to kill him, prosecutors say. So let's hear this video out real quick, right? Believe all women, they say, right?
Officials with Children's Protective Services miss blaring warnings that could have saved the life of a 9-year-old Detroit boy.
So this is a case where, once again, the system has failed a child. A case where DHS, right, should have been a little, more involved, right? But DHS want to stick their noses up in the families that are doing their job, trying to take their kids. Listen, man, I'm with the people that say, hey, how about we call DHS on DHS? I'm talking about the workers that come and try to take their kids away from the good parents and neglect the fact that there's a parent that you should be having in your case that is neglecting their child. How about we call them on you and, try to get your kid taken from you? Another case where DHS has failed a kid.
His remains were found buried in a backyard at a home in January. The boy's mother was charged with his murder on February 5th.
7 investigator Ross Jones is revealing internal CPS records, raising serious questions about what officials did and did not do when they heard alarming claims about the child's safety.
We identified some human remains, someone small in stature. Extremely sad day.
The scene at Woodingham and St. Martin's in Detroit was enough to shake even career police officers. The body of a child found buried in a shallow grave.
This case is rather shocking. In my 27-year career, I don't remember seeing anything like this.
It took days for officers to determine that the boy was 9-year-old Zamar King, murdered, prosecutors say, by his mother, Brandy Pierce.
He was 9 years old.
She purchased a shovel. She bound him by tying his hands and feet together. She then put him in this hole and covered him with dirt.
But
I mean, I know a lot of people be saying every time they hear something like this, where's the father? But I gotta ask, where is the father? Like, what in the world made this mom kill this child? Like, I don't understand. Could this be another case, where the father wanted to be involved and the mom didn't, want him to? A mother using the kid as a tool?
As unspeakable as the alleged crime was, it did not come out of nowhere.
It's just a train wreck that's going to happen, right? You just see it coming, and they don't do anything about it.
By law, records from Children's Protective Services are guarded closely, even after a child dies. But we've obtained internal CPS records that show state employees were warned for years that Zamar was in danger. At least.
Hold up, wait a minute. So state employees knew, which means DHS, CPS knew that this child was in danger for years, and they still left this child under this mother's care? Why isn't the social worker arrested? Because she also was involved in this. Because she had knowledge of the child being abused, but did nothing, chose to do nothing when she had the option to do something.
At least 4 times, records show, Brandy Pierce was the subject of CPS complaints. The first coming in 2015, after Pierce admitted to marijuana and alcohol use during her first trimester. It happened, she said, before she decided to keep Zamar. There were complaints in 2019 and 2021, both alleging that Zamar had been left alone. The first time in the lobby of a Southfield apartment building, with Zamar telling police he did not know where he belonged. Police later made contact with a relative, and the complaint was denied. 2 years later, on a 78-degree day in May, Zamar was left alone in his mother's locked car for more than 90 minutes while she went to a doctor's appointment. She told police her son was a heavy sleeper and claimed doctors wouldn't let him into her appointment.
Oh, shit.
It's the pattern.
Wait, this the kid? Oh, wow, we did a review and reaction to the mom that left her kid in the car. Oh, wow, I can't believe that's the same person.
Right. Here is a mom, again, where she's repeatedly reported by different people in the community.
Frank Vandervoort is a law professor at the University of Michigan and a longtime child welfare advocate who said Pierce's pattern of behavior and the disclosure that she was receiving mental health services on an almost daily basis should have been a red flag to CPS.
That suggests to me a very severe level of mental health need. So I'm troubled by that, and it raises more questions than it answers for us.
The Macomb County prosecutor denied a warrant request for child abuse, saying there was insufficient evidence and CPS working with mom. CPS would close the case after performing a home visit, finding no safety hazards, enough food, and suitable sleeping arrangements.
Then, last April, came the 4th complaint to CPS. This time, Pierce would come here to this Plymouth Hospital emergency room, reporting she was anxious and depressed.
Pierce told CPS she had a breakdown and felt herself going into a panic attack. She was questioning whether she should give up custody of one of her children. She'd been evicted from a motel, she said. Her car was repossessed. She was completely out of funds. Once she left the hospital, she and her kids would be sleeping on the street.
On its own,
How serious is that?
Critical. This is a family with no place to live. She tells the caseworker, I can't sleep in my car, which suggests to me that she's been sleeping in her car at some points.
But what Zamar told CPS was most alarming of all. He had not been to school in over a year, he said, and doesn't always have food to eat. He said his
Wow.
mother beat him with a belt, that she's choked him with her hands, and that she wants to kill him.
Any rational, normal person walking.
With a child saying that alone, it was enough for CPS to do something with the mom, but they didn't. And you see what I'm saying about the CPS? Listen, the DHS department helps people, right, when it comes to a lot of services, right? But when it comes to CPS, like when CPS is called on a family and that family is actually neglecting the kids, CPS slacks and lacks. I want to know what is their interest in messing with families that are doing what they got to do, right? And ignoring the cases of families like this. Like, I'm really lost when it comes to this right here. So I would love to know, right? What are y'all thoughts on the actions of Children's Protective Services in this case? And how can we improve the effectiveness of Child Protective Services to prevent such tragedies? What role should the community play in identifying and reporting signs of child abuse? How can we bring awareness? How can we raise awareness about the signs of child abuse and the importance of reporting it?
Walking out on the street, hearing this, would be completely alarmed by what they're hearing. They would take action. They would call the police.
But what CPS did, according to internal records, was close the case. The investigation found no preponderance of evidence of physical neglect. Pierce was provided with pamphlets connecting her with community services, and a note was added to follow up on her mental health appointments. 6 months later, after Zamar reported that his mother choked and wanted to kill him, prosecutors say she did.
It's alleged that she killed
Wow.
him, and that the cause of death found by the medical examiner was smothering and neck compression.
So when this young boy made the complaints, right, nobody paid attention to him. I bet you that, you know, if it was somebody else making a complaint, right, they would have came, they would have closed the case. I mean, they was doing it. They would have came, closed the case, right, and probably been in and out. But even her confessing that she couldn't do this and do that, the son saying that the mom threatened and choked. I mean, y'all telling me that that wasn't enough evidence? How much more evidence did they need at the time? Oh, my bad. Nowadays you got to sit here and actually commit the crime for somebody to believe that this person is like this. That's the crazy part. I know it's proven innocent until proven guilty, right? But at least start an investigation. Social services fucks around, right? They mess with a lot of families that are doing their job, doing what they got to do. They try to bring them down and break families, right? That are sitting here disciplining their child. You know, they got food in the refrigerator, that are, you know, trying to gather money together to fix a house up and stuff like that, right? They'll sit here and fuck with them parents and ignore the parents that are actually neglecting their kids. With a child coming to you saying, I need your help, my mom is trying to kill me. That alone right there should have been enough for them to start a whole investigation on the mother, but they didn't. This was in Detroit.
PS records show that the family was placed at a homeless shelter after that final complaint last April. It is not clear how long they were there. Then in December, Brandy Pierce was found in Georgia. She was arrested after someone reported finding her other child, a 3-year-old, locked in a car alone. Police said temperatures were in the 40s, the child was nude, and there was feces and a deflated air mattress in the vehicle. Citing state and federal law, CPS said they could not comment on this case, but they are heartbroken by Zamar's death and are committed to ensuring the health and safety of all children. Tonight, Zamar's relatives are trying to pay for his burial. They have started a GoFundMe, and we have included a link where you can donate on our website right now at wxyz.com. Beyond horrific.
I mean, My thing is, if DHS would have done their job, I'm still trying to figure out, like, did he have a father in the picture? If DHS would have did their job right, they could have at least tried to contact the father and stuff like that. Like, if he had a father in the picture, because I hear him not being mentioned once, not once throughout this whole case, throughout this whole story. Right? How should the legal system handle cases where child protective services fail to protect children? What support services should be available for children who have experienced abuse in their families? And how can we foster to a culture of empathy and support for families facing difficult circumstances like this? Man. So we're going to move on right to the next part of this, right? I think the other one was part 1, and then this was part 2, but I'm not sure.
Thank you all for coming this morning.
Yep.
I have stood at this podium many, many times and talked about how horrific, tragic, and shocking certain cases are. Each time thinking there are some future alleged facts that could be worse than what I'm talking about at the time. Knowing all the while, though, that there's always a worse set of facts on the horizon. Well, that day has come again. So I want to talk about a case of a young boy named Zamar King III. The alleged facts in this case are that we are announcing today. On January 6, 2025, the Detroit Police Department was notified and summoned to a house on Whittingham in Detroit. They've been contacted by the landlord that owned that house. When he went to that house, the landlord contacted him when he went to that house to prepare it for a new tenant. That he called the police because he found a shallow grave in the backyard of the home on Whittingham. Upon arrival, the police were shown that grave where a human foot was sticking out of the ground.
Wow. Like she just...
foot was believed to be belonged to a small child. After an extended...
Hold up, wait a minute. So she just threw her son in a hole and threw dirt on top of him like he was nothing? She didn't even bury him with care? She didn't care about her child. She didn't want this child. Wow. Some women don't deserve to, give birth. I'm telling y'all.
Extensive investigation by quite a few agencies, and the chief will talk about that in a minute. The buried body was discovered to be 9-year-old Zamar King III. That the mother of young Zamar was 41-year-old Brandy Pierce.
41 years old.
She killed him, and that the cause of death found by the medical examiner was smothering and neck compression. So I want to just further go ahead and tell you what other facts about this case. It's alleged that she purchased a shovel. She bound him by tying his hands and feet together.
She premeditated this. She went and purchased a shovel to do this. She premeditated this. Listen, a real mother cannot sit here and premeditate the murder of her child. This bitch is emotionless. She has no feelings, no heart. Where her heart used to be, if she ever had a heart, is nothing but a dark space, nothing but an icebox.
And dug a hole in the background of the house on Whittingham, where she had been living for a short time. She then put him in this hole and covered him with dirt. That after killing her son, she and her other son, who was 3 years old, moved to Georgia.
Wow.
Cobb County to be exact. It was determined that this in fact happened sometime in October of 2024. That Zamar's mother, Brandy Pierce, is currently in Cobb County, Georgia, and we will be requesting her to be extradited back to Michigan. We are charging Brandy Catrice Pierce today with 1 count of murder in the first degree premeditation, which carries a life without parole sentence, mandatory. Count 2 is homicide felony murder. Again, the mandatory penalty is life in prison without the possibility of parole. Our 3rd count is child abuse in the first degree, life or any term of years in prison.
Nah, man, screw that shit. Throw the book at her. Why did y'all get rid of, how can I say it? The needle, the electric chair. Give her the death sentence. Why did y'all get rid of that in so many states? See, that hole right there, that bitch right there, That so-called, listen, she ain't no mom. She ain't a woman. That bitch is Lilith in disguise. Why not give her the death penalty? She ain't have a heart. She was heartless when she killed that child, her own child, the fruit of her looms.
The first-degree child abuse is the felony to make out the felony murder we are alleging. Count 4 is tampering with evidence, criminal case punishable by more than 10 years in prison. And the 5th one is interfering with, concealing and interfering with the death of the individual, 5 years,
Wow.
of course, that being 9-year-old Zamar King. As always, this defendant is presumed innocent unless or until proven guilty. I should tell you that Judge Elias Bree of the 36th District Court authorized these charges yesterday. And since we will be requesting extradition, we will notify you all when in fact she is back in the state of Michigan. So of course, there's no next day for court. Again, let me just repeat, these charges and allegations are quite serious.
So she's not having a trial?
They're shocking, every platitude that you can think of. But again, Ms. Pierce is still presumed to be innocent unless or until proven guilty. So I'm gonna have the chief say a couple words to you, and then we'll answer some questions for you if you can.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. As Madam Prosecutor said, this case is rather shocking. In my 27 years.
Man, screw that. I get where you coming from, but y'all telling me with all this proof that y'all got that this woman sat here and killed her son, y'all still saying that she's innocent until proven guilty? Man, there's more than enough proof to put her behind bars. The question is, how much time y'all gonna give her? If it was up to me, give her the death penalty. Why should I have any remorse as a judge or as a lawyer or, as we the people? The bitch ain't have a heart when she killed her son.
Your career, I don't remember seeing anything like this, but I just want to thank, of course, Madam Prosecutor. I want to thank our law enforcement partners and everyone who helped out with this. The FBI was instrumental. Michigan State Police was instrumental in helping out as well, along with Cobb County and DeKalb County in the state of Georgia, their district attorney's office. And I just really want to express how proud I am of the hardworking men and women of the Detroit Police Department who helped bring this case to where it is today with these charges. I want to thank, of course, of our Major Crimes Division, the Commander Rebecca McKay, Captain Marcus Thurkill, Sergeant Ashley Peterson, Detective Kelly Lucy, who is here with us, Detective Lisa Johnson, and then the officer who is leading the case, Officer Isaac Yamas, and the members of the Western Squad. The Detroit Police Department works relentlessly on behalf of victims, and we are confident that there will be accountability for this. And as Madam Prosecutor said, of course, everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Thank you.
Yo, that is a shame. I'm gonna pause it right there real quick and get right back to it. Pass and not be swayed. I feel like I'm surrounded with people with strings attached to their back, waiting for their master's command. It's like when I was little, right? And I was reading Pinocchio. Every time that he told a lie, his nose grew. It's just that, in real life, their noses don't grow. Karma just catches. In the shadows we see, a love so pure and meek. But all that's left is a ghostly echo, a memory bleak. Longing for a bond that's true in this world so cold and weak. Yearning for the love we knew before the all turned antique. Lost in illusions of affection, bleeding like the mist. Hollow hearts yearn for connection, any realm dismissed. Seeking solace in echoes of the past where love truly exists. But all we find are mere reflections of what loved ones kissed. Amidst the ruins of our hearts, we search for something real. Yet all we grasp are faded echoes of what used to appeal. In this world where love has become just a commodity to steal. It's just a little food for thought. Yo, I gotta sit here and admit, I love poetry. I just like writing poetry. I was thinking about, because they had this little event here this weekend, and I was looking into it, right? They're gonna have a few more events, right, within this month all the way into August, right? And it's all about poetry reading. And I'm sitting here, I was like, yo, I was looking into it. I was watching some people read their poetry. And I was like, yo, this is perfect for me, man. I ain't got to worry about rapping, singing, nothing. I just could come here in front of people, right, that enjoy poetry, right? I could just read it. You know, I can get, you know, real dramatic with it as I'm reading it. I could be me, right? Like, I mean, I don't know, something about that, it drew me. Poetry night. Like, I think I'm about to, you know, I think I'm gonna join one of them Johns, for real, one of them events. Like, I don't know, for some reason it's drawing my attention, and I'm gonna go. Like, I tell people, man, I ain't no rapper. My intentions isn't to rap, right? I'm not on here for that, right? But I do love writing. I do love making other people feel better, right? Motivating, inspiring others, right? That does make me feel good. So I don't know. I think I'm really going thinking I'm gonna give it a try and try out poetry nights on some real shit and sit there and do poetry with other people. Back on topic.
It seems to all of us who do this work on a daily basis, there's been just a large number of tragic cases that have happened to our children, worse than we have seen. So it's our hope that we don't continue to see these, but I know that's probably false hope that I'm having. Before we go any further, I want to introduce Tina Ripley, who has worked together on this case very hard. She will be trying this case. Louisa Papoulis is to her right and your left. She is the Deputy Chief of the Special Victims Unit. Kelly Gleason is to my immediate left, and she is—
Man, y'all need Olivia Benson.
Unit. And again, if the Chief would introduce these people that are standing here, that would be helpful.
Sergeant, I'm sorry, Detective Lisa Johnson is right here. Also, officer in charge of the case, Isaac Yamas. Kelly Lucy, detective. Ashley Peterson, Marcus Thurkill. Marcus is in the back there as well. And then Captain Rebecca McKay.
Okay.
This is a question that I would love to ask the Senates, right? And I will ask the Senates, right? Like when they have these little city hall, town hall meetings, right? How can we advocate for policy changes? And you know what? I shouldn't even be asking them. I should be asking the people around me, right? How can we advocate for policy changes to improve child protection laws and services, right? How can we foster a culture of empathy and support for families facing difficult circumstances? And what support services should be available for children who have experienced abuse in their families? How should the legal system handle cases where Child Protective Service failed to protect our children? I think I should ask the people around me, right? And I should take the answers to them. So, as a leader of my community, I don't mind doing that. So this is why I love hearing y'all perspectives, y'all opinions. And what y'all think, man. Over here, we don't judge. Over here, we don't sit here and bash. We want to hear what y'all got to say. We want to hear the solutions. We're not here to judge the solutions. We're not here to debate the solutions, because we don't got time to do that shit. We don't got time to debate when we need a solution on the table. It's a matter of which one of these solutions is going to best fit this change that we need in these policies. That's what we need.
We'll take some short questions at this point.
Oh shit, we got the beautiful Miss Akimi in the building. Blessings, Miss Akimi. Miss Akimi, baby. Yo, make sure y'all go check out Miss Akimi, yo. Great topics, great conversation. She brings great talking points, yo. Her channel is nothing but, how can I say, it's like stepping outside and breathing in that fresh air. I know I say it different ways, right? I'm trying to find a catchy phrase for you, Miss Akimi, and one day I'm gonna get it.
If you have any.
Not that you guys needed it to get a charging decision, but any indication as to why a possible motive in this case?
I don't talk about motives at the time. Any further evidence and charging decision will come out when we go to court.
What motives did this mom have to kill her child? I feel like her child was just in the way. And there's a lot of mothers out here that just give birth to kids. We shouldn't even be calling them mothers. I keep telling people, man, I don't look at them as mothers. Yo, they bitches. Yo, they nothing more than just Lilith in disguise. And the word bitch is too good for them, because even a bitch will sit here and protect her puppy and not kill her puppy. I mean, I think a cat will eat her kittens, right? If you touch them. dogs won't do that. No, dogs don't do that. I'm tripping. I have 2 dogs. I'm over here like, what? Wait. Don't mix up the 2. One's a cat, one's a dog. This ain't the damn episode cat, dog. Like, this ain't Nickelodeon, Ray. Get it together, yo. But, yo, changes need to be made. Like, what in the world? Y'all telling me that all the evidence that y'all had and y'all not once took this child from this mother, but let that have been a freaking hard-working mother, right? That sit here struggling, right? Refrigerator could be full, but the bills are paid, right? But she's having a hard time. She just can't sit here and, order out every day for her kids, or, take them out somewhere that's expensive. You see where I'm coming from? Or buy them the most expensive clothes, but she's got clothes on their backs, right? But y'all sitting here all because the house looks fucked up, right? Oh, your kids can't be here with you. It's a hazard. Oh, wait, but this bitch over here is threatening to kill her child, throwing him down the steps, and y'all ignoring that bitch over there. But y'all want to focus on the good mother. I'm just trying to figure out, why in the world are there social workers that want to break their families up while ignoring, right, and sitting here and paying attention and doing their jobs with the families that are neglecting their kids? That shit boils my blood, yo. It makes me want to grab that social worker and, pimp slap the hoe. For real. I want to bury the hoe. I want to build a coffin for the hoe. This fucked up. This is messed up. Because I'm telling you, man, I'm glad that I got a good fiance, a good baby father. And I got to give you, Ray, listen, I'm glad that these old hairs got you walking on the right trenches, yo, for real.
So, again,
I'm blessed.
We can't comment on that at this time.
I can't comment. They can't seem to comment on the, right questions. Y'all can't figure out what answers to give. These are nothing more than just logical questions.
With Tamar's mother at all from you guys?
We did speak with his father yesterday. Actually, this morning, actually.
Oh,
yes.
So he did have a father. Where was the father? See, I asked that in the first video. If y'all go back, I kept asking, where was the father? Where was the father? Where are the fathers in these videos? And it's crazy. I know a lot of people be saying, but this is not the hood, man. I'm not trying to get in any, whether it's a Hispanic or a Black woman's life. Oh, where's your baby daddy? Because you don't let, no. We talking about these deadbeat baby mamas.
We have had contact with the family, and the Detroit Police Department has had contact with the family as well.
So forgive me, I must be confused because I are not listening close enough, so I apologize. But the relationship of the suspect to the child.
Mother. Okay. Yes. 41-year-old Brandy Pierce was his mother.
Okay. And did Tamar's father live in Michigan?
He lives in this area, yes.
And was he aware of his child's death?
Again, we talked to him. I don't think he was aware until recently.
Was he aware of the child's neglect? Was he aware of the child's abuse? Did he try to help the child? Was he a part of this child's life? Was he allowed to be in this child's life? How is the father around, but the child is dead? See, what in the world is going on?
But again, we did speak with him this morning. And we'll be speaking with him, of course, further as time goes on.
She got an attitude. She got a whole attitude. Yo, she got an attitude. Like, the attitude is coming out in her tone of voice, in her behavior, the way she's carrying herself. She has an attitude. And I don't think this is the time for her to have this type of attitude. Because goddamn, if this is the way you're going to carry one of my loved one cases, shit, I don't want you to handle that case at all. Nothing to do with anybody that is, that I love dearly, and I want to find out what happened to them. Not you. Where the fuck is Olivia Benson at?
Those are her 2 kids, Zamar and the 3-year-old?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Prosecutor, where's the 3-year-old right now? What's his status? What's his condition?
Again, he's with his mother in Georgia right now. And he was. And now he's in foster care here, I believe.
Ho. Did she just fix that up? Where is the 3-year-old? She said, again, he's with the mother in Georgia right now. until she got arrested. Oh, wait. She just tried to clear that up.
But again, we did speak with him this morning. And we'll be speaking with him, of course, further as time goes on.
Those are just, oh, go ahead.
No, please, you got it.
Those are her two kids, Zamar and the 3-year-old?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Prosecutor, where's the 3-year-old right now?
Listen what?
Again, he's with his mother in Georgia right now. And he was, and now he's in foster care here.
And he was. Now he's in foster care. I mean, yo, I'm going to say this like I said earlier. Are these cases made up? Certain shit just don't add up. Y'all telling me, I mean, I know there's cases that fall through the cracks and stuff like that. But I don't know if it's that the media twists these cases up like that, you know, just to hype up and gas up the situation to have us all on go-mo and ready to rant. But show. Is she with the mother? I mean, is the 3-year-old with the mother, or is the mother arrested? Is she really locked up? I mean, because apparently for years, even after the child said, my mom threatened to kill me and she choked me, y'all still decided to leave that kid there with the mother. And now that I hear that the father has been present, or they didn't say he has been present, so let me not put, words in their mouth, right? Now that I hear that the father is around, I'm a little curious. Where was he throughout this whole time? It's like the father from the case that we was reviewing and reacting earlier, right? Motherfucker gonna sit here and say that he ain't noticed that, his baby mama was living homeless for 3 months. I'm sitting here, how you don't notice that your baby mama's in the streets with all 3 of your kids? I mean, 2 of your kids. How you don't notice that? But you're present in her life. You speak to your kids and you FaceTime them. How you don't know that your kids are homeless with their mom? Like, we got the beautiful Miss Chicago in the building. Blessings, Miss Chicago. How you doing this afternoon? Damn, it's already 2:54. I didn't even notice that. I told y'all I had time today.
Can you
pause here locally? Oh, okay.
Yep. Are you able to provide any further information on the timeline of, you mentioned October, and then what?
That'll come out in court.
But in regard to how
that'll come up in court.
With the other child, or
all I can tell you at this point in time is she left shortly after she buried the body in the backyard and went to the state of Georgia.
So the landlord call to DPD was on January 6th.
The landlord.
Hold on, wait a minute. This Tatiana over here sat here and decided to just make a hole in her backyard, right? Just throw her child in there, put some dirt on top of it like he was nothing, because when they found him, a piece of his leg was sticking out. You see where I'm coming from? And then she leaves like nothing. Like nothing. What did her child do to her? Damn, I'm a little curious. Like, man, for a real mother, would it be easy for you to kill your child? I mean, for me as a mom, I can't kill my child. No matter what he did, I cannot kill my child. This Joey here sat here and murdered her child in cold blood. I don't think a real mother can sit here and harm a hair on her child. Not a real mother. This bitch a deadbeat baby, a deadbeat baby mom. You know how all week everybody's been filling my ear up with, what do you think about a deadbeat baby dad? What do you think about a deadbeat, what do you think about Umar John? Well, we also got deadbeat baby mamas, so I'm not going to dwell on one. We got deadbeat baby daddies and we got deadbeat baby mamas. But what defines a deadbeat baby mom and a deadbeat baby dad? This right here could definitely define a deadbeat baby mom. That's what the fuck she is. A demon.
Our call was on January 6th. The police were notified. They immediately went out to the house on Whittingham. They were shown that grave by the owner of that particular property. They saw the foot sticking out of the ground, and it went from there. The chief notified me immediately upon that discovery.
She had rented that home?
I assume she rented it. I don't know.
Madam President, just got this from a co-worker, some indication that
who's talking? I can't see it.
Randy.
Oh, okay. All right.
Can you speak to this at all? I'll just read this verbatim. The source indicated yesterday that the mother claims they were horsing around and playing some sort of choking game.
I'm not going to comment on the evidence in the case.
Why shouldn't you?
Was this case file sent over to you guys more than once at all? And if so, what elements were needed to get to a charging decision?
Oh, we're not going to talk about that. Yeah.
Why you don't want to talk about nothing?
Please contact us when they have information. We talk often back and forth. And then once we get a completed investigation, we make a charging decision.
Well, y'all don't want to talk about it because y'all messed up heavy, right? Y'all messed up big time. Let me show y'all why she don't want to talk about it.
Did officials with Children's Protective Services miss blaring warnings that could have saved the life of a 9-year-old Detroit boy?
His remains were found buried in a backyard at a home in January. The boy's mother was charged with his murder on February 5th.
7 investigator Ross Jones is revealing internal CPS records, raising serious questions about what officials did and did not do when they heard alarming claims about the child's safety.
We identified some human remains, someone small in stature, extremely sad day.
The scene at Woodingham and St. Martin's in Detroit was enough to shake even career police officers. The body of a child found buried in a shallow grave.
This case is rather shocking. In my 27-year career, I don't remember seeing anything like this.
It took days for officers to determine that the boy was 9-year-old Zamar King, murdered, prosecutors say, by his mother, Brandy Pierce.
It's alleged that she purchased a shovel. She bound him by tying his hands and feet together. She then put him in this hole and covered him with dirt.
But as unspeakable as the alleged crime was, it did not come out of nowhere.
It's just a train wreck that's going to happen, right? You just see it coming, and they don't do anything about it.
Exactly. DHS, CPS ain't do shit about it. They was in and out of her life. This kid telling social services that his life was, in danger, that his mom threatened to kill him, that she was abusing him, and the evidence and the marks there to prove it. And yet y'all still leave him there with the mom. Y'all don't call the dad. Y'all don't put him in foster care. Y'all don't put him in child protective services. Y'all leave him in the same home that he's in danger in. He hasn't gone to school for over a year. In school, they ain't even, I don't know if school, they never mentioned about school calling social services, if they did or didn't. But I feel as though, they should have, if they noticed that, a student was missing for over a year. This is like the 3rd or 4th time I hear, of the school not doing their job after a child has been, I think, what was it? The mom that abandoned her kids, right? In Pontiac, I think it was, yeah. How the fuck? That went 5 years and they didn't notice? This boy a whole year not going to school, not once. And the school didn't notice either? So the system is failing. Is it the system or is it the people running the system that's failing? I feel as though it's the people running the system that's failing.
By law, records.
Hold on. Mr. Kimi said, my last live was on Michelle Blair. The way these women that had children methodically and sadistically unaligned their children. Oh, I was going to say, wait, what? Unaligned. I'm like, am I reading this wrong? I get what you're trying to say. I get it. Unalived. Y'all can say unalive here. Yeah, unalived. The system is doing exactly what it's assigned to do. Exactly, yo. And yo, once again, it takes me back, right? It's not the system failing us. It's the people running the system failing us. But if we want to make changes, we have to go to them. Well, I'm not talking about coming together to, protest. No. I'm not talking about coming together to riot. No. Why would we want to tear our own freaking communities down by rioting when we're trying to bring solutions? That's not the answer. Boycotting? It might work, but no. Why not come together, get together, and get up there? Legislators, senators, right? Congress. They're who we got to hit. It's funny how people, oh, because Trump this, y'all know it's just his signature on these pieces of papers. I approve, I don't approve. Right? But you know what? A lot of people's not going to understand where I'm coming from and what I'm trying to say or what I'm talking about. Because a lot of people just don't give a fuck. And see, that's where the problem comes in, right? Facts, Miss Akimi. Hold on. That is so fat. I mean, that's so true. My bad. Auto spell was on. Wait. Miss Chicago said, I'm a product of the government being my parents, and they fail us, not all, but the majority of us. That is so true. That's true. The only way it's facts, Mr. Kimi. This is what I was saying. Facts, Mr. Kimi. The only way it's going to work is if we become able once again to govern our own. But that's only going to happen if we make a stand. United we conquer, divided we crumble. And right now we're so divided to the point that, you know, when the bombs explode and all the noise is gone and, you know, the debris clears up, our eyes are still going to be clouded. Not ours, you know, but those that, you know, don't give a fuck, their eyes are still going to be clouded. That's some real shit. And that's how that's what we need. But, you know, people don't seem to understand that.
Records from Children's Protective Services are guarded closely even after a child dies. But we've obtained internal CPS records that show state employees were warned for years that Zamar was in danger. At least.
See, they were warned for years that this child was in danger. But they didn't do shit.
4 times records show Brandy Pierce was the subject of CPS complaints. The first coming in 2015, after Pierce admitted to marijuana and alcohol use during her first trimester. It happened, she said, before she decided to keep Zamar. There were complaints in 2019 and 2021.
With that alone, it's proof enough that she didn't want this child. It's like they forced the child on her. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It's like they forced her child on her. She gave birth to this child. She didn't really want it. She even told them and admitted to a lot of shit, but they didn't do nothing. They still left the child under her care, knowing that she was neglectful.
Both.
Listen, because you can smoke weed and be, you know, how can I say it, a good parent. Just because you're smoking weed doesn't mean that you're a bad parent. But this bitch said she was smoking weed while she was pregnant with her kids and doing all this shit. But hello, it seems like you kept doing it after. Like, come on, man.
Both alleging that Zamar had been left alone. The first time in the lobby of a Southfield apartment building, with Zamar telling police he did not know where he belonged. Police
Look at that.
Later made contact with a relative, and the complaint was denied.
He was in the streets. Police sit here and take him home, and they don't do nothing either. They don't start an investigation why this child was alone, you know, walking and wandering alone in the streets at, you know, at a young age. Where were the parents? What were they doing? I mean, any other person, they would have called DHS, right? Isn't that the normal thing? Isn't that what an officer's supposed to do? So why in that situation, CPS wasn't called into the home? But the police report was made.
2 years later, on a 78-degree day in May,
This is 2 years
Zamar was
later.
left alone in his mother's locked car for more than 90 minutes while she went to a doctor's appointment. She told police her son was a heavy sleeper and claimed doctors wouldn't let him into her appointment.
But they found her son alone with feces in the car. Pete?
It's the pattern, right? Here is a mom, again, where she's repeatedly reported by different people in the community.
Frank Vandervoort is a law professor at the University of Michigan and a longtime child welfare advocate who said Pierce's pattern of behavior and the disclosure that she was receiving mental health services on an almost daily basis should have been a red flag to CPS.
That suggests to me a very severe level of mental health need. So I'm troubled by that, and it raises more questions than it answers for us.
The Macomb County prosecutor denied a warrant request
Look
for
at that.
child abuse, saying there was insufficient evidence
How?
of CPS working with mom.
How is there insufficient evidence? And when was CPS working with mom? How was she they working with mom? Not her doing the things that she's doing and the things that she's getting away with. You have a child sitting here asking for help in fear for his life, and y'all still left this child under his mom's custody.
CPS would close the case after performing a home visit.
Yo, let my child go say, yo, I'm in fear for my life. Shit, I'll be surrounded with CIA and FBI. Real shit. That's why I say these cases is odd. Like sometimes I feel like they're making them stories just to tell us, but I'm not sure. But apparently this was a real case because word is from Detroit and he heard about it. So apparently this is a real case.
Finding no safety hazards, enough food, and suitable sleeping arrangements.
Then, last April, came the fourth complaint to CPS. This time, Pierce would come here to this Plymouth Hospital emergency room, reporting she was anxious and depressed.
All the signs were there and you're telling me they didn't see it. Ms. Akimi says division has worked like a charm. We don't even like people that look like us. The nuclear family was the main target. That's some real shit. That's a mic drop right there though. That's some real, like, they say that only the white man racist. It's way more than just the white man being racist. Yo, for real. Like, only the white man hate. We hate each other. We are racist amongst each other. And I say that constantly. I agree 100% with Ms. Akimi on that. Like, listen, we're not going to see change, right, until we stop hating each other, until we stop killing each other, until we start, moving forward and respecting one another. What I mean by that is, listen, as individuals, right, change starts with us. You have to learn how to respect and love yourself first before you can even render that to anybody else, right? And then second of all, right, in order to sit here and, how can I say it, for us to move forward, we got to leave this hate and this hatred, this division that has been put into us behind. But we can't seem to let it go. We can't seem to, break the chains of society and be who we really meant to be. Me, I've made a stand. Me, I've broken chains. I'm still breaking them chains of society. I still got a couple left. I'm trying to figure out which ones they are. For real, because I didn't even know. For real, I didn't even know until, somebody opened up my eyes. I'm dead serious. Miss Chicago says, I agree with both you ladies, but it's going to be hard because the culture, most are self-centered and really don't give a about if it's not involving them or doing it themselves. Most have too many excuses, and that's a fact, yo. Like, a lot of these people, everybody be screaming for change, but at the end of the day, right, they say they want change, but do they really want change? All I see people doing is causing more havoc, more chaos. Real shit, man. Sometimes I just look around and wonder and just leaves my head in a maze. For real, for real. Because people do scream change from the top of their lungs, right? And when change is put right there, when the solution is brought to the table, they push people away. For real, for real. I want this, we need that. But when you got the warriors walking in, when you got the leaders of your community, right? We're not talking about governors. We're not talking about senators. I know what a leader of my community is because I am one. I'm the one that has to come up here and ask what my community is demanding and asking for. We need speed bumps. We want, the cars to stop being double parked. We need our alleyways clean. What's going on with the sewers? The block party. Listen, we're supposed to go up there and ask. But when we bring the solutions to the table, people don't appreciate it. They reject it. They push it to the side. Like, isn't this what you wanted? Now you got it. So it's going to take both sides to make a change. You want them to listen? It's going to take all of us united. How can we do that? Hey, that's a question we're going to have to figure out on our own. For real, for real. Like, a lot of us got solutions on the table. How many people are willing to pick it up and put it to the test? I've made my stand. What is y'all waiting for? But back on topic.
Pierce told CPS she had a breakdown and felt herself going into a panic attack. She was questioning whether she should give up custody of one of her children.
I get panic attacks, right? I suffer from bipolar depression, according to them, right? And that is something that you can manage, changing your diet, proper support system around you, right? Having panic attacks, right, isn't going to sit here and make you commit a crime. You see where I'm coming from? Like, I'm sorry. I'm not, listen, if I bust your bubble, it wasn't my intention, but I'm trying to speak the reality right here. I'm trying to speak facts right here. Like, panic attacks isn't going to cause you to kill somebody. I don't know if this lady is using mental health as an excuse, right? But as a parent, right? You're not supposed to be here abusing and torturing your kids, right? You're not supposed to be using them as tools either to get at each other, which most parents do. Now we have a case where the mother has been with this child, right? And this child had, his whole life, and this child has been abused in this mother's hands his whole life. Was the father present the whole time? Why wasn't the father there? Why hasn't the father, helped? Why didn't the father try to prevent this from happening? I cannot answer that question because I need a little more, backstory onto the father. That's something I'm also trying to figure out because I'm somebody that also says, listen, I don't care if you and him don't get along, but y'all need to find a way to co-parent. Stop fighting in front of these kids. Stop doing things in front of these kids, making decisions in front of these kids. Right? And start doing what you got to do. Parent, educate, mentor, guide, teach, protect, investigate as a parent when it comes to your kids until they reach the age where they can depend on themselves. But a lot of these parents cannot co-parent. They got to come at each other. They got to, some way, somehow, find a way to come at each other for whatever happened between them. But y'all not realizing y'all not hurting each other. The only one suffering in this case is the kids. But it seems like some parents are heartless and they don't care. And that's the problem nowadays in societies, that everybody is in their own ways. Right and wrong, in a lot of situations to people, it don't matter. Some people just don't have morals, don't have respect. They don't even have honor.
She'd been evicted from a motel. She said her car was repossessed. She was completely out of funds. Once she left the hospital, she and her kids would be sleeping on the street.
On its own, how serious is that?
Critical. This is a family with no place to live. She tells the caseworker, I can't sleep in my car, which suggests to me that she's been sleeping in her car at some points.
But what Zamar told CPS was most alarming of all. He had not been to school in over a year, he said, and doesn't always have food to eat. He said his mother beat him with a belt, that she's choked him with her hands, and that she wants to kill him.
Any rational, normal person walking out on the street hearing this would be completely alarmed by what they're hearing. They would take action. They would call the police.
But what CPS did, according to internal records, was close the case. The investigation found no preponderance of evidence of physical neglect. Pierce was provided with pamphlets connecting her with community services, and a note was added to follow up on her mental health appointments. 6 months later, after Zamar reported that his mother choked and wanted to kill him, prosecutors say she did.
It's alleged that she killed him and that the cause of death found by the medical examiner was smothering and neck compression.
And y'all telling me that when the child went and said this, that wasn't enough for y'all to start an investigation on the mother? A child sat here and said, my mother is trying to choke me and kill me. She threatened to kill me. But y'all didn't do nothing until 2 months later that y'all found out that this child was buried in the shallow grounds. This is why I say, what CPS ain't shit. They want to mess with families that got, they are getting their lives together or got their lives together, right? And ignore the fact that there's families out here that they need to be doing their jobs with. For real, for real.
CPS records show that the family was placed at a homeless shelter after that final complaint last April. It is not clear how long they were there. Then in December, Brandy Pierce was found in Georgia. She was arrested after someone reported finding her other child, a 3-year-old, locked in a car alone. Police said temperatures were in the 40s. The child was nude,
Damn.
and there was feces and a deflated air mattress in the vehicle. Citing state and federal law, CPS said they could not comment on this case, but they are heartbroken by Zamar's death and are committed to ensuring the health and safety of all children. Tonight, Zamar's relatives are trying to pay for his burial. They have started a GoFundMe, and we have included a link where you can donate on our website right now at wxyz.com. Beyond horrific. And we asked CPS, is the employee who handled that last investigation, what is their status? Are they working today? Are they under investigation? Were they disciplined? They said they couldn't comment, but there are many, many questions that need to be asked about this.
I mean, it leaves you speechless, and my stomach is just turning over. Where is that mom? She's locked up right now, or she's getting help?
It is unclear whether or not she's still in Georgia. They have to move her to Michigan so she can be arraigned. Her whereabouts.
She has to get extradited, I think it's called.
And her other children are safe as far as we know.
State custody right now.
So
many questions on this case, right? What are your thoughts on the actions of Children Protective Services in this case, guys? I would love, anybody catching the replay, these are the questions that I got for y'all, right? Or anybody in the chat, right? What are your thoughts on the actions of Children Protective Services in this case? How can we improve the effectiveness, right, of Child Protective Services to prevent such tragedies like this one right here? What role should the community play in identifying and reporting signs of child abuse? I mean, I don't know. Some people sit here and report child abuse when there's no child abuse. So you got to be careful with them anonymous calls and shit. I feel as though there shouldn't be no anonymous calls. Through today, interacted with a shorty, had conversations, had questions. We had, a great dialogue today, interacting with each other and, bringing solutions to this table. When it came to these topics, I appreciate each and every one of y'all, man, because y'all didn't have to be here today, right? Rocking out with a shorty. Y'all could have been anywhere else, but y'all chose to be here. So on that note, right, till next time, this y'all shorty Rachel. I hope all of y'all have a blessed and humble afternoon. Continue to have a blessed and humble day.
In the face of darkness, I stand tall and strong. With faith as my shield, I'll keep marching on. You may try to bring me down, you may try to silence me, but the warrior in me will never give up. In the face of darkness, I stand tall and strong. With faith